Chapter 3060, The world mourned in silence before this art. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to reverse this tide. Heavens will rewrite. The strongest everlastings here shouted in horror. Buzz. The third eye let out a bloody radiance. In the next second, a crimson will appeared in front of Metalkin War God while exuding a terrible presence. The War God's expression soured and focused on defense instead of attacking Spirit Heart Emperor. Boom! He recalled his 12 palaces into his body. They instantly lit up and made him resplendent, acting as worldwide walls to protect his true fate. They exuded runes as vast as an entire domain to further increase this defensive line. One could say that his true fate was under the protection of the strongest possible defense. However, the movement of the bloody will seemed to be incorporeal and quickly crossed through the progenitorial armor. The toughness of the armors seemed useless as the bloody will launched its offense. Boom! It slammed onto the walls created by the 12 palaces and crushed them with haste. Rumble! The metallic frame of the War God got blown miles and miles away. His blood painted the azure sky red. One could see him falling down on the horizon and slammed into the ground. The spectators became speechless. None expected the prodigy to reverse the losing situation. This seemingly invincible technique left a deep impression on everyone. Even someone like the War God got blown flying right away. After using this move, not only was the prodigy's hair white but even his golden eye lost its color, seemingly crippled. He spat out blood and started falling down. The Emperor was fast enough to rush over and hold him. "Run, hurry!" he murmured before everything turned dark, losing his consciousness. Spirit Heart hurriedly took out a spirit pill and placed it in his mouth in order to save his life. She was aware of the consequences after using this technique. Heavens will rewrite. A group of everlasting ancestors took a deep breath. The strongest move of God I Progenitor, capable of bypassing all defenses to attack the true fate. One of them said. So heaven-defying. I can't believe that he learned this technique despite his age. God I Sovereign is probably the only other user in that system. The spectators were in awe after witnessing this technique for the first time. It rendered a progenitorial armor useless. For millions of years, only a selected few could actually learn this technique. The prodigy was one of them. Alas, it was extremely dangerous to use. The prodigy wasn't strong enough to withstand the backlash. His third eye was most likely crippled if he were lucky enough to survive. He didn't wish to use it at all due to the grave consequences. His golden eye was his entire cultivation, the pinnacle of his lifelong efforts. He would no longer be three-eyed prodigy without it. However, he didn't mind any price in order to save her, using it to buy time for her to escape. Some spectators were moved by his heroic act, not just the power of the technique. How many could actually put their lives on the line for others? Moreover, he was a prodigy with boundless potential. He rested in her embrace as his life force flowed away. Something seemed to be draining him dry, so he continuously aged. It wouldn't take long before he turned into a dried corpse. Spirit Heart immediately poured her vitality and energy into him for the sake of life prolongment. The assistance of the Emperor stopped the withering process. Of course, truly saving him wasn't so easy. Boom! Suddenly, a metallic figure rushed into the sky again. Metalkin War God is still alive. A spectator shouted. People didn't expect him to survive the move earlier. Clank! He removed the progenitorial helmet and revealed a bloody hole on his forehead with blood dripping down. Though his skull was made from metal, the move still nearly penetrated the entire thing. He placed some healing paste on the wound and put the helmet back on. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak to destroy my true fate. Spirit Heart became startled and decided to carry the prodigy and run. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the War God stopped their path and threatened, I'll send you to the Yellow River to be a dead couple there. Boom! He unleashed another brutal punch without showing any mercy to his fiancée. She knew that she had no chance of escaping or stopping the attack. Everyone gasped in response, thinking that the emperor alone couldn't stop him. So merciless. One spectator murmured. Buzz. However, a pleasant buzz heralded a bright radiance sweeping away the hazes of the world and bringing hope to the battlefield. Boom. The punch was stopped by a barrier of light. A woman appeared in the sky, the creator of this crystallized barrier. It was thick enough to separate one world from another, saving Spirit Heart Emperor and Three-Eyed Prodigy. Holy Frost Emperor. People blurted out. A battle between top emperors now. The first reaction from the audience was the potential for a top fight. Rumor has it that she had 12 palaces as well. Holy Frost, you are courting death. Be smart and leave. The war god's eyes turned cold and aggressive, not afraid of a same-level emperor in the slightest. Fellow Taoist metalkin, since you are a student of the academy, I advise you to leave and never show up again. Don't continue with this mistake. Holy Frost calmly replied. Such a bold tone. I, metalkin war god, have swept through the world and killed all those standing in my way. The academy is no exception. If it dares to stand in my path, I'll destroy it all the same. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. The crowd was shaken. No one has dared to provoke the academy like this for millions of years now. Fellow Taoist, you can't take these words back. Holy Frost put on an austere expression. Chapter 3061, I am destined to become a progenitor and no one will stand in my way. The academy is no exception. The war god didn't change his mind at all and uttered coldly. Rumble. Snow-white pillars of light suddenly descended from above. Waves of light emanated from the pillars, akin to the opening of multiple worlds. Rumble. Troops descended from the individual pillars. Boom. The full army was assembled and their sacred light illuminated the entire battlefield. The soldiers all wore armors as bright as snow, engulfed in a sacred light like a legion from the heavens. Their majestic presence invaded the area, ready to deliver judgment to evil and darkness. The white sky looked like a kingdom of the light with coursing lightning bolts. Where did this legion come from? The crowd was dazzled by this spectacle. Most have never seen this army before. The Legion of Light from the Academy. An ancestor said. A gray-haired high elder took a look then breathed in deeply, I just don't know what's going on. This legion hasn't shown up for a long time until now. Why are they here? The academy has a legion? Don't they just have students? The young cultivators found this hard to believe. Idiot, you think that system is just a school. It is a massive system possessing highly coveted sacred land with plenty of mines, alchemy gardens, and resources. It has always been a target. People would have robbed them long ago if they weren't strong enough. An ancestor shook his head. The young ones agreed with this comment. Just that sacred mountain alone had plenty of beasts and fruits. Everyone wanted the resources there. Thus, it had to be strong enough to defend itself from greedy invaders. This legion has a long history. It just doesn't show up that often because the academy is always neutral in intersystem conflicts. An ancestor explained. Boom. An eagle-lion hybrid emerged with the academy's sacred director riding on top. I heard someone wanted to destroy our academy. Time for us to stomp on the heathens today then. The director roared before taking out an old horn of unknown material. Dao brother, this is a misunderstanding, just a big misunderstanding. Solar Mad God who was fighting against God I Sovereign saw the horn and immediately left his battlefield. Don't let him blow it. The ancestors from the divine court became aghast and shouted at the war god. Alas, it was too late. Oh, dash, the horn echoed across the meteor, reaching every corner of immortal lineage. Boom. More pillars of light descended from above and started exuding halos. Another legion was transported here, one full of beasts and riders. A bestial aura instantly engulfed the area. Myriad beast monarch and my legion answer your summon. A man riding a skeletal beast appeared with a great legion behind him. Rumble. Numerous ships came out from another pillar. On top of the leading one was an old man wearing a violet robe. The Legion of Celestial is here to offer our service. Next came a group of giants from a different pillar, each was the size of a mountain. Their king roared, I, King of Outland, will not allow anyone to oppose the Academy. Buzz. A sword god crossed through the myriad realms with 100,000 swordsmen behind him. He declared, I, one Dao sword god, shall protect the Academy. In just a short time, numerous legions appeared in the sky. Each was powerful, some were on the same level as the main legion of a system. Where did all of them come from? The spectators were astounded. The Academy's reinforcement, this is another reason why it's so strong. An ancestor took a deep breath. It has produced so many excellent students over the years. This is a unique advantage. An everlasting quietly said. But why are they so willing to help the Academy? A junior didn't quite understand. Because they owe the Academy a great debt. His ancestor elaborated, for example, that myriad beast monarch used to be a wolf demon. No sect or system would take him in, only the Academy. He eventually became the most excellent student of that generation and cultivated a peerless merit law. As for King of Outland, once an abandoned orphan was taken in by the Academy, now, an invincible king of the giants. As for one Dao sword god, he came from a family of lumberjacks but had the chance to enter the Academy and eventually became a sword god. These are just a few of the excellent students produced by this system across many eras. Too many to count. The ancestor paused for a bit before moving on. Most of these students have nothing but gratitude and will do their best when they are needed by the Academy. For millions of years, the Academy had accepted countless students. All of them were eligible to enjoy the resources there. Most importantly, the students weren't forced to vow loyalty and devotion to the Academy. This type of treatment might be nothing in the eyes of top geniuses because they would enjoy preferential treatment anywhere they go. However, for those from humble beginnings, they naturally felt deeply grateful. Most of the spectators didn't know this side of the Academy. They only thought that it was an educational institution. Today completely changed their impression of it. They poked at a beehive this time around. Many ancestors turned pale at the coalition forces. Rumble. The legions began circling and surrounding the Divine Court's army. The calamity is coming, this will be a mobilization test. Sacred Director personally presided over the various legions, ready to flank the enemy from all sides. It's just a misunderstanding, fellow Taoists, our Metalkin Divine Court meant no respect to Academy of Light, none at all. The court's ancestors were scared out of their mind. The battle stopped and the Metalkin Legion instantly retreated and reformed their formation. Boom! Several palaces started approaching from the horizon. Ancient figures resided within. Count Immortal Demon System in if this is a punitive expedition against Metalkin Divine Court. A pleasant and attractive voice came from a beauty in one of the floating palaces. Longevity King. Those who recognized her became startled. What is Immortal Demon doing here? These old men from Longevity Hall are coming out too. Ancestor-level characters didn't understand. They exchanged glances because this force from Longevity Hall was also very reclusive with many ancestors that have lived for a long time. Why would they all come out now? 1. The characters for Outland here means beyond the Great Wall, so anything outside. It's hard to incorporate this meaning into a title, but Outland seems close enough if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 3062, The arrival of Immortal Demon System surprised everyone. After all, this was a relatively low-key system compared to the more powerful ones. Longevity Hall was even more reclusive to the point of being nearly forgotten. Of course, this had nothing to do with its power. There were plenty of rumors about this particular place, especially its particular elders. A master once said that this sect has truly inherited the legacy of everlasting forefather. Because of this, these elders were the oldest ancestors in immortal lineage. Some even believed that a few elders there have successfully performed a reincarnation cycle. Therefore, they were naturally mighty. No system would dare to treat them lightly. However, the most impressive person there was still Everlasting Jiang, a person who has defeated a myriad-level progenitor before. Just imagine the shock back then when True Fire Progenitor lost to him. This made the true gods in the world unbelievably excited and gave them a clear view of the potential ahead. He hasn't been seen in public for a long time, but most believed he was still staying in Longevity Hall. Thus, these palaces in the sky right now along with the gray-haired ancestors made everyone take a deep breath. Though their images were faint, their auras were still suffocating all the same. Longevity Hall lacked numbers compared to the great armies and legions here, but these ancestors weren't to be underestimated. Any of them could take on 1,000,000 soldiers alone. Since when did Immortal Demon System get brought into this mess? This question popped up. The Longevity King floated in the air, looking as beautiful and regal as possible, truly a mesmerizing woman. Are they not afraid of retribution from Metalkin Divine Court? Another whispered. This was surprising because there was no known feud between the two systems. It was understandable for the coalition forces from the Academy to be here because of the War God's disrespectful comment. This wasn't the case for Immortal Demon System. The War God had an ugly grimace. As a 12-palace emperor, his reputation preceded him and was more than enough to intimidate others. And, his divine court was one of the strongest systems currently, the same for his race. Now, they suddenly turned into a shooting target, almost like rats being chased down on the streets. This made him choke up with resentment. Worst of all, this immortal demon system was normally nothing in his eyes. Now, these weaklings wanted a piece of him too. Longevity King, I will pay back this humiliation double in the future and render your system to ashes. The War God's murderous intent made others shudder. He was still as fierce as a beast despite being in a tough position. Metalkin Divine Court won't exist past today. The king slowly responded. Who's going to destroy us, you? The War God laughed as his murderous aura engulfed the area like a tsunami. The king didn't respond and continued staying in her palace. I think Longevity Hall is overestimating themselves in this case. One spectator said. You don't know anything about Longevity Hall then. It depends on whether Jiang Ba is here or not. If he is, then this is over. An ancestor laughed, just him alone is enough to tear the world asunder and break down all the legions from the court. 10 solar mad gods aren't enough to warm him up. Boom! Another legion surged forward, filling the area with a beastly presence. Massive dragons appeared on the battlefield. Behind the dragons were soldiers riding various mounts. Divine Beast Legion. Surprises kept on happening today. Wait a minute, even the high ancestors from True Dragon Court are here. An ancestor took a deep breath while looking at the massive dragons. I'm completely lost, so True Dragon Court is bringing their legion here too. A junior became perplexed. What do you want, Violet Dragon Empress? The War God shouted. You have messed with the wrong people. Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor have earned that person's grace and are untouchable. Be smart or your system will be annihilated. The Empress looked at him and said. She was more straightforward compared to Holy Frost Emperor, clearly stating her intention. Do you think our Metalkin Divine Court is that easily bullied? The War God started laughing from being too furious. Blinding beams shot out of his eyes like saber slashes. His legion has consolidated with a new formation, ready to face the coalition from Academy of Light. This was before mentioning the troops from Immortal Demon and True Dragon Court. The strongest ancestor of the court, Solar Mad God, had a serious expression. He didn't know why so many systems chose to attack them despite having so much experience in life. This was only a feud between their court and God Eye. Violet Dragon Empress, Holy Frost Emperor, Metalkin War God, Bright King Buddha. The 4 strongest students of the Academy are here right now, so exciting. One spectator noticed. Gentlemen, I'm sure that this is an understanding. This is between us and God Eye. We have not done anything to your system and have no plan in doing so. Solar Mad God said. Rumble. A yellow vessel loudly came over while carrying messengers from heaven. They looked like angels of sorts. Garden of God is here too, maybe to help the Metalkins. One spectator murmured. Unfortunately, this person was wrong. An old woman on the vessel waved at Spirit Heart Emperor and said, "Girl, come back, I'm here to demand justice for you." Spirit Heart carried the prodigy and boarded this vessel. Henceforth, the marriage alliance between Garden of God and Metalkin Divine Court is nullified. Only animosity is left. The old woman tossed a scroll into the air before burning it to ashes with true flame. Solar Mad God's expression soured after seeing this. God Elder, why the need for this? We can discuss it first. He hurriedly said. Sending a daughter away is the same as splashing water. However, hitting our member is an unforgivable crime. The old woman refused to negotiate. The maternal side is here now. See, never hit your wife or the consequences will be no joke, especially if she's from a powerful clan. Many cultivators discussed this among themselves. Solar Mad God naturally didn't like this development. The marriage agreement was over now. The spectators exchanged glances after seeing this. This alliance was actually very beneficial for these 2 behemoths, but now, would-be families have turned into enemies. It's not that surprising. An ancestor sighed and said, Spirit Heart Emperor is the current successor of Garden of God, who would want to see their daughter being bullied by her husband. Plus, it's not like the garden is weak, they don't need to rely on the Divine Court to survive. This is what should happen when the Emperor tried to kill her. Spirit Heart may be weaker than Metalkin War God, but Garden of God was not necessarily weaker than the Divine Court. 1. I'm not sure I like the usage of the translation angel here, but that's the literal translation and how it is used. This specific character is meant for angels. Celestial is probably a better word since angel in Western culture is deeply rooted with Christianity. 2. This is an Asian belief that when a girl is married off, she's no longer a part of the maternal family. She will be on her husband's side from now on, so akin to splashing water on the ground, it's hard to gather the water back. This isn't too literal, usually used as a joke more than anything in modern novels. Historical novels might take this more seriously. Chapter 3063, Virtually everyone present didn't expect this development. For the members of the Divine Court, they simply wanted to destroy God Eye's system since Three-Eyed Prodigy dared to steal the War God's woman. The problem was, they didn't provoke the other systems at all. What a grand development, one woman causing a great war. One expert said. Everyone could see that this was out of pure rage and jealousy. Though the prodigy was definitely courting Spirit Heart, nothing was decided yet. However, the Emperor couldn't handle this and wanted to kill the prodigy and destroy his system. Of course, God Eye was no slouch and mobilized their legion. This ended with the start of this battle. Now, coalition forces came out of nowhere and surrounded the Divine Court's legion. The latter became the prime target for everyone all of a sudden. The world is so crazy, the war god said one bad thing and the Academy immediately sent multiple legions here. That's a bit whimsical, no? Powerful too, of course. An expert smiled wryly. The war god was indeed too haughty, but I agree, the Academy seemed too emotional too with its mobilization. In fact, most thought that this development was happening too quickly. A war of this scale hasn't happened in a long time. It's not that simple, it can't be this simple. An everlasting ancestor said with a profound gaze. He paused for a bit before continuing, the Legion of the Academy hasn't appeared for many years, so you think it is here over one comment. Moreover, the teleportation happened in the blink of an eye too. They have clearly been waiting. Just a romantic quarrel isn't enough for so many powers to come here. Right. A different ancestor thought about the Empress and said, didn't Violet Dragon Empress say something about the duo being chosen by someone? There's something else going on. Meanwhile, the army of the Divine Court felt anxious. They had no problem fighting against God Eye alone. In fact, they nearly had the upper hand. This was no longer the case against multiple legions. Strong they might be, it was still impossible to face so many foes at once. Gentlemen, if we have offended you in some ways, we are willing to talk it through. Solar Mad God said with a solemn expression. He had no choice but to play it soft regardless of his pride. The chance of winning was zero. However, this attempt at giving up fell upon deaf ears. They had no reinforcement coming either. Garden of God could and should have been on their side. Unfortunately, they were enemies now. The stiffest tree is most easily cracked. One ancestor sighed and whispered, the war god is too cruel, going as far as attempting to kill his own fiancée. This attitude makes everyone an enemy. He deserves it. A powerful female ancestor snorted, that's what he gets for hitting his wife. The Divine Court might have had a chance with the help of the garden. Alas, the war god thought that he was above all else and never needed help because of his background. This placed him in the current predicament. Amitba. Right now, Bright King Buddha, who has been sitting the entire time, stood up and said, it's better to make a friend than to make an enemy. Gentlemen, let's talk this out. All eyes were on him now since he was indeed influential enough to play the role of a mediator. His words represented Lankavatara Temple and the Buddhist doctrine. However, the other side had no reaction. The Empress became the outspoken one once more. She shook her head and said, Bright King Buddha, this is beyond your station and you have your own problems right now, worry about yourself. Then how about giving us old bones some face? Guan Yunshan finally appeared with his friends. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing the 5 masters of Cloud Peak. They were very influential, especially Guan Yunshan since his martial nephew was Orchid Sage. Most people would give him some face and accept an attempt at mediation. Old friend, leave now. The young generation didn't dare to respond, but Sacred Director shook his head, that's the smart option, leave as soon as possible or you won't live past today. The crowd found it quite strange. This coalition wouldn't back off regardless of whoever was trying to solve this issue. The matter became more and more bizarre. Ha ha ha. Guan Yunshan laughed and said, I've experienced enough to not be afraid of death. Sacred Director stopped after seeing the swift refusal. The one ancestor among the spectators was right. The Academy and the other forces came with a plan. This wasn't a whimsical mobilization, it wasn't over one woman or the war god's arrogant comment either. The atmosphere became awfully tense, especially for the members of Metalkin Divine Court. Wait, isn't today the 10th day, the date of the battle? How the hell did this happen instead? A person checked out the time and said. You're right. The others realized it. They were here to see fiercest fight against the 7 masters. Now it became the world versus Metalkin Divine Court. Where is fiercest? They looked around and couldn't find him. Don't tell me he ran off. Someone murmured. No way, fiercest wouldn't do something like that. An expert disagreed. Alas, he was nowhere to be found, as if he had forgotten about the date. So lively here right now. A calm voice interrupted them as the sky lit up. They saw a Tao portal emerging above. On the other side were an ocean, blue sky, white sand, and shade from coconut trees. A man was wearing a forgettable robe sitting beneath a coconut tree and enjoying the sea breeze. He sipped his wine up, looking very relaxed. This was only an image from the Tao portal, yet this world seemed so real. The breezes alleviated the tense atmosphere with their comforting coolness. "There's Fiercest!" someone shouted after seeing this man. "He's finally here." Others clamored after seeing Fiercest. "Your Excellency!" Longevity King got down on one knee to show the highest level of respect. "Your Excellency!" Violet Dragon Empress followed suit and performed the same ceremony. Holy Frost Emperor represented the Academy and did the same. "Your Excellency the army of the Academy, the reclusive elders of Longevity Hall, the members of True Dragon Court, and other powers. All showed their respect towards him. Chapter 3064, The kneeling of the legions made people think as if a king had just arrived. The neutral spectators were awestruck. These systems and masters were all top entities. Holy Frost Emperor had 12 palaces, Violet Dragon Empress was unfathomable to say the least. These top geniuses still chose to kneel and show their respect. Is this necessary?" an expert muttered. The ancestors present shuddered at this sight. One of them quietly said, "Just who the hell is this Fiercest? How did he get these people to kneel?" They had a better insight into this issue versus the younger experts. They knew that these systems couldn't be controlled by ordinary lords. But now, even the invincible elders of Longevity Hall chose to submit. They couldn't imagine nor fathom the situation at hand. In fact, no one in the world could enjoy this treatment, not even the two current progenitors. After all, Academy of Light and the other systems were above the grasp of the two progenitors. But now, they have shown their allegiance towards Fiercest. Not even Luminous Master and Orchid Sage can have this privilege and authority. An everlasting ancestor murmured. "Master, why is everyone bowing down to the young noble?" The bull was floating on the horizon since who knows when. His disciple, Lu Yenbai, asked. Her eyes were wide open while watching this magnificent scene. This was the paragon moment of one's life. That's how it should be, he's the only one who can stop the calamity. Bowing down is nothing if it can save all living beings. The bull said. Li Qie continued to relax in his chair while enjoying the breeze and watching the blue waves, completely ignoring the prostrating armies. Li Qie. The war god shouted with a fierce glare, realizing that this alliance was happening because of Li Qie. 10 days have passed, it's time for us to fight. His battle spirit surged. He understood that the best way for his system to get out of this mess was to fight Li Qie and buy time. Perhaps his legion would find an opportunity to leave. Li Qie didn't answer and took another sip, seemingly enchanted by the sea. Amitba, the day has come for our duel. Everything else will need to wait. Bright King Buddha's aura billowed as he spoke. He was helping the divine court, hoping that the other legions would respect their duel first. However, Li Qie didn't say anything as if he didn't hear the two of them. He's too arrogant, acting like there isn't a duel agreement or something. One expert was unhappy to see Li Qie relaxing. I'm sure you'll be 100 times more arrogant when those armies, Holy Frost Emperor, and Violet Dragon Empress are kneeling before you. A senior gave him a nasty glare. This expert realized that this was indeed the case. He would be drowned with pride and ego, thinking that he was the greatest in the world. Li Qie, come meet your maker, I will take your head and offer it to my son. Guan Yinshan's roar echoed. This didn't earn a response from Li Qie either. The guy seemed to be waiting for something. The pot's finally done. Here, the best fish soup ever. Someone suddenly celebrated in the background. People finally realized that there was another person on this beach, completely occupied with making a fish soup. No one noticed him as if he wasn't there in the first place until he spoke. This was a very unique Tao rhythm. The guy was clearly there but virtually undetectable. They saw a youth wearing an apron, looking very casual as if he was a personal chef for Li Chia. He brought 2 bowls of soup during their days, one for Li Chia and one for him. The stars suddenly gathered above the 2 bowls and turned into 2 bright maelstrom. They exuded starry lights down into the bowls. The bowls became radiant as if it wasn't containing fish soup but the water of the galaxy. The 2 of them scooped a spoonful and suddenly, lightning bolts rushed out with draconic roars. The image of peerless true dragons faintly showed up in the steam. The smell finally spread through the Tao portal. Just one sniff made them light up with auspicious energy. This energy then gathered beneath their feet and looked like a blossoming Tao flower. They felt as if they were ascending, their body became as light as a feather. The Tao began lifting them up. Astonishment naturally struck them. Just one whiff of this fish soup alone gave them this illusion. Would finishing the entire bowl turn them into an immortal? What kind of soup is this? Even the top everlastings have never tried a meal of this level before. So, how's the taste? Li Chia and the youth have finished eating their bowl. The latter was very happy with his work and waited for an evaluation. It's good. Li Chia praised. Jade Dragon Carp combined with 9-section Tao water boiled in a pot made from Star Thunder steel, a great combination, but the most impressive part is the heat and timing, truly a work of art. Li Chia paused and looked at the youth. However, the carp is still too young so the broth is not as good as can be. Insightful indeed, you realize it so quickly, teacher. The youth stomped on the ground and sighed, I've been keeping an eye on these carps. This one is 30,000-year-old, there's another that's 100,000-year-old but that's unfortunately too high, so I picked the first. Yes, the 100,000-year-old one wouldn't be good. Its meat would be too thin and the broth wouldn't be as good. This is already as good as can be, deserving of earning a favor from me. Li Chia smiled. Perfect, I've been waiting for this response from you. The youth laughed and revealed. Yes, one favor for this meal. Can't exactly refuse in this position. Li Chia shook his head. Meanwhile, the spectators listened to them talk about this soup in a daze. Ordinary cultivators didn't realize it but the powerful ancestors were completely aghast. Jade Dragon Carp is an auspicious beast of longevity. It can become a divine deity for a sect, enough to give descendants plenty of fortune. They made soup out of one. One everlasting became frozen. I paid a sky-high price for 3 drops of 9-section Tao water when I was younger, they used it for an entire pot, another top master put on a bitter smile. My ancestor used Star Thunder steel to create a divine sword. It is still our defining treasure. One sect master murmured, they used it to make a pot, such incredible materials and resources were priceless, beyond the reach of virtually everyone. Alas, they have been combined together for the sake of one fish soup today. Chapter 3065. The top masters here that were aware of the situation had an ugly expression, thinking that they were so poor compared to Li Chia and this youth. Many recalled his other title, Billionaire Li. Being poor really limited my imagination. One ancestor put on a wry smile. Wait a minute, what the hell? That's Orchid Sage. Someone in the audience finally paid attention to the appearance of the youth. Did you just say that's Orchid Sage? Really? Those next to him found this hard to believe. Yes, the person didn't think so either but after a careful look, he said, he's definitely Orchid Sage, I'm certain. He's dressing very casually right now though. He saw Orchid Sage once but the progenitor was different versus now with this apron on. Nevertheless, he confirmed that this person was indeed Orchid Sage. Yes, that's him. Another ancestor sighed and said. Many turned towards the 5 masters of Cloud Peak and instantly knew that this was the truth, judging by their expression. A while ago, just the mass showing of respect was unbelievable enough. Now, a progenitor was personally cooking for fiercest. Orchid Sage was a brilliant genius of this generation, an apex existence. Why would he do something like this? Just meeting the sage alone was an honor. To speak 1 or 2 words with him was a lifetime worth of glory. No one would dare to brag about something like this. If one were to say that he ate a meal personally prepared by Orchid Sage, he would be laughed out of the door. It would be much more reasonable to brag about cooking a meal for Orchid Sage. That would be ridiculous enough already, let alone the other way around. Alas, this was reality. The sage really cooked for Wuxia. Okay, that's enough eating, time to get to business. Wuxia stretched and lazily stood up. He looked at the people on the other side and waved his hand. Grand gestures like this only lower my lifespan. Rise. Thank you, Your Excellency. Longevity King bowed again. The rest of the experts also bowed before standing up. Wuxia's eyes then fell on the prodigy and smiled. This brat has both courage and loyalty. However, if no one saves him soon, even if he is lucky enough to stay alive, he'll still lose his cultivation and eye. Please save him, young noble. Spirit Heart Emperor immediately got on her knees and bowed after hearing this. There's a highly skilled physician here already, no need for me to do it. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. He then turned towards Orchid Sage. Don't you have a good medicinal batch? I'll leave the brat to you. Orchid Sage glanced at the unconscious youth and said, very well, I can't be stingy since you have asked, teacher. He took out a jade bottle and gave it to Spirit Heart with this instruction, 1 pill every 15 days. He's pretty much a dead man after using that technique. Wait until he comes back to life, then bring him to strong grass. I will rebuild his Tao foundation. Thank you, young noble. Thank you, sage. Spirit Heart became ecstatic and bowed. The ancestors from God, I felt jubilation too. This was a fortune found during perilous times for the prodigy. So many became envious because Orchid Sage was going to personally treat him. Even the dead could be brought back to life. No need to thank me. The sage smiled. The two of you are a good match indeed, able to stay together during a moment of life and death. That's as good as it gets in life. I hope to see a wedding soon, especially when teacher will still be around to have a drink there. Spirit Heart turned red despite being an emperor because everyone else heard it. Meanwhile, the listeners couldn't believe it. This marriage has just been decided due to the support of a progenitor. This was more effective than having the ancestors from both sects agree. In fact, the ancestors from Garden of God were more than happy to accept this marriage. Now, many people started glancing over at the war god. He had a cold expression, ready to lunge on someone. They understood that it was over between him and Spirit Heart Emperor. First, he tried to kill her earlier. That effectively ended any ties between them, not to mention the burning of the marriage agreement scroll. She was no longer his fiancée from that point on. Now, Orchid Sage played the role of a matchmaker and virtually guaranteed the marriage between Spirit Heart and the prodigy. Their efforts so far have paid off. Well, that part is done. Time to end my own business. Wuxia chuckled, then stared towards the 7, since today is the 10th day, let's fight to the death. Orchid Sage turned towards Guan Yunshan and said, Senior uncle, it is not too late to give up. Don't make this mistake. The progenitor tried to persuade him in order to give him one last opportunity. All eyes were on the 7 now. A while ago, they thought that if Wuxia were to kill Yunshan, Orchid Sage would try to avenge him. Provoking a progenitor wouldn't be wise at all. Now, everyone could see that Wuxia already had a relationship with Orchid Sage. Guan Yunshan and his 4 friends exchanged glances. One of the 4 said, First brother, we support whatever your decision may be. We owe you a great debt that can't be repaid with just our lives. Yunshan took a deep breath and rejected the sage's suggestion, my son died a horrible death. If I don't try to avenge him, I will never have peace knowing that he's watching me from above. I need to comfort his lost soul. So be it, I respect your decision. Orchid Sage shook his head. He could sympathize with the guy since he lost his only son. He would never be able to rest without attempting. Strong grass is your responsibility from now on. Yunshen solemnly said. I'm leaving so that I won't be in the way. The sage smiled wryly and returned to his seat. Splash! A wave swept by and destroyed the portal. The sage, the sandy beach, and the ocean were nowhere to be found. The spectators felt as if that scene was part of a dream. However, Li Qiye was still there in the sky. Retreat so others won't laugh at us for having the number advantage. Li Qiye waved his sleeve towards his alliance. Holy Frost and the others obeyed and gave the command. The various legions retreated to the side. 1. I believe I did a footnote about this belief before. Chapter 3066, Li Qiye stood there, as free as ever, though his allies have retreated. He was now facing the army of the Divine Court all by himself. Just a few millions, no need to put in a lot of effort. Just one hand is enough. Li Qiye smiled and spread his palm. The legion of the court became infuriated after being shown such disdain. They have been victorious for some time now, especially when under the leadership of Metalkin War God. In recent years, they have trampled over numerous sections. The territories bathed by blood because of them were too numerous to count. Cultivators shivered in fear just from hearing the name of their legion. Today, Li Qiye believed that he could sweep through them with one hand. Thus, this fierce legion wanted nothing more than to rush over and fight him to the death so that he could witness their might. The legion of the Divine Court shall be unstoppable. Blood shall reign for us. The soldiers started shouting and unsheathed their weapons straight at Li Qiye with great bloodthirst. They were quite proud, still ready to fight despite knowing the strength of their enemy. This was rather commendable. A great commander and a mighty legion, no wonder why the Divine Court has been so successful in recent years. One spectator said. Leaving aside the issues of morality for the war god, he was indeed made for the battlefield, always fearless regardless of the enemy. Not a bad chant, but unfortunately, the blood raining down will be yours. Li Qiye clapped while laughing. Let's see what you got. The war god roared and released his 12 palaces into the air. Clank dash, the progenitorial armor shrouded him once more. Boom! He leaped in the sky and gathered momentum before thrusting his spear straight at Li Qiye. His massive figure didn't hinder his speed at all since the thrust was as fast as lightning, aiming straight for Li Qiye's throat. A sure kill move. Extreme speed to the point of being undetectable. The strongest masters would still have a hard time dodging it. People felt their own throat becoming cold. A few started bleeding on their neck. The spear intent seemingly pierced through everyone. Some felt a sharp sting and wanted to scream but no sound would come out. This thrust alone could kill 10,000 experts, a truly fatal move. As the tip was mere inches away from Li Qiye's throat, he retaliated with a finger flick. This explosion was akin to the explosion of 1,000,000 universes. This blast illuminated the entire world. The spectators became momentarily blinded as his finger touched the spear tip. Boom! The spear immediately crumbled into countless pieces and the war god got blasted into a mountain, destroying it in the process. The crowd couldn't believe this horrifying scene since it was impossible to describe with words. Remember, the war god was one of the strongest emperors right now but he couldn't withstand a single flick from Li Qiye. No one would believe this story but it was indeed unfolding before their very eyes. Are we dreaming? I think I'm seeing things. One elder continuously rubbed his eyes but everything in front remained the same. Li Qiye really did send the war god flying with one flick. If he could do this to a 12-palace emperor, the majority of the crowd wouldn't qualify to be ants in front of him. How can this be? Many ancestors were dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Violet Dragon Empress felt suffocated. Her legion including Celestial Dragon Venerable started having cold sweat. If the Empress didn't stop them back then, all of them would have been crushed by ants. Their legion wouldn't be able to do a single thing to him. This is power, true invincibility. In that split second, he performed a spatial profundity so his fingertip contained 3,000 worlds and endless power, 1,000,000 times stronger than your best moves. A high ancestor at the supreme everlasting level could see through this and took a deep breath. Boom! Debris scattered as the armored war god rushed to the sky again, looking awfully tattered. This first exchange was a complete loss. His expression became quite serious and no longer dared to be reckless. That spear thrust earlier was only a scouting move to see Li Qia's strength. No need to rush, I can send you to the Yellow River whenever I put in a little effort. Li Qia smiled and said. The high ancestor earlier was correct. That flick looked simple but it contained mysteries from the 9 heavenly scriptures. Death is a grand event too. Go ahead and say your last words now or delegate whatever you want to be done for someone else to do. I'm giving you all enough time for this. Li Qia continued. His nonchalant comment gave off the impression of a weak scholar, the exact opposite of what he had done earlier. This stark contrast was quite strange yet still felt so natural when found on Li Qia. This made everyone watch with bated breath. Taking your head as an offering for my son are my last words. Guan Yunshan still wanted to fight. And if you can't? I'm afraid this wish is impossible. Li Qia chuckled. I have lived several 100,000 years so my life isn't exactly wasted. Guan Yunshan coldly uttered, not attempting to avenge my son at all is far worse than dying. You're a good father but you have failed in educating your son. Li Qia shook his head. The crowd started thinking after seeing Yunshan's unyielding determination. Everyone knew that he didn't have a son until old age and truly doted on the kid. This made his son too overbearing and arrogant, resulting in early death. Nevertheless, he was worthy of admiration for being ready to die just to carry out a matter of principle. Perhaps he had lived long enough, the only thing on his mind was vengeance. I pity the fathers of this world. However, he's dragging others down with him. A spectator said. Chapter 3067, Very well, I will send you to see your son again so he won't be lonely down there. Li Qia smiled. Humph. Guan Yunshan scowled. However, this was exactly what he wanted so that he could die without regrets. And you? Li Qia shifted his gaze towards Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God. A while ago, many believed that the Seven had a good chance of winning. After all, this alliance was nothing short of a miracle. However, this all changed when Li Qia showed up with Orchid Sage. The previous exchange earlier also gave everyone a hint of Li Qia's power. There was only one word in their mind right now regarding Li Qia, unbeatable. He was a mystery, completely unfathomable. Amitabha. I've always been the one to cross people over, never the other way around. Bright King Buddha placed his palms together and said sonorously. That'll change today. I'll cross you over to the Western realm so that you can be a sacred Buddha at the Buddhist kingdom. Li Qia smiled. Then that will be the will of karma, Amitabha, to have you send me over. I shall just obey the karmic flow. Bright King Buddha had a calm expression. You do sound like an enlightened monk. Li Qia said in response, it seems that I have underestimated you before. Your position as the abbot of Lankavatara and the leader of Buddhism isn't just for show. Amitabha, I don't deserve such praise. A Buddhist radiance shrouded the monk as he entered a state of Zen, becoming quite brilliant and enlightened. Many ancestors were impressed by his current state, showing that his achievements were due to his wisdom and strength. And your last words? Li Qia looked at him and asked. I seek peace of the 6 senses and don't have any worry. Or, if we have to pick one, it would be my sect. What's going on right now is a personal feud between you and me, benefactor, don't involve others. Very well, I will satisfy your last wish and will only kill you, not your Buddhist doctrine. You can go without worrying. Li Chiye smiled. Amitabha, merciful Buddha. The monk placed his palms together, looking as bright as a mirror in this Zen state. What a shame. A powerful ancestor could see that the monk had just reached a new level of enlightenment for his Buddhist Tao. Unfortunately, there was no escaping death today. If a man in the morning finds the right Tao, he may die in the evening without regret. A few ancestors recalled this phrase and became sentimental. Your turn. Li Chiye smiled at the war god. Nobody expected this development. The 7 were incredible masters that have swept through the realm before. Now, Li Chiye spoke to them as if they were dead men even before the start of the fight. It made them sympathize with these poor combatants. No need for this nonsense before the fight. The war god was still brimming with battle spirit, completely different from Bright King Buddha and Guan Yunshan. He still had a mindset fixated on victory, or at least a fight to the death. Li Chiye's power didn't shake his confidence in the slightest. It was abundantly clear that the war god had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight against fiercest. However, he still showed no fear towards this greater foe. His battle mentality was perfect. Of course, some viewed this as blindness. Nevertheless, very few possessed this level of fearlessness. A bit special. Li Chiye said, "You're worthy of the title war god despite being blinded by arrogance and pride because of your determined mindset. Unfortunately, only death awaits you. The court finds success because of you, but it will also be gone after today because of you. You have buried your system. We swear to fight alongside you, my lord, until the ground is overfilled with our blood." The members of his legion shouted, still ready to give up their lives. Some ancestors of the divine court didn't wish to see this development, but they couldn't stop it. The war god had unquestionable authority and prestige. Their legion was ready to fight to the very last man. The ancestors couldn't get anyone to leave in order to leave some seeds for Metalkin divine court. Many big shots became envious. They truly wanted to have full control over the strongest force of their system. Alas, a regular system had too many issues and competition. No one truly had total control. Let's get started then. Li Chiye turned around and said, "Go together, use everything you have, the deadliest and mightiest techniques before it is too late. You won't have a chance to resist once I make my move." He then floated freely in the sky without putting on any defensive barrier. The 7 experts exchanged glances right away and came to an understanding. They started coming closer to Li Chiye, each step was purposeful and resonated with the Tao. There was an air of prudence to them. The spectators became excited while watching this. This was going to be a historical battle, a visual feast to behold. No one wanted to miss a single second. Moreover, the geniuses and powerful ancestors would definitely benefit from watching this, able to learn a bit more about the Tao. Violet Dragon Empress and Holy Frost Emperor held their breath, especially the latter. Holy Frost knew that Li Chiye would win for sure. The only question was how many moves it would take him to kill these 7. The anticipation was building up inside her. Of course, she wasn't waiting for the death of the 7. Only waiting to see the supreme techniques from Li Chiye. She wanted to learn a few things after watching him in action. For example, she learned many things from the shocking heaven suppression fist prior. Because of this, her eyes were wide open, waiting for something of a similar level to that punch. Meanwhile, the 7 assumed a triangular position around Li Chiye. Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God took up one corner while the other 5 took up 2. These 5 have been friends for thousands and thousands of years, so their teamwork on the battlefield was impeccable. Their individual power became several times stronger when fighting together. 1. A quote from the Analects. Chapter 3068, boom. The war god's 12 palaces rushed to the sky in a brilliant manner, then turned into a supreme and unique firmament. It blotted out and replaced the existing sky. Everyone felt the worldly energy and Tao power gathering on his body. His massive golden frame with this influx of power could create a myriad ages now. The light emanating from him could cross through the river of time. His imperial aura swept through the world and suffocated the spectators, forcing them down on their knees. Amitabha. A stark contrast to the war god was bright King Buddha. His chant started piercing through the spatio-temporal fabrics. Amitabha. The world resonated with an echo of the same chant, one that could be heard in both the past and the future on the river of time. Suddenly, one bright King Buddha stood in the past, one in the present, and another standing on the future shore. As the chant echoed, the three forms started fusing into one. This new entity's light reached all crevices of life and creations. 3 Buddhas, 1 entity. Even an ancestor at the everlasting level took a deep breath. Bright King Buddha has understood a great profundity. This level of achievement would actually turn him into a real Buddha. When basking in this Buddhist light, people became moved and felt the greatness and compassion of Buddhism. Amitabha. Many cultivators with a weak Tao heart got on the ground and placed their palm together, tears streaming down their cheeks. They have been converted to Buddhism just like that. This terrible conversion ability frightened the spectators. Just his light alone was enough to do so, almost like magic. Boom! At the same time, the 5 masters from Cloud Peak also had circles of light emanating from behind their head. These bright circles had divine peaks floating within them, looking quite mysterious. These peaks made it seem as if they were located in an endless domain. Being trapped in this domain would result in constantly being refined by its power. Come. Li Qiye still smiled and stretched out one hand against the 7 experts' impressive auras. They have shown enough to make the world tremble in darkness. So many couldn't stand up straight against this pressure. However, Li Qiye's nonchalant attitude told everyone that he could still defeat these 7 with a single hand. The crowd was naturally impressed, thinking that he was the only person with such a domineering style. Die. The first to make a move was still the bloodthirsty war god. He leaped up and it felt that the earth was pulled up along with him. Boom. Just this leap alone emitted a pressure as if an entire world was coming towards his foe, easily smashing their face beyond recognition. Clank. He summoned a spear flashing with Tao light, made from Tao runes accumulating together. This was his imperial Tao, the thing he used to become a true emperor. One could hear the harmonization of the myriad Tao during this thrust. A million spears seemed to be thrusting towards Li Qiye's weak spots in the blink of an eye. They were invisible and soundless yet totally omnipresent, representing his battle intent and will. They pierced through space and tore apart multiple grand Tao, showing up next to Li Qiye's throat after a quick flash. Ugh! Some of the spectators fell to the ground while vomiting blood, unable to speak with a hole on their throat. His terrible spear intent still damaged the spectators even though it was only aimed at Li Qiye. Boom! Bright King Buddha joined in by unleashing an all-destroying Buddhist palm. One could see a Buddhist light pouring down like a waterfall, blinding all spectators momentarily as if they were being stabbed by multiple needles. Numerous Buddhas could be seen in this radiance. They all seemed to be attacking at the same time. Not to mention one person, the entire world was under their suppression. Just taking one breath became difficult. The 2 of them attacked in unison, one aiming for Li Qiye's head, the other his throat. Their impeccable teamwork allowed for a sure-kill combination in such a short time. Meanwhile, the 5 masters from Cloud Peak finally made their move. Though they were 5 different people, their moves seemed like it was performed perfectly and smoothly by a single person. Boom! 5 worlds came crashing down: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 Tao would refine anyone trapped inside into ashes. Poof! The affected area indeed turned to ashes. Not to mention a regular cultivator, even someone with an indestructible physique would also fall victim. So strong. Some everlastings here knew that they wouldn't be able to stop this fatal move. Of course, Li Qiye didn't bother batting an eye, still looking as relaxed as ever. He took one casual step to the side and easily evaded the spear thrust from the war god before swinging his hand in a carefree manner. Whoosh! The war god suddenly changed direction and involuntarily aimed his spear straight at Bright King Buddha. At the exact same second, Bright King Buddha's seal also abandoned Li Qiye and shot towards the war god instead. Meanwhile, Li Qiye took one more step forward in order to enter the 5 Dao and moved his fingers as if he was playing a zither. Zhang! A musical noise resounded and the 5 Dao of the 5 masters suddenly became chaotic and twisted together. Chapter 3069, Boom. The spear thrust and the Buddhist seal struck each other, resulting in a shockwave strong enough to blow both the war god and the Buddha flying. Meanwhile, the 5 Dao of the masters have been twisted like a fried dough by Li Qiye. This chaos ruined the harmony of the 5 elements. Boom! The power of these Dao exploded, creating a terrible black hole in the sky. This 5-element Dao should have been unstoppable, but their mutual antagonization resulted in a terrible consequence. The 5 masters were blown flying by their own technique, some slammed and destroyed mountains along the way. All 7 experts were defeated in the blink of an eye by their own attacks, not Li Qiye. In this process, Li Qiye simply used negligible movements, nothing more. Jaws rightfully dropped to the ground. People couldn't believe their eyes at all, thinking that this was just a dream or some devilish arts. How could he easily defeat the 7 masters by just waving his hand or taking a few steps? No one would believe this story without seeing it in person. Are we in a fairy tale? Or is it some kind of magic? An ancestor said in a daze. The powerful ancestors were just as lost as the others. They witnessed the act in person but couldn't understand it. An old everlasting shook his head, it's neither. This is a force called apogee. He can do whatever he wants on a whim, exerting the tiniest effort to perform world destruction. It's absolute control. This everlasting was strong enough to recognize Li Qiye's technique. He knew that this was a profound Tao existing at the apex. One needed to learn this force in order to stand at the peak. Of course, the ones who could see this became astounded. They knew that only an exceedingly powerful progenitor would have this power. However, immortal lineage didn't have a third progenitor. No one has heard of this before, yet Li Qiye possessed the power of one. This made the everlastings very afraid. No wonder why he stood on the same level as Orchid Sage earlier. He had enough power to do so. They realized that there was a third progenitor now in immortal lineage, fiercest. Boom! The 7 rushed up again and assumed their initial position. They didn't suffer serious injuries, only looking to be in a sorry state. Moreover, they became the top dogs of this generation after numerous battles. This wasn't their first time losing in this manner. So strong. One of the 5 masters from Cloud Peak praised. He realized that this was the most powerful foe he has ever faced. They sincerely admired their mortal foe's power. It's too late to know that now. There's no medicine for regrets. Li Qiye smiled and said. The 5 masters took a deep breath after hearing this. The casual words seemed to be the heaviest things in the world pressing down on their chest. Resistance seemed futile in this situation. Alas, the 7 knew that they had no other choice. The only thing that could happen right now was either them dying or Li Qiye. I'm still going to take a bite out of you even if you're stronger. The war god remained ferocious, his battle intent was still as sharp as a divine spear. Like he said, he knew that he might die today but still didn't give a damn, only wanting to take a bite out of Li Qiye. A bite out of me? First, survive this one move then talk. Li Qiye chuckled before posing with both hands. Dragon raising its head. An extremely simple technique known by everyone. The majority of beginners in many systems would start by learning this move. People didn't expect this at all. They assumed that an invincible character like Li Qiye would use a peerless technique or forbidden art. Who would have thought that he would use such an elementary form? Holy Frost Emperor felt the same way. She had witnessed his unbeatable punch before. It left an indelible impression with its sure-kill property. She wanted to see another technique on the same level, not this elementary move. In fact, even a junior would laugh at their foe for attempting this move in actual combat, let alone the 7 masters. However, these 7 immediately put on their toughest defensive lines after seeing Li Qiye's movements. Amitabha. Bright King Buddha's Kasaya exuded boundless light along with hymns. A kingdom appeared with 30 million chanting monks. Buddhas were forming seals and chanting scriptures on this holy land. He seemingly disappeared, replaced by this holy kingdom, virtually impossible to penetrate. Clank. The war god's progenitorial armor also exuded a flood-like aura. His whole form consolidated and roots seemed to be connecting him to the ground. Divine walls started erecting in front of him, serving as the strongest barriers. Meanwhile, the 5 masters became ethereal, no longer existing in this domain. However, the strongest everlastings could see that they were building multiple dimensions on top of each other. This was a defensive technique utilizing the fabrics of space and time, turning these 2 affinities into the strongest fortress. One must break through these barriers before reaching them. This incorporeal defense was far stronger than physical ones. Rumble. Li Qiye began and the world trembled as a result. This simplest technique under his display became profound and unstoppable. Each minute transformation turned into a supreme Tao chapter. Ra. One could hear a true dragon roaring. How could this still be an elementary move? Heaven and earth became slaves to its movements. The stars must circle around this beast. The dragon was only raising its head, yet everyone saw an illusion of a new world being given birth in the primordial chaos. This head raise allowed for all things to exist. Without this movement, no living beings would be alive. There would be no flow of time, no boundless space, and no Tao power. Chapter 30-70, Dragon Raising Its Head. This move alone could defeat all others in a unique manner. The dragon traveled like a fist breaking through everything. Boom! First to go down was the boundless Buddhist kingdom of Bright King. The Kasaya of Bright King suddenly echoed with bright radiance, turning Bright King into a great avatar. Alas, this still wasn't enough to stop the dragon punch. Boom! The momentum of the punch broke through everything, breaking the Kasaya, then the golden avatar. Bright King let out a miserable scream before turning into a mist of blood. The dragon turned its head and aimed towards the war god next. Boom! The thick and tall golden walls crumbled instantly after a direct impact. Pieces scattered everywhere. The aura of a progenitor descended to stop the punch. Its light could pierce through all eyes beneath the 9 firmaments. Boom! Unfortunately, more pieces scattered because the punch pierced through the armor plates without any issue. Blood splashed onto the azure sky. The punch pierced through the war god's chest like a dragon. Time and space collapsed right away, looking like little pieces of glass. The dragon moved on through the spatio-temporal barriers, aiming for the 5 masters. The 5 roared and took action in unison, instantly sealing the heaven and earth. They utilized their best palm strikes in order to stop the punch. 1 fist versus 10 palms. Crack. The 5 masters still failed. Their hands disintegrated and they were thrown back like ragdolls while spraying out blood. The latter had the number advantage, but this still wasn't enough. Finally, people saw the war god's massive frame slammed onto the ground. The 5 masters continued flying for miles before breaking the terrains. The world came to a terrible silence, no one dared to breathe. This punch could be considered nothing short of unbeatable. Li Qiye finally finished his initial technique and pulled back his hand with Dao runes surrounding it. The screams of a true dragon still echoed across the distance. People realized that this simple move from him wasn't the opening of a series. It became a supreme grand Dao belonging to the draconic affinity. It contained ultimate profundity and extreme power exceeding everyone's imagination. Who else in this world could turn this elementary opening into a draconic Dao? Thus, shock and admiration permeated the scene. His hand looked like a fully matured true dragon, one strong enough to be a dragon king. The crowd started thinking about how to tell this story to others. This wasn't easy since the listeners would think that they were crazy enough to embellish the situation so much. Of course, this naturally wasn't the case since they saw it with their own eyes. The punch has successfully subdued the spectators, sweeping off their feet through fear and astonishment. Dragon raising its head. Holy Frost Emperor was shaken like the rest. This move took her like a storm, just like the Heaven Suppression Fist. The simplest opening move has turned into a complex Grand Dao. It contained a mystical draconic Dao that even a 12-palace emperor like her couldn't figure out in a short time. Violet Dragon Empress also became speechless. True Dragon Court was proud of their draconic lineage. Some believed that they had the bloodline of the true dragons and that no one else in the world had a better grip on the draconic Dao than them. This was far from the case today. She, the leader of True Dragon Court, couldn't have derived 1/10 of what Li Qiye just did, the same with the rest of her system. Even their progenitor might not have been able to derive a true dragon Dao from such a simple move. Meanwhile, her legion that wanted to fight Li Qiye prior couldn't stand still without shuddering. They would have all turned to ashes without her interference back then. Celestial Dragon Venerable was actually celebrating and admiring the Empress for having a far better insight and wisdom than them. I can feel something. The Dao should be simple. Li Qiye smiled and took a deep, comforting breath. He was enjoying himself, not from the glory won after defeating his combatants or adding to his long list of battle records. He was enjoying the feeling of understanding the Dao, similar to a master carving a perfect sculpture. They would naturally be very pleased with themselves while viewing their work of art. All in all, even the strongest member of the audience had a respectful expression while staring at Li Qiye. Just from one glance from him now could force people down on their knees. Boom! Debris went flying as the bloodied war god leaped out of the pit created by him earlier. His entire chest was caved in by the punch earlier. His legs trembled, his face pale. This was due to the physical damage, not out of fear. That punch earlier nearly crushed his true fate. He expended a great amount of true blood in order to stay alive, hence his weakened state. He sat on the ground and poured a handful of pills before drinking them for recovery. The spectators were still frightened of the punch even though the war god managed to stay alive after seeing the broken progenitorial armor. He would have certainly died without it. Whoosh! His legion came over and surrounded him. They were afraid of Li Qiye coming again and killing their recovering lord. Of course, Li Qiye had no interest in doing so and continued floating in the sky. Chapter 3071, The Legion formed an impenetrable wall to protect the war god against Li Qiye. Clank! They aimed their spear at him, ready to fight to the very last man. Ants, but still courageously commendable. Li Qiye chuckled and said. Back off! The sitting war god shouted. The legion hesitated for a moment before retreating in a swift and orderly manner. The spectators were naturally impressed with the war god's commanding and training style. Many big shots were envious of his legion's discipline and loyalty. He continued to sit in the open, not worrying about a sudden attack from Li Qiye. He knew that Li Qiye didn't need to resort to an ambush or sneak attack to kill him. Plus, the legion wouldn't have done anything in the first place. Li Qiye looked quite carefree while floating in the sky as if everything was within expectation. Buddhist chants suddenly echoed and a blinding radiance returned and surrounded the mist of blood of bright King Buddha. This mist of blood hasn't dispersed after some time. The Buddhas appeared in the radiance. One could even see the form of Lankavatara Buddha, a merciful and benevolent being. The red mist eventually condensed into blood and flesh, the body of bright King Buddha. He's coming back to life. A spectator said. Quite heaven-defying, to come back after that much damage. The Tao of Buddhism has so much potential. Another praised. One must be quite strong in order to accomplish this feat, it's not coming back to life. An everlasting shook his head, bright King Buddha didn't die completely, so it's more of a reconstruction. A truly dead person coming back to life is impossible. Not even a progenitor can do so. The chants of Buddhism eventually finished creating bright King Buddha again. He was still flashing like before but everyone could see his light flickering. Just a breeze could extinguish it. His pale complexion wasn't from fear but also from a lack of energy, just like the war god. Many stared at Li Qiye, wondering if he would make his move. These two were extremely weak right now. Li Qiye could easily turn them to ashes without facing any resistance. However, Li Qiye just stood there and allowed them to heal. The young ones didn't quite understand, unlike the older experts. They knew that Li Qiye was strong enough to kill them directly, no need to take advantage of the situation. That's the third progenitor. An ancestor said sentimentally. A generation with 3, quite incredible indeed. His peer said. This wasn't unprecedented in history, just rare enough to be special. Boom! 5 figures appeared again, causing the world to shake. The 5 masters. Everyone looked and saw the bloodied 5 looking like a complete mess after the utter defeat. However, their wounds weren't as serious as the other 2. Nonetheless, they immediately started to heal in order to fight Li Qiye again at their peak state. The battle had come to a halt but the oppressive atmosphere remained. Everyone knew that the next exchange would be the deciding factor. It became abundantly clear that the 7 couldn't take on Li Qiye. However, none wanted to run or beg for forgiveness. They were going to fight to the very end. On the other hand, Li Qiye wouldn't spare any of them either. This is a gentleman's fight. One big shot sighed and commented, it's a decent way to die. Who would ever give their foes a chance to breathe on the battlefield? Taking advantage of their wounds would be the best opportunity but Li Qiye chose against it. As for the other side, they continued to heal without worries, aware that Li Qiye would never attack. This seemed to be a gentleman's agreement amidst a fatal fight, something quite interesting to the spectators. After a while, the 7 started glowing brighter. Amitabha. The first to stand up was bright King Buddha. He placed his palms together and said, Benefactor, I feel inferior compared to your style. It's no big deal. Li Qiye smiled and said, it's only a matter of you dying sooner or a little later, still all dead men. People exchanged glances after hearing this. Only Fiercest was qualified to make this domineering comment. So what, we all have to die eventually. The war god also got up and fiercely shouted. His bloodthirst and will to fight didn't falter after the previous setback and knowing that this might be his last battle. There was no turning back the moment they antagonized Li Qiye. Plus, death wasn't that scary either, nor was dying to someone stronger. Very courageous. You shall have your wish. Li Qiye said. Allow us to make our move first. Guan Yunshan said. They sounded like friends right now instead of mortal enemies. Yunshan naturally despised Li Qiye but still maintained a certain level of courtesy out of respect for his strength. Feel free to do so, this is your last chance anyway. Li Qiye didn't mind at all and generously agreed. A while ago, the 7 would become angry after hearing something like this. But now, they looked quite calm and composed. Chapter 30-72, all 7 combatants had a mild expression with no sign of hatred and rage. They composed themselves in order to get ready for the next blow. This mentality allowed them to be at their peak state, looking bright and ready to soar like immortals. They didn't put on an intimidating aura nor spout aggressive words. Nevertheless, everyone here could sense something different, something transcending. They had a gaze of the entire world and all of its inhabitants. Pride and arrogance were gone, no longer necessary. The world came to a still. Everyone started sensing the cosmic flow. Some became annoyed at their own breathing since it was a distraction. Amitabha. Bright King Buddha was the first to break the tranquility before the battle. He had a solemn expression as he took out the myriad Buddha bowl, the thing he used to gather the ocean of evil flames. Clank. The war god summoned a sword with surging holy intensity. He seemingly turned into a progenitor with an unrestrained Tao. The sacred sword, a spectator murmured. This sword contained the grand Tao of Sword Saint and should be virtually unstoppable. Prior to this, Arrogance Enterprise had also auctioned off another sword belonging to this progenitor. However, the former couldn't compare to this one in the slightest. This one was cast after he became an immortal-level progenitor, his ultimate form. It contained his strongest power on top of the greatest metals gathered all over the world. It was certainly one of his best swords, left behind to suppress this fiery ocean for years. Therefore, it felt as if Sword Saint was here in person when the war god was wielding this sword. It didn't exude a sword intent just yet, but people still felt dread looking at it. They could see that no one would be able to stop this sword from decapitating them. Boom! The 5 masters of Cloud Peak walked forward together and suppressed the spatial fabric. It felt as if the entire area was beneath their feet. They have occupied a special place in this spatial dimension. Once they got to their spots, they sealed the area, resembling pouches surrounding and monopolizing the power of heaven and earth. They didn't need to use any merit law after gaining this new force. Just one swing alone would be extremely destructive. 5 Tao duplication. A spectator murmured. An everlasting watched carefully because they have heard about the invincible combination art from these 5 before. No one has been able to survive it ever since the 5 became famous. That's why in immortal lineage, some believe that whenever the 5 masters utilized this attack, their foes would die for sure. Will this move be able to do it this time? Many glanced over at Wuxia, wondering if he could concoct another miracle. The 7 have assumed the best positions and gathered enough momentum to deliver a fatal blow to Wuxia. Alas, they still had a solemn expression despite having the advantages, not daring to be careless. This could be their final battle. Losing meant turning to ashes. They exchanged glances and Bright King Buddha was the first to talk. Amitabha, I am going against the Buddhist Tao today, so I will pass on regardless of victory or defeat. He placed his palms together before slowly opening the bowl. Poof! A mighty flame immediately escaped, carrying with it evil energy. Each spark of flame had a tiny dark glow to them. This evil fire didn't seem to be from this world. Gulp. Next, he started drinking the lava from the bowl. What? This naturally surprised the crowd. His bowl had taken in all of the fire and lava from the ocean. Just imagine the sheer amount being consumed entirely by him right now. Is he insane? The spectators became frozen. Poof! The evil flame engulfed his entire being. Everyone saw it burning him into nothingness, from his flesh to his bones and blood. Ah! Only a fiery form was left. Rumble! The flame became stronger, able to light up the entire world. Even the spatial fabrics around him started to disintegrate to the horror of the spectators. Kakaka, his teeth started grinding together, his skull virtually impossible to see behind the flame. However, everyone could faintly see an evil grimace. Poof! The flame finally got done with him and surged outward. Ra! He roared like a devil king that had just climbed out of hell. The flame also raged in resonation, ready to destroy the world. He had turned into a fire devil, no longer possessing the appearance of an enlightened monk. Amitabha. He struggled to utter these words, and once again, Buddhist radiance surrounded him. The evil flame started converging back to his body after this chant. Something extremely powerful was calling for it. Poof! It eventually subsided and people saw the same bright King Buddha as always. The transformations astounded everyone, from a monk to a fire devil back to a radiant monk. Something's different. A few could see the big difference between the various forms. They saw flickering flames in his eyes and a majestic yet evil ocean of lava roaring beneath the Buddhist radiance. Chapter 3073, Bright King Buddha remained sacred and bright. Only one thing became different, the existence of an ominous feeling. A devil transformation process? An expert quietly murmured. A while ago, Bright King's aura was still oppressive, but now, he looked even more dangerous, akin to a vindictive Buddha. No, he's just borrowing the power of the evil flame. It contains the power of a progenitor. An everlasting put on a serious expression, which progenitor is it? So powerful. Just 1/10 of this power is more than enough. This everlasting actually had a good idea of whom the aura belonged to but didn't dare to say it. This pertained to the reputation of an invincible progenitor, so he needed to exercise prudence. Not bad. Li Chiye smiled while looking at Bright King. To be able to borrow and control this dark power shows that your Buddhist arts are quite profound, worthy of being the leader of this doctrine. Amitabha. Bright King didn't become complacent and placed his palms together while closing his eyes. I am a sinner and will go west to beg Lord Buddha for forgiveness. Clank. The war god finally released his sword intent and became gigantic again. Swords protruded on his metallic back, seemingly made from flesh and blood. Buzz. The sacred sword in his hand began to change color. Turn my Tao into the sword. He roared, and his metallic figure also changed into flesh. All of this time, he has always used a metal form, but now, it started changing with a red hue. Strangely enough, the sword itself was affected by his transformation. It became a bone sword as well. He then inserted this sword into his body before anyone could react. Zzz, smoke billowed as a terrifying scene unfolded. It was as if the sword was a searing iron entering his body. The burning sound made everyone tremble in horror. They watched a molten sword forcefully placed in a living person. Click. Eventually, the entire sword fused with him and took roots inside. It then absorbed his flesh, blood, energy, and Tao power. The sacred sword turned into a devil sword and bewildered the crowd. It wanted to drain the war god dry. However, he wasn't withering, just turning into a sword. His flesh started wrapping around the sacred sword. No, it was actually becoming a part of the sword. What in the hell is this? Some became nauseous at this scene. Isn't this a progenitorial sword? Why is it turning into a fiendish weapon now? A big shot staggered backward. You're mixing up the primary and secondary actors here. An ancestor sighed, the sacred sword isn't the one doing the absorbing, it's the other way around. The war god is changing his blood and flesh into a part of the sword. This allows him to use the sword to its potential. It's a long-lost art of the Metalkans. I suppose the war god had learned it. Another ancestor said with admiration. Clank. After this sword hymn, the sacred sword and the war god were no longer present. Only a bone sword was left. It exuded an unbeatable sword intent that pierces through the sky vault, more than enough to cut through everything. Such a slash could slaughter all things and cut down all emperors. Nothing but dust would be left. So that's the power of an ancestral sword. Many took a deep breath after feeling its true power. Go. The 5 masters from Cloud Peak saw that the other 2 had sufficiently prepared and shouted in unison. The Grand Tao exploded as they gathered their arts, resulting in blinding radiance. Numerous galaxies and 3,000 worlds were floating in their palms and containing countless Grand Tao. Boom! The 5 masters accepted the power of the entire world. Everyone felt their Grand Tao power being forcefully taken away and found it hard to breathe as if their neck was being gripped. 5 Tao duplication. An ancestor shouted. 5 people appeared once the light dissipated, each presiding over a deliberate position. Each could defend numerous realms by themselves. However, the crowd became astonished after getting a good look at the 5. They weren't the masters from Cloud Peak but rather, 5 Li Kais. Yes, 5 exactly identical Li Qie outside of their light. Each light represented one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The crowd then turned their head and saw the real Li Qie still standing there. It would be impossible to distinguish between these 6 without their light. The real one didn't have a glow at all. Their expression, bearing, and breath were all the same. Twins couldn't be more similar. What is going on? Many found this quite bizarre. First, Bright King Buddha devoured the evil flame. Next, Metalkin War God turned himself into a bone sword. Now, 5 more Li Kais have shown up. That's 5 Tao duplication. An everlasting said. Those are illusions. One expert asked for elaboration. No, not illusions nor imitations. The everlasting said seriously, they have duplicated Li Qie's Grand Tao. Therefore, they have his power and merit laws, his invincibility. It's basically fighting against a foe that can turn into you with everything in your arsenals. The listeners nearby shuddered in fear. Well, there are 5 of them. If they are just as strong as the real Li Qie, he stands no chance then. One of them shouted. Now that's interesting, duplicating someone else's Grand Tao so well, a miracle indeed, what a merit law. Li Qie became amused after seeing 5 of him. Let's see how perfect they are. He then took 1 step forward. Go. The golden Li Qie smiled. His voice and nonchalant attitude were exactly the same as the real Li Qie. All right. Li Qie laughed then said, let's see how much you have derived from my Grand Tao. Chapter 3074, Li Qie stepped forward and raised 1 finger. Boom! The strike pierced through the sky and loomed above the 5 copies. He did it so leisurely without adding any force. However, the powers of the world gathered on his fingertip. Everyone could feel a jolt on their forehead. The weaker spectators heard bones creaking. The pressure from the finger strike nearly broke through their skull. The Li Qie shrouded in a golden light also took 1 step forward and retaliated with a destructive punch. Boom! The emanating shockwave from this brutal punch seemed peerless. This was really Li Qie attacking, not anyone from the 5 masters of Cloud Peak. That's the same punch. A spectator shouted, astounded. Everyone saw what his unstoppable punch could do in the past. Yeah, it really is, they couldn't believe it because this punch was too similar, no, virtually identical. Holy Frost Emperor was shocked too. She has seen Li Qie in action several times. In her opinion, people might be able to copy him but they would be restricted to the bare surface level, unable to exert his real power. However, she couldn't find anything different between the Golden One's punch versus the real thing. Boom! The punch contested and blocked the finger strike. The world turned dark as the clouds were blown away. The explosions turned the peaks nearby into dust. As the 2 attacks pushed back and forth, a different Li Qie, the blue one, also unleashed a finger strike straight at Li Qie. This finger strike was exactly the same as what Li Qie just did earlier. It pierced through everything and made people throb on the forehead. Not bad. Li Qiye used his other hand to unleash a palm strike, crushing the stars above in the process and suppressing the myriad ages. In this split second, another Li Qiye joined in. Boom! An identical palm strike soared straight towards Li Qiye, also crushing the stars above and suppressing the myriad ages. The palm strikes collided, causing the layers of the sky to turn into dust and a black hole to appear. Next came another palm strike from a different Li Qiye aiming straight for the real one's chest. Li Qiye's figure shifted in a strange manner, seemingly causing a disorder in the spatial fabric. The area around him became fuzzy. Boom! The palm strike crushed the area entirely, but Li Qiye managed to dodge it with his bizarre spatial shift. Die! A fourth Li Qiye rushed over and spread out his palm to refine the myriad realms, instantly sealing the real Li Qiye in his hidden dimension. Li Qiye's body flashed and pierced through numerous dimensions in order to break the seal. You're not going anywhere. The fifth has been waiting for Li Qiye's return and greeted him with a Buddhist palm descending from above. The palm carried the suppression of the myriad ages. It contained the power of all inhabitants within many galaxies. Boom! Even the gods would fall to this strike. Rumble! Heaven fell and the earth shattered. Numerous black holes floated above along with chaotic spaces. The latter had the shape of terrible storms, ready to tear apart anything unlucky enough to fall inside. The six Li Kai's fighting could be the apocalypse. Many couldn't get up from the shockwaves and pressure emanating from their fight. Some were scared out of their mind, praying for this battle to end as fast as possible. Damn! All were pale regardless of how strong they were. Six Li Kais with identical power could destroy anything. Anyone who dared to get close would be rendered to ashes. 5 Dao duplication is so heaven-defying. The greatest geniuses and mighty everlastings had nothing but praises for this merit law. The 5 masters from Cloud Peak have managed to create a perfect copy of Li Qiye. This merit law was definitely a miraculous feat. It's not inferior to any progenitorial law at all, even the best and most brilliant of them. One supreme everlasting said. No one refuted this statement after seeing the effective merit law in action. They should be proud of creating something like this. Unfortunately, it's too hard to learn. It will be lost after they're gone. An ancestor who knew the 5 lamented. 5 Dao duplication was profound and tough to learn. Moreover, it required 5 people with similar cultivation and perfect teamwork. They also needed to be as close as blood brothers. 5 such disciples would need to train for 1,000,000 years before finishing this technique. Therefore, the 5 masters couldn't pass it down despite trying for so long. Freeze! The 5 Li Kais shouted at the same time. They worked together to refine the world and conjured up an ultimate move. A divine seal from above came crashing down on Li Qiye. Rumble! The all-destroying seal instantly crushed all defensive barriers and struck Li Qiye's chest. He started falling down after a loud explosion. Kill him now. Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God have been waiting for this moment. The Buddha unleashed 2 gigantic palm strikes filled with evil flames. Strangely enough, numerous sacred Buddhas were given rebirth in the flames. Boom! The palms imprinted themselves into time itself. Anyone in the future, present, and the past would still be destroyed, 0 chance to resist. Celestial Seal of Nirvana, the lost art of Buddhism. An ancestor shouted after seeing this. Boom! The great palm seal struck and penetrated Li Qiye. Clank! A sword hymn turned everything into a sword domain before the crowd could react. This sword domain had a progenitor in it that unleashed 10,000 cuts on Li Qiye. Clank! Finally, this figure sent down all the swords in the domain in order to crucify him on the ground. Only an abyss was left behind after all the attacks, capturing everyone's attention. The divine seal from the 5 Li Kais was impressive enough already. It annihilated Li Qia's defensive lines and allowed the other two to deliver the fatal blows. Is he dead? This question came up. Everyone thought that those moves were probably enough to destroy a progenitor. So terrifying. Everyone understood Li Qia was the one who defeated himself. The 5 Li Kais were the main fighting force. The other two only took the opportunity to kill him while his guard was down. Chapter 3075, The bottomless abyss resembled the jaw of a great beast ready to devour heaven. The frightened spectators found that they had nothing to say and could only stare at the abyss. That battle earlier was too shocking, especially the 5 Tao duplication and its destructive capabilities. All existences that could sense that move earlier were scared out of their mind. Even a supreme everlasting would instantly meet their maker. The 2 moves after from Bright King Buddha and Metal King War God weren't shabby either. All in all, this combination should be able to kill anyone. That's why people started wondering whether Li Qia was dead or alive, the same with the 7 masters who all had a serious expression and remained cautious. They knew that their moves had hit the target without missing in the slightest. All struck the right fatal areas and weak spots. They would be confident about their victory if they were facing anyone else. However, their enemy was fiercest. Though he was buried in that abyss, they still weren't sure at all and could only wait patiently. So, someone murmured after a long while. I think he's dead or there will be no logic left in this world. Not to mention a living person, even the toughest material in this world will still turn to ashes after being hit like that. An expert stared unblinkingly at the abyss. Not necessarily. An ancestor said, another person, yes, but fiercest is a miracle creator. In short, everyone watched at bated breath with no real conclusion formed just yet. Holy Frost Emperor and the others became worried. Of course, the War God and Bright King Buddha had 0 chance of killing Li Qia. However, 5 Tao duplication made Li Qia fight against his own power and 5-fold at that. What is it looking like? Violet Dragon Empress had a worried tone. You're overthinking it. The bull laughed and said confidently, Sir's power is beyond your speculation. If he's serious, he can kill everyone like insects. Progenitors aren't excluded from this. Really? The group took a deep breath after hearing this. Just watch. The bull continued, you'll see what true invincibility will look like soon enough. Others might claim to be invincible and unbeatable, but those are just straight-up lies with someone like him around. The group became confident again since the bull seemed so sure. Boom! Loud noises from rolling boulders sounded. A figure leaped out of the abyss and floated in the sky. It's Li Qia, he's still alive. Many started shouting. The scene became excited again. They saw him completely unharmed as if those moves didn't hit him earlier. How can this be? Some started gasping and opened their eyes wide, searching for internal injuries. Alas, regardless of their meticulous observation, not a single person could see any damage. He was truly untouched. The 7 masters became startled and staggered backward in fear. They were confident in dealing heavy damages to him earlier in the case of him surviving. Unfortunately, the result betrayed everyone's expectations. I can't believe it, he's definitely not human. One spectator blurted out, thinking that this was the stuff found in legends. The 5 masters from Cloud Peak were shaken. They thought that their duplications earlier were successful. With that, they thought they had a good understanding of his power. This was no longer the case. Their copies were only in appearance, unable to match up to the real thing. Li Qia patted off the dust on his shoulder and smilingly shook his head. 5 Tao duplication is a great merit law, but I'm still left disappointed. You 5 have a deep understanding of the Tao but still have a long way to go before grasping the true essences of the Grand Tao. Those copies only imitated me at a superficial level at best. The 5 masters remained silent. They would have barked back against anyone else daring to make this comment but not Li Qie. After all, they have realized that they couldn't duplicate something comparable to the real thing. Otherwise, he would have suffered some injuries. Dao brother, what is your real cultivation level? Guan Yunshan changed his tone. His grudge and hatred were still there, but Li Qie's power deserved this respectful address. In the past, they have used this move against progenitors before. These progenitors had a tough time dealing with it, but Li Qie had zero problems. The Tao is limitless. Li Qie smiled. This answer was rather common and simple. Many seniors have told their juniors this about the Tao in the past. The young ones have heard it too many times, enough to grow bored of it. Nevertheless, no one really disagreed. This was just one way to look at it. This wasn't the case when it came from Li Qie. The crowd became frozen after feeling the weight of this answer. They felt these words flying out and smashing them on the face. Many would recall this moment for the rest of their lives along with these 4 words. Even someone as arrogant as the war god became speechless. Others such as Holy Frost and Violet Dragon quietly repeated the words. Okay, time to end this. I can see what you all want to see, my power. Very well, watch carefully and see if you can duplicate this punch. Do so successfully and I will spare you all. If you can't, the outcome is obvious. Li Qie smiled and told the 5 masters from Cloud Peak. 1. Since there's no possession here, we don't know if he is saying the Tao is limitless or, my Tao is limitless. The listeners here can interpret it either way. That's why it works when the seniors tell their juniors as explained below, or if Li Qie is saying that his Tao is limitless. The implication is there. I can't translate it as, my Tao is limitless since it's not blatant in the raw. Chapter 3076, Amitba. I will experience it with my body. Bright King Buddha placed his palms together. So will we. The 5 masters from Cloud Peak exchanged glances before Guan Yunshan spoke on their behalf. They had slim to none confidence after saying this. They had years of domination and had sparred against progenitors too. However, Li Qie was definitely the strongest foe they have ever seen. Even the previous progenitors couldn't compare with him. As for the war god, he had nothing to say. He exuded the sharpest and fiercest sword intent possible, indicating his will to fight to the end. Let's get started. He eventually lost his patience, only wanting to fight regardless of the outcome. Time to end this. Li Qie raised his hand and slowly made a fist. Buzz. He started glowing upon the formation of the fist. This glow was rather gentle, similar to the first glimmer of dawn warming up the land. People held their breath and clenched their fists at this sight. The lack of murderous intent and fierce aura didn't matter. They could sense a new era, no, a new epoch slowly opening from Li Qie. This was no longer limited to looking at a single man. They were standing at a crossroad between the current epoch and the next. A tough decision awaited them. Boom! The entire world seemed to be within his grasp right now. Everyone else felt so insignificant and feeble. They couldn't even resist or try to get out at all. Boom! He clenched a bit tighter, resulting in a little vibration. His fist became filled with power to the brink. One could hear the space around him collapsing like broken glass. One more explosion sounded. This power increased and increased to an unbelievable level. This force broke everyone's comprehension. They could hear the cracking of the myriad Tao. These Tao couldn't handle the pressure and collapsed altogether. Boom! The crowd uncontrollably vomited blood, feeling their body breaking down. The only thing Li Qie did so far was clenching his fist and gathering power. He hasn't attacked anyone yet, but the crowd couldn't handle this soaring affinity. More and more people vomited blood, thinking that they were about to disintegrate. Boom! This was his 3rd time infusing power into his fist. The rise this time buried the yin and yang along with the reincarnation and karmic cycles. Even the black holes around couldn't exist in this oppressive environment, instantly swept away by the terrible force. Rumble. The seven also channeled their energy and utilized their strongest defensive measures. Unfortunately, this was a futile effort. The shockwaves from the rising power rushed towards them in a torrential manner. Bam! 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 Their barriers immediately collapsed, so they got sent flying a million miles away while vomiting blood. A sharp pain struck all the spectators, their breath taken away. They felt as if their chest had been penetrated. Once again, Li Qie still hasn't released his fist, but the seven couldn't withstand it. Here, I'll send you off. Li Qie smiled and took one step forward to gather momentum before unleashing the punch. It was neither fast nor slow, just a playful punch with enough devastation to annihilate everything. Activate. The five masters unleashed 10 palm strikes to seal the myriad realms, as serious as can be. Boom! Their strongest attack still couldn't stop it. One could hear the crisp noises of bone breaking. Even their scream was abrupt, since they didn't have much time before being turned to mist with no chance of reconstruction. Amitabha. Bright King Buddha placed his palms together and formed a seal. He looked quite peaceful before saying, "Lord Buddha, here I come." Boom! His seal slammed onto the fist. This was his strongest attack and should be unstoppable. Alas, it was akin to throwing an egg at a boulder. The former naturally broke upon contact. Pop! He also was reduced to blood with no chance of rebirth. Nevertheless, his death seemed more peaceful compared to the five masters. Myriad swords as one. Die! The war god roared and raised his bone sword, releasing a ferocious sky-cutting energy. Die! His legion also roared and followed right after him. They turned into a golden sword that fused with the bone sword, increasing the power of the latter. The golden sword aimed to kill all living beings, Li Qie first. Boom! Its sharpness and mercilessness slashed the punch, only to be completely nullified. Crack! The bone sword immediately shattered into little pieces. Pop! The war god and his great legion became bloody mists first, then nothingness. The punch left nothing to exist, they didn't even have the chance to scream. Li Qie pulled back his fist and recalled its power after showing the world his might. The top existences trembled in fear after his awesome and unbeatable display. The spectators could still smell the stench of blood even though there was nothing left in the sky. Bright King Buddha, the five masters of Cloud Peak, Metalkin war god and his legion, all have scattered to the wind, victims to a single punch. These supreme everlastings and a 12th palace emperor were as insignificant as ants. 1. There's a line here about the bloody mists dissipating after a while. However, this conflicts with the prior lines about nothing is left, not even the bloody mists. Omitting this line for consistency. Chapter 3077, the crowd had a hard time describing that unbeatable punch. Ferocious. Domineering. Sure kill. Peerless. All of these words didn't seem to be impressive enough. Only unbeatable might apply here. That punch was the only thing that could claim this word. Anyone else calling themselves unbeatable and invincible was merely lying. It left an indelible impression on all spectators. Some would have nightmares about it for days to come. Many everlastings present thought that they have achieved something great. Alas, all seemed meaningless and paled compared to this punch. The geniuses became silent. They could toil for a lifetime and would never be able to reach that height, never able to block that punch despite being in their apex state. Defenses and merit laws would crumble before it. His 7 foes would have been big shots regardless of the era, the most brilliant of a generation. Alas, nothing was left of them now, not a single bone or piece of flesh. This story would shock immortal lineage to the core once spread outside. That's all he needs, one single punch to be unstoppable. Everyone admitted this. Holy Frost Emperor sighed. The heaven suppression fist had left a deep impression on her, the same with this one. It didn't use any technique or Tao profundity, just pure power breaking all limits. Li Qie floated calmly without any frightening aura or amazing radiance, looking as normal as can be. In spite of that, he still represented the apex. People stared at him with admiration and respect. No one dared to whisper anything negative about him, as if just commenting on this great being was disrespectful. Those who had feud or didn't like him had stares of admiration as well. Your Excellency, you are invincible across the ages. Longevity King and the elders from her sect kneeled on the ground. Your Excellency, you are invincible across the ages. Violet Dragon Empress and those from Divine Dragon Court, Three-Eyed Prodigy and God-Eye System, Spirit Heart Emperor and Garden of God. These powerful cultivators and systems all got on their knees. The ones who weren't convinced by him in the past also followed suit. The lucky survivors from Metalkin felt their legs trembling, not daring to stand up. They didn't even have the courage to look at him. At this point, only someone extremely amazing would dare to challenge Li Qie. Not even the most prideful ones could do so due to the fear. No one dared to breathe loudly, and a feeling of trepidation permeated the crowd. They felt as if they were servants that have made a mistake and were waiting for the king to deliver his sentence. The ones who have publicly criticized or insulted Li Qie had an even worse time. Some were scared out of their mind and twitched on the ground, hoping that he would forgive them. Li Qie only briefly looked around once before saying, "Rise and leave, there's nothing else here." "Thank you, Your Excellency. May you continue to bless the ages." Someone shouted and created waves of the same chant as a result. The crowd bowed before leaving like the tides. No one dared to linger around after hearing his command, not even those who wanted to stay on this meteor. However, Li Qie stopped the people from Garden of God and God-Eye. He said, "A love like this is rare, especially among youths. They are willing to stick together in times of peril and should be rewarded." God-Eye Sovereign became ecstatic and stared at the ancestors from Garden of God. "Tao brother, our child is mischievous and require a good lady to rein him in, what do you think?" He instantly proposed on behalf of the prodigy. He knew what the prodigy wanted but didn't do so because of the mess with Metalkin Divine Court. Now, Li Qie had stated his intention. He wasn't foolish enough to miss this opportunity. It might not be there in the future. The old woman from Garden of God glanced over at Spirit Heart Emperor and said, "We're old and senile, let the youths decide their own matter. As long as they are willing, we'll be more than happy to accommodate them." She couldn't be any clearer, leaving the decision to Spirit Heart Emperor. All eyes were on Spirit Heart Emperor now. She was still a maiden despite being powerful, so this sensitive topic made her turn red and bashfully lower her head. They waited for an answer, but she didn't know what to say. "Idiot, why are you still just standing here, are you waiting for the girl to propose?" The bull kicked the prodigy over and scolded. The prodigy was pale from his injuries, but now, he turned red as if drunk after being pushed forward. The arrogant prodigy looked like a nervous child right now. Nevertheless, he still mustered enough courage to slowly walk over to the front of the emperor. He searched in his pocket for a while before taking out a treasure box containing the ice fire Lingji. He got on one knee, still blushing, and said, Will you marry me?" The seniors here were normally very dignified and solemn, yet they couldn't help but smile while shaking their head after seeing how nervous he was, a stark contrast to his normal demeanor. The guy used to be so confident and aggressive, so sure of himself in all aspects until now, unable to speak clearly during this proposal. The blushing emperor accepted the box and quietly said, I agree." She then helped him up. "Ha ha ha, good, this is worthy of a celebration." The bull was more excited than anyone else for the couple's success and started clapping loudly with its front hooves. The numerous members of God I started cheering in jubilation after seeing this. We're family now. God I Sovereign bowed his head towards the old woman from Garden of God. A marriage alliance has been formed between the two systems. The prodigy's smile was as wide as can be amidst the cheers. He held her hands and stared at her intensely. This was a dream manifesting into reality for him, finally able to take the beauty home. Spirit Heart became embarrassed and kept her head lowered after seeing her fiancé's silly appearance. What a happy occasion. The members of Garden of God became infected by the joyous mood as well and started joining in. Chapter 3078, The ancestors from Garden of God and God I continuously expressed their gratitude towards Wuxia. They then gave presents to each other before leaving happily with their disciples. Longevity King and the others also bid farewell to Wuxia before leaving with their legions. Your Excellency, please visit True Dragon Court when you have time. Violet Dragon Empress invited before departing. I will take a trip there when I have time since I do have some deep ties with your True Dragon Court. Wuxia revealed a mysterious smile. The Empress was surprised to hear this. It didn't sound like a joke. Plus, someone like Wuxia spoke with a lot of weight behind his words. Your Excellency, you have been to our court before. She asked for clarification, but this shouldn't be the case, at least to her knowledge. She then turned towards her ancestors and they shook their head in response. In fact, these ancestors have never met Wuxia before or knew about his existence. They felt the same way as her right now after hearing about his ties with their system. I've never been there, but the origin of your court can be traced back to the distant era. The ties I'm referring to is with that. Wuxia smiled. The casual comment shook the Empress and the ancestors because they have grasped some secretive information. She took a deep breath and bowed towards him. The doors of our court are always open to you, Your Excellency. Your visit will be a glorious honor to our humble abode. Yes. Wuxia smiled and nodded. The men from True Dragon Court bowed again before leaving. The ancestor will come out of his cultivation soon. Longevity King gave this message. He says that he'll personally come to thank you afterward, Your Excellency. That's good news. Wuxia nodded. I'm sure he'll break through on that day and will be brilliant enough to establish a foundation lasting 100 generations for your Longevity Hall and improving the prestige of Immortal Demon. May fortune be with you, Your Excellency. Longevity King bowed and left with the hidden elders. Looks like Longevity Hall has plenty of talents now, they're about to shock the world. The bull became slightly emotional and said. Wuxia smiled in response, not too surprised by this development. Your Excellency, fate has tied you and the Academy together. The Sacred Director came over and enthusiastically spoke. You'll stop investigating me now? Wuxia smiled. The Director paused awkwardly for a moment before smiling. That was just a play. I've known Geezer do my whole life and understood what he was trying to do. Wuxia chuckled upon recalling the events. The Director and Du Wenrui were just putting on an act. The former seemed impartial and wanted to punish Wuxia and investigate repentance. However, in reality, he was just helping Du Wenrui. Dean Du is a brilliant man. Wuxia said, the Academy needs to know and appreciate his value. The Director sighed and said, he's probably the man I admire the most in my life, but one would be fooled by his easygoing nature. The guy is as stubborn as a rock in the outhouse, sticky and hard-headed, never listens to anyone. We once hoped that he would live up to his potential. The Director knew that it was a waste for such a great being to stay in repentance, an affront to his real abilities. Alas, Du Wenrui never listened to anyone and chose to be reclusive at repentance instead of being world-renowned. Repentance is also a part of the Academy. Wuxia said. I will keep this in mind, Your Excellency. The Academy shall change. The Director bowed and solemnly declared. Li Qie smiled and stopped bringing this up since it was the Academy's business. The director then left with the Legion of the Academy. Ha ha ha, see, your Academy might look virtuous on the surface but it has its own problems and shady schemes in the shadow, just like any other system. The bull laughed and said. Holy Frost Emperor smiled wryly and has already grown used to the bull's insults. Of course, the bull didn't like the bureaucracy and especially Desolate Saint. However, it had no problem with the Academy itself. To a certain extent, it was actually on the same side. Sir, I've been thinking recently. The bull lowered its voice and said, the meteor must have something amazing inside, definitely at the immortal level. We should take it out and have enough to spend for 10 lifetimes. It turned out that the bull has been searching for the mystery of this meteor for the last 10 days. It was powerful enough to see through a few things. That's why it needed Li Qie's assistance right now. Even if there is something good here, it already has an owner. Li Qie smiled, this massive star clearly had a reason for flying out of the expanse. As you said, it might have an immortal treasure but I'm sure someone else has gotten there already. He paused for a moment and stared at the bull, that's why the expedition ship is still chasing. There's something here that they want. Huh, so what if there's an owner already? The bull laughed, as long as you take action, the item will be in your pocket in no time. As for the undead on that ship, no big deal. You can take care of them with a single punch. They would be idiots for contending against us. Yes, the undead there can't reach the apex. Li Qie said with a profound gaze, however, they're good baits. A bigger fish might come out. What kind of fish are you waiting for, young noble? Holy Frost became curious. It's only an idea, fish this big aren't stupid and won't reveal themselves that easily. Li Qie shook his head while slightly raising his brows. Well, let's ignore this and just take the item if it's there. Someone else will definitely try to take it back from us, and there's another chance to bait the fish. Let's go already. The bull was losing its patience. I'm afraid someone is moving ahead of you now. Li Qie suddenly turned around and focused on the horizon. Rumble. The air suddenly vibrated. An explosion came after, violent enough to make the meteor tremble. The cultivators who were still here noticed this. Many looked outside, especially the masters. They used their heavenly gaze to capture everything in full view. A gigantic ship was arriving on the meteor. Its sheer size affected the atmosphere here. That's the expedition ship, one spectator shouted. Rumble. The sky turned dark because the ship easily blotted out the sun like a monstrous behemoth. Why is it here? Many became startled. The ship has been stopping outside the meteor for quite a while now after reaching sky ruins. It finally decided to enter today. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 3079, What is it trying to do? Many cultivators looked up at the ship, perplexed. Definitely nothing good, we need to leave now. An experienced ancestor had an ominous feeling and immediately fled the meteor with his sect disciples. However, others remained curious because the ship has been a mystery ever since it got here. They wanted to see its goal. Much farther away, the bull watched the slow-moving ship and said, God damn it, the crappy ship is here. Those undeads haven't given up just yet. Don't they know I will stomp them to little pieces? They're not the ones not giving up, it's the power behind them. There's something he wants here, hence the long journey. Li Qie shook his head. Who cares? I'm about to show them why I'm the most handsome and strongest bull in existence. The bull didn't give a damn. So what's actually here? Holy Frost asked. What item was worthy of pursuit from an existence deep in the expanse? It broke a historical paradigm. Probably an immortal level item that has to do with life prolongment. The bull's eyes lit up and said, Little girl, I've told you before. I know that this item is incredible given my experience. Obtaining it is the same as obtaining immortality. If you get it, becoming a progenitor is no problem. I think you can probably become an immortal. Really? Holyfrost remained skeptical after hearing this exaggerated statement. Both of the things mentioned, immortality and true immortals, have never existed. Of course. The bull swore, just think about it, uncrossable expanse is a place no one has figured out despite so many progenitors and masters entering. What are they there for? What can attract waves of them years after years? Ordinary treasures? No, impossible. Then the answer is obvious, something that has to do with everlasting life. It went on for a bit and made a lot of sense while being full of confidence. The Emperor became startled by this rather logical conjecture. Nonetheless, it didn't convince her completely. So? Ready to find some treasures? The bull seemed quite happy with its spiel earlier. Don't listen to its crap. Li Qiye smiled and disagreed. The things here are definitely heaven-defying, but they have nothing to do with everlasting life. He then stared at the bull and continued, if it's that easy to become an immortal with just one item, then immortals are worthless. In fact, becoming a progenitor is impossible by relying on an item. One still needs to rely on their cultivation. So you still admit that these things are amazing? The bull didn't give up on a treasure hunt. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't answer. Poof! Suddenly, the expedition ship up above became shrouded in an evil flame. What is it doing now? Many became confused by this development. It's happening. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Boom! The evil flame started rushing out like a tsunami breaking the dam in an unstoppable manner. It drowned out the entire area, destroying everything in its path. Ah! Numerous cultivators turned to ashes. They were just here to watch the fun and couldn't react in time, dying before being able to put on defensive barriers. Buzz! The stronger ones instantly summoned their best treasures to stop the incoming flames. This seemed like a level 12 storm with insane power. These experts' treasures instantly turned red before being burnt to nothingness. They didn't have the chance to escape before being washed away as well, turning into mere ashes. Only the mighty ancestors barely managed to stop the flame and brought their disciples to safety, away from the meteor. We need to leave this place now. They shouted. Some who had left earlier looked back and saw the ocean of flame, becoming quite nervous. We're really lucky. These people heaved a sigh of relief since the entire meteor was on fire now. Boom! Li Qiye's group fell under attack by this tsunami of flame too. It's coming. The bull shamelessly hid behind Li Qiye with no intention of facing it. Sir, save me. A junior like Holyfrost had no need to put on face when the bull acted so cowardly. She naturally hid behind Li Qiye as well. Boom! The flame struck Li Qiye like a massive wave and got split into two while he stood there, completely untouched. He resembled a rock at the bottom of the ocean. The fierce waves couldn't move him at all. Zzz, the endless flame ravaged the meteor and burned everything. Mountains, the ground, and everything else turned into lava. It didn't take long before an ocean of flame appeared again. People took a deep breath after seeing the might of the initial flame. So that's how the previous ocean came into form. One survivor murmured. A while ago, this land also had a fiery ocean that was eventually taken by Bright King Buddha. A similar one appeared again now. Rumble. The ground started shaking violently as if a massive invisible hand was shaking the meteor to stir the flame. Rumble. Deafening noises resounded as the ocean began to spin. A maelstrom eventually formed and sucked in all of the flames. The survivors who didn't make it out yet were trapped by this new force and were dragged into the maelstrom. Their fate was obvious. Chapter 3080, Rumble. The rotation of the fiery maelstrom intensified, eventually involving the entire sea. It had a terrible force capable of sucking the stars above and began ravaging the ground. Ah! Even powerful ancestors fell victims and turned to ashes. Everyone who has yet to leave the ocean couldn't escape this fate outside of Wuxia's group. He stood there calmly, completely untouched by this maelstrom despite its great power. The flames completely ignored his spot, akin to an entity with a gaping wound. Rumble. The meteor quaked violently beneath this continuous onslaught. As the maelstrom grew larger, so did its pressure. It began attacking a particular position of this meteor. The entire meteor might be penetrated if this kept on. What is it doing? Holy Frost Emperor wondered as the maelstrom slammed into the ground. The damn thing wants to steal our treasures. It should be over there. The bull panicked. Boom. A gate eventually exploded on the impact point. Boom. A boundless force rushed out like a spring, filled with progenitorial aura and laws. They turned into multiple pillars that pierced the center of the maelstrom. A progenitor is defending that place. Holy Frost said. Yes, a battle between progenitors. The bull laughed and said, the contest back then is still continuing with neither sides relenting. Clank. Within the stately aura came a sword capable of piercing through all the Tao in this world. A massive sword floated out of the gate and unleashed a slash separating the world into two halves. This attack could easily decapitate a true emperor. Boom. The ocean of fire was split into two, the maelstrom burst apart. Nevertheless, the fiery affinity remained ferocious. Rumble. The evil flame continued attacking the gate, shaking it harder than ever before. The gate lit up with runes containing progenitorial auras. Judging by the various runes, people could instantly tell that several progenitors have blessed this place. Alas, the barriers of the gate started flickering under the constant barrages of the sea. It wouldn't take long before it collapses. Clank. 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 Thousands and thousands of swords started flying out of the gate and began attacking the ocean of lava in waves. They looked like the jaw of a ferocious beast. This sword formation contained several layers that continued to bite at the maelstrom. The evil flame's offense on the gate weakened as a result. The barriers there recovered considerably with this break. Rumble. Loud marching came from the expedition ship. This was a great legion lining up on the deck. Isn't that the ones that jumped into the cauldron? Lu Yenbai sitting on the bull shouted after seeing them. This was indeed the case. This dead army lined up and jumped into the cauldron filled with a bronze liquid. Right now, they had a golden luster after turning into bronze soldiers made from the toughest material. So that's why they jumped in, to craft this form. Holy Frost murmured. Groups of 5 started moving out and jumped down the ship. Each 5 formed a powerful formation when working together. This was indeed a magnificent scene, so many troops jumping down from the ship almost like a cook throwing dumplings into a boiling pot. Splash! Fire splashed everywhere. They began attacking the divine sword array. Remember, this formation looked like the jaw of a beast, so these soldiers resembled lambs entering the tiger's den. Boom! 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 Another assault began. The swords cut the soldiers, causing embers and sparks to splash everywhere. Meanwhile, the groups of 5 attacked the swords with their spear. The sword formation became filled with bright sparks almost like the magnificent fireworks during a holiday. Many soldiers were dismembered or even decapitated. However, whenever they went down, one would hear a poof. Evil flames oozed out of them and the severed pieces instantly came back together. Not even a cut could be seen on their frame. These creatures were impossible to kill and continued attacking the sword formation. Many swords fell down, some broke in the process. The weakening of the formation meant that the fiery ocean was free again to attack the gate. Rumble. The barriers of the gate started flickering once more, unable to handle the onslaught. Not bad at all, it's a good move using this bronze legion to stop the sword formation. The bull couldn't help but praise. It's just another manifestation of the evil flame. Li Qie said. Both the ocean and the army were fueled by the evil flame. They didn't have their own consciousness and power. Crack. Cracks finally appeared on the barriers around the gate. Chapter 3081, Boom. The barriers faltered and the entire gate became exposed before the expedition ship. It's right in there. The bull salivated with greed and told Li Qie, sir, let's just keep observing and take advantage of the situation later. Li Qie shook his head at this wretched bull before staring at the horizon, noticing something. Someone's coming. The rest looked over and saw a ship riding the fiery ocean. It looked slow but was actually crossing numerous dimensions. Everyone had either left or killed by the ocean, yet a ship was coming without fear. Once it got close enough, the people on deck became recognizable. The leader was 5-element goddess with her maid always with her, Jing'er. There were other big shots as well. Supreme Emperor from High Sun Pavilion, Tai Sini's son, Tai Xianfeng, and some other old men that Li Qie didn't know. They were all everlastings, clearly extremely powerful ancestors. Once the ship got close enough, Hui Qingxian jumped off and greeted Li Qie, "You're really here, Dao brother. I no longer need to worry then. Little girl, don't think about competing with us for that treasure." The bull wasn't happy to see her and shouted, "We saw it first, so I will have none of this." Qingxian let out a pleasant chuckle and said, "Senior, would be glad if Brother Li were to want to take the treasure here. I'm more afraid of him not taking it." She then gestured to her maid. Jing'er walked forward, carrying a chest. It was the thing that Li Qie took out from the boulder back in Sky Pass. "Dao brother, you can use this thing to take the treasures here." Qingxian smiled and said. "Ha ha ha, now that's better. Leave it to me." The bull's eyes lit up. Of course, it was only saying that and didn't dare to accept the chest without permission. Li Qie glanced at it and said, "Looks like you have figured out its mysteries, not bad. It is thanks to your guidance, or it would take me more than a lifetime." Qingshuan's manner of speech was always pleasant and comforting. So it turned out that Tai Yinshi didn't dare to monopolize it back then and invited others to take a look. Hui Qingxian learned of its uses and brought it here. Supreme Emperor and the others walked up to greet Li Qie. He was world famous now, especially after killing the 7 masters. People officially considered him to be the 3rd progenitor of this generation. Therefore, these prestigious characters viewed Li Qie with both respect and fear, more so the former. Rumble. The expedition ship slowly headed for the gate. Li Qie glanced over and said, "We're entering too to watch this show. We'll follow all your orders." The beautiful and wise Qingxian smiled. An extremely refreshing air met them after they entered the gate. There was another world here, a blue sky full of life. People would suddenly feel several thousand years younger. Below was a massive plain with green grass everywhere, tempting people to sit down and relax. "The air is great." The bull praised before starting to chew on the grass. This took people by surprise because it was their first time watching the bull eat grass. Supreme and his group knew that the bull was exceedingly strong, a bull demon that had reached the Tao. That's why they never viewed it as a bull. The bull ignored them and ate the grass as if it was a delicacy, seemingly hasn't eaten for 10,000 years. "Master, is the grass here really that good?" Lu Yanbai felt the same way as others. The bull was enjoying it too much. The bull was too busy eating to answer properly. A unique power. Qingxian crouched down and touched the earth. She grabbed a handful of soil and ran it through her fingers. "I've never seen anything like this before. It's a pure primordial force, it's not strange that you haven't seen it before." Li Qie said. The rest could sense something fluctuating. Alas, this feeling was very faint, which made it tough to decipher the actual source and affinity. A taste of home. The bull still had grass in its mouth while looking up towards the horizon with a profound gaze, seemingly longing for something. This sentimental expression was coming from the troublemaking bull. People couldn't believe it. "Where are you from again, Senior?" Holyfrost had asked this before but got no answer. She was very curious about its background. It has always been staying at Sacred Mountain as far as people could remember. However, it wasn't an ancestor of the Academy. Its status there was unique and strange. That's why when it brought up home, she couldn't help but ask once more. "I forgot, it's been too long." The bull shook its head and fell into silence. Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything despite knowing a thing or two out of respect for the bull. It chose to not remember. The atmosphere became strange. No one wanted to break the bull's moment of reflection. Rumble. Unfortunately, something else disrupted the peace. Boom. Mud splashed everywhere, attracting their attention. They saw something underground drilling and leaping out, multiple gigantic beasts of varying appearance, evil ape, ferocious tiger, massive serpent. The area became filled with their bestial aura. However, they weren't divine beasts or anything since they were made of stone. Ra! The stone tiger's roar echoed across the plain. The evil ape's head looked like a large block of crystal. It started beating its chest with enough intensity to cause an earthquake. Boom! The massive serpent slammed its tail on the ground, leaving a deep gash. The group hasn't seen anything like this before. These creatures were made from stone, mud, and ores. They noticed something else upon closer inspection. The beasts had a faint glow, runes brimming with progenitorial power. They aren't created by nature and have no life force. Someone is controlling them. Supreme Emperor stated. This makes me think of a progenitor full of legends. Qing Xian smiled. Phenom Progenitor. Holyfrost revealed the title while thinking of the same person. Indeed. Qing Xian agreed. Rumble. The beasts began attacking the expedition ship. They treated boulders like cannonballs and threw them up there. The heavy damages made it imperative for a legion to come down. Holyfrost and the others recognized them right away. This legion was there during the soul summoning ceremony. They had evil flames in their eye sockets. A battle quickly ensued between the stone beasts and the dead soldiers. Clank! The soldiers unsheathed their weapons and braced the incoming horde. They didn't shout or let out battle cries at all, preferring to let their weapons speak. Rumble! The entire plain started trembling violently. "These things just won't die." The bull murmured. "Well, someone died with their eyes still open. Their grudge and obsession are still here today." Tai Xianfeng took a deep breath. 1. The word for phenom is difficult to translate. Communication/connecting, and God/spirit/soul, are the two characters. However, it is usually used to describe someone skillful and incredible, so just another adjective for amazing. Phenom fits here and hasn't been used before in the novel. I can't think of a nice way to translate it literally because there's a chance that it might be inaccurate. Given his power to move the beasts, soul call is another possibility. Chapter 3082, Rumble. This area was seemingly rocked by a major disaster with loud explosions everywhere. The dead legion and the great beasts brutally fought, tearing the fabrics of space apart. Though the beasts were made from various stones, their roars, auras, and wildness made them feel so real, akin to primal beasts. On the other hand, the dead legion was completely silent. Each of them looked like a specter delivering fatal thrust from the darkness, almost like serpents. This battle wouldn't end any time soon because each side had its own advantages. The beasts lacked numbers but had the size advantage. One beast could smash thousands of soldiers to pieces. As for the soldiers, they outnumbered the beasts and worked together perfectly, darting back and forth beneath the gigantic creatures. Boom! One beast stomped down and crushed several hundred soldiers into pieces. Alas, the fragments became engulfed in evil flame and instantly came back together. These revived soldiers then climbed up the beast with lightning speed. Crack! A dozen or so of them broke the beast's skull. Numerous broken rocks fell to the ground. However, the same reincarnation process happened with bright runes. The pieces assembled to form a perfect skull once more. The beast then swung its claw and blew the soldiers flying. Rumble. Both sides suffered damages as the battle raged on. It's just that they could recover in such a short time. This was a bizarre and frightening scene. Both the beasts and the soldiers were unkillable regardless of the damages. This looked like an unending battle from hell. The only way to kill them is to destroy the evil flame and the Tao runes. Supreme Emperor felt dread at this special battle. In the eyes of regular people, this type of undying art could be considered sorcery. Of course, they weren't really undying, just continuously fueled by the power behind them. Rumble. Space trembled as the expedition ship moved on, not caring about this battlefield. Li Qiye smiled and followed along. The rest of the group exchanged glances before catching up. The ship moved across this plain in no time at all. At the end of this plain, everyone saw a snow-laden mountain. It stood at the edge of the horizon like a divine mountain separating the realms. Its chill could be felt anywhere. The peaks were covered in clouds and fog, akin to a fairy hiding their face behind a veil. The ship floated nearby, seemingly waiting for something. The battle is about to begin. Li Qiye said. Whoosh! A monstrous gale blew away the clouds and fog on top. This revealed a figure walking down from the mountain, a man with a stalwart figure, twice as tall as a regular person. His shoulders were massive, seemingly capable of shouldering the entire world. His arms were just as thick. Though he wasn't posing at all, he seemed capable of plucking the stars by just raising his hands. Wherever he went, that location would become an impregnable fortress. No one would be able to get through him. He could stop the invasion of an entire world alone. Phenom Progenitor, Supreme became startled. You're right, that's him. Holy Frost agreed after taking a careful look. Phenom was an incredible progenitor, capable of controlling the earth. According to the legend, he could turn a pile of soil into the strongest deity. This allowed him to sweep through his era uncontested. Moreover, this wasn't a Tao avatar. It was actually the progenitor in person. He's dead. Tai Xianfeng noticed something. The progenitor was different, made from rocks instead of flesh and blood. Nevertheless, his unimpressive gray shade looked to be the toughest material in existence. Unfortunately, there were cracks everywhere on his body now, like a broken piece of porcelain. Just one touch and everything would crumble. I've heard a tale about the toughness of this progenitor. He once stood still and let 9 masters attack him together. They used several progenitorial weapons but didn't inflict a single wound. Supreme was shaken because the great progenitor was dead now. The reason why he was still standing here was due to an eternal obsession or a grudge of sorts. His corpse would stop anyone from trespassing this mountain. Just what treasure is worthy of a progenitor's protection to this level? Still lingering around after death. Tai Xianfeng wondered while looking at the highest peak. He gave up his life to protect the hope for our immortal lineage. 5-element goddess bowed to show respect towards the corpse. The rest also did the same after this revelation. Boom! A stallion leaped out of the expedition ship. A great lord rode on it, his weapon of choice was a saber. A brutal aura engulfed the sky. This lord was also there during the summoning ceremony, a follower of the dark figure. Creak, next came a chariot with a king sitting on top. He had a divine sword placed on top of his knees. His regal aura indicated his supremacy. Whoosh! A golden boat shot out like an arrow and stopped in the sky. A bronze humanoid with a mountainous frame walked out. These dead entities had no sign of life. One could see an evil flame flickering in their eye sockets. They slowly surrounded Phenom, wanting to suppress him 3-on-1. The emperors exchanged glances while feeling trepidation. These three beings were renowned when they were alive, far stronger than 12 palace emperors and everlastings. Now, they were mere puppets to the darkness, a truly dreadful end. Chapter 3083, Should we help the progenitor? Tai Xianfeng asked. Those three can't beat the progenitor. Supreme shook his head. Phenom progenitor was an incredible being, capable of entering dangerous grounds and coming out unscathed. He's not a member of the Decemvirate but is still among the top. This is a battle of the dead. We don't need to interfere, he can handle this. Hui Qingxian agreed. You're not taking half a step forward in my presence. Phenom declared, his voice wielded great authority and might. His mouth didn't open yet the words still echoed with unyielding determination. He has been here for millions of years, never taking an inch away from this mountain. Boom! The stallion leaped into the sky and stomped down mercilessly. It was an incredible breed, the hoof stomp crushed the spatial fabrics. Its rider also took action. Clank! A bright glint flashed as a spear aimed straight for the progenitor's throat. The king on the chariot stood up and unsheathed his sword, releasing a light illuminating the 9 realms. Heavenly dragon raising its head. He roared and the sword flew out like a divine dragon. Ra! This golden dragon tore apart heaven and earth with its claws. Its aura swept through the area like a tsunami. Boom! The bronze man was far more direct than the rider and king. His body was a weapon, made from divine bronze. A slam from him encompassed the weight of the heaviest mountain. Just a slight movement from him resulted in black holes all around. Space couldn't handle his weight as he slammed on the progenitor's chest. 8 realms, 8 trigrams. Phenom progenitor retaliated. A symbol consisting of 8 trigrams appeared beneath his feet, exuding enough divine light to cause pure chaos. The symbol sealed the entire area and created a crystallized wall with 8 sides. Each side had runes and auspicious beasts such as phoenix, dragons, and tortoise. These divine beasts looked animated and brimming with primordial power. These creatures then rushed out to join the fray. Rumble! Phenom took on the 3 Dark Lords all by himself without falling behind. Each technique had extreme momentum and freedom. A fine sword never dulls. Many ancestors in the group praised. Boom! The expedition ship started moving again towards the peak. We're following again. Li Qie and the rest kept moving forward. Everyone had a pretty good idea of where the immortal item was. That's why Phenom's corpse remained here. Phenom himself naturally wanted to stop the ship but he was preoccupied with the 3 lords, unable to catch up. The ship stopped once more after entering the domain of the mountain. Snow covered the highest peak along with wintry gales. There were no signs of men here, only snow. There was one exception, an ancient palace, perhaps meant for worship. However, the style and architecture couldn't be pinpointed to a particular era due to its old age. The gates were close, completely covered in snow. No one has been able to open it for a long time, or so it seemed. To the front was a stone platform with several pine trees growing around it. Sitting on top of this platform beneath the trees and drinking tea while enjoying the sceneries beneath the mountain could be immensely enjoyable. 2 old men were doing just that without the tea. They sat there peacefully and instilled tranquility to the area. One had a beard down to his chest, clearly a courageous person based on his appearance. He wore a black robe with a sun and moon embroidery. He had a saber in his embrace, the weapon seemed to be one with its master. It was still sheathed so its saber intent and glint remained hidden. Nevertheless, people could tell that decapitation was inevitable the moment he took action even though they couldn't see its sharpness. Even the strongest master wouldn't be able to escape this fate once targeted. The old man on the opposite side had an ever-present calmness regardless of the situation. He was also quite good-looking with incredible charisma and a scholarly air. One didn't need to have a conversation with him to have this impression. The first phrase popping up in anyone's mind despite his old age would still be, "Sculpted by the gods." He had a sword placed on the table in front of him in a casual manner, seemingly just tossed there. This, in turn, created a profound harmonization with the grand Tao and encompassed numerous mysteries. The sword looked as common as can be, but this didn't matter. People wouldn't think about its sharpness or its murderous capabilities. Another word would pop up in their mind, Tao. It has surpassed physical boundaries and become a sword Tao. As for how profound this Tao was, this would require further rumination and research. The two old men sat there for an eternity, past, present, and future. The expedition ship floated above, seemingly staring at the two old men. That sword saint. The group has also made it to the peak and Holyfrost recognized one of them. Yes. Hui Qingxian nodded. Sword Saint originated from myriad lineage and lived for the sword. He eventually ascended to immortal lineage, still as invincible as can be with his sword techniques. Some believe that when strictly talking about the sword Tao, he was second to none. The group was mentally prepared for this, but seeing him was still surprising. And that Skysplitter saber ancestor, right? Supreme wasn't too certain about the other man. That's him. An everlasting ancestor put on a serious expression. I heard he was an imperial-level progenitor when he left for uncrossable expanse. He's at the immortal level now. Li Chiye said. The saber ancestor was similar to Sword Saint in that he also came from myriad lineage. Now, he was another immortal-level progenitor after a breakthrough in uncrossable expanse. The group stopped speaking and watched quietly, afraid of disturbing these two. They sat there, as still as can be, because they were also dead. Did they die from old age here? Tai Xianfeng asked with an uncertain tone. The group started contemplating. No. Li Chiye shook his head, they suffered grievous injuries. They tried to cure them to no avail, eventually resulting in death here. The group became shaken after hearing this. Chapter 3084, the group was slightly emotional. Just think about it, two immortal-level progenitors were obviously as mighty as can be. They were clearly on the same team too, yet still got injuries serious enough to kill them. Just who was their foe? The group naturally thought about Phenom progenitor and his broken body as well. What kind of force could take down that indestructible body? Plus, Phenom was here, so he might have been on the same team as these two progenitors. 3 progenitors have actually lost. The group took a deep breath and started contemplating. This news would cause quite a stir. In immortal lineage, progenitors were considered unbeatable, especially the ones at the immortal level. Cultivators viewed these beings as the greatest existences. Who would actually believe the news of their death? This might cause total chaos. So many would think that the end of the world was coming. The ones standing here were the top dogs in immortal lineage right now. That's why the fear struck them much more. An enemy capable of killing 3 immortal-level progenitors would wipe the floor with them. Some people deserve the shameful brand of being a sinner for eternity if something were to happen to 3 immortals. The bull murmured. Holyfrost shuddered, fully aware of who the bull was referring to by this point. Poof! Their rumination was interrupted by an evil flame manifesting in the sky. A figure was shrouded within, containing the dominating aura of a ruler. He stood there and all else were as insignificant as ants. People could clearly sense his aura even though it hasn't fully erupted. It's him. Holy Frost muttered after seeing this figure. It was the soul summoned on the expedition ship that got punched into the abyss by Wuxia. She felt that it was actually stronger than before. The two progenitors immediately opened their eyes at the same time, instilling fear into the spectators. Their eyes were still pulsing brightly like the stars as if they were still alive. This made people think otherwise about their current status. Master, they came back to life. Lu Yanbai watched as the two stood up. No, they haven't. This is just an undying obsession moving them. The bull sighed and shook its head. The two floated up to meet the fiery figure while it was speaking. This grudge will never go away. Hui Qingxian also lamented their fate. Why not take advantage of their distraction and run into that palace for the treasure? The bull's bell-like eyes started shifting deviously. The juniors here didn't dare to comment on this despicable act. What's the rush? The treasure won't go anywhere. Li Qiye calmly watched the unfolding event above. I guess I'll listen to you. The bull shrugged in response. Everyone began watching the trio with bated breath, ready for the most brilliant fight. You've still come. Sword Saint suddenly spoke. Indeed. The fiery figure responded with a voice full of magnetic charisma. One could easily imagine how great this person used to be. Turn back and see the shore. Stop committing more mistakes. The saber ancestor spoke as well. Watching three dead people speaking was creepy, to say the least. A coward would be scared out of their wits right now. Turn back and see the shore. Where is this so-called shore? A place of light and justice? The fiery figure said. The shore is three immortals. Sword Saint said. That's why I'm returning. My goal is to obtain an end result for three immortals. That's my shore. The figure retorted. That's why you willingly chose to succumb. The ancestor's eyes turned cold, the saber in his embrace let out an aggressive hymn. The root of all has no light or darkness, only a choice made with one's heart. The fiery figure said. You're mistaken if you think you are helping three immortals. Sword Saint replied sonorously. Then what's your idea to prevent the calamity? The figure asked. With this saber in my hand, until death. The ancestor's saber-intent sword, ready to split open the world. And how will you fight after dying? The figure remained composed. As long as I can rest with a clear conscience after reflecting on my entire life, what more can a man ask for? The ancestor coldly uttered. Such a virtuous man. And yes, after your death, three immortals will turn to ashes. The group got a chill after hearing this comment from the high-level being. The incoming calamity was as serious as can be. Your choice for the sake of three immortals wasn't necessarily correct. Sword Saint said. Correct or otherwise, simply irrelevant. I merely did my best. So what if the world chastised me? I'm at peace with my actions, no need to justify them to everyone else. The fiery figure answered. Afraid before even fighting. That's not what we should have done. The ancestor remained aggressive. You're wrong, fellow Taoist. The fiery figure said, I have tried my best to reach the summit, doing everything I can. What greeted me was utter defeat. You have no idea the power of the darkness circling above us and how many there are. We are mere ants in comparison. And what stops ants from fighting back? With this saber in my hand, until death. The ancestor proudly declared. This domineering statement made everyone feel respect towards this ancestor. The group didn't have a complete understanding of this conversation but still managed to guess many things. This trio must have experienced something terrible. We are on different paths, so fight we must. Sword Saint said. You weren't my match in the past, the same applies even now. The fiery figure shook its head. So what? The item here doesn't belong to you and you will not get it. Sword Saint retorted. Just have to try my best and let heaven decide the outcome. The figure said. To the death then. The saber ancestor smiled and released his aura. Leave behind your last words so the descendants can pass them on, my lord. Sword Saint said. No, the world will continue to curse me in infamy later. No need to leave behind anything. The fiery figure paused for a moment before deciding. I see. You used to be our role model, my lord, it's unfortunate. Sword Saint put on a solemn expression and said with regrets. The end of the Tao isn't my pinnacle. It's a shame that I won't be able to see it and find a way to become a true immortal. The figure said. The duo didn't say anything this time around. Eventually, the fiery figure declared, those who stand in my way will die, even the dead. So be it. The duo's eyes turned cold as they channeled their energy. Chapter 3085, Let's Go. The fiery figure said. The atmosphere suddenly became somber, seemingly becoming frozen. The breezes stopped along with the flow of time. Just them becoming serious was enough to change the orders of nature. The group wisely backed off far enough in order to avoid being dragged into this fight. These dead men used to be the strongest existences. These corpses naturally couldn't be able to exert their peak battle capabilities, not even half. Nonetheless, the result should still be frightening. The Emperors and Everlastings in the group couldn't withstand the shockwaves. Poof! Evil flame erupted around the figure, melting away the stars above. People felt space twisting with ripples and something akin to water vapor. This power didn't belong to this world and was insanely strong. Each strand of flame could easily annihilate anything. Clank! 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 Pieces of armor emerged and assembled around the figure, eventually forming a full suit. Tall and tough, perfect width of the shoulder and length of the legs. This body was immaculate and built just right. Each inch of his body was brimming with power, flawlessly divided from top to bottom. It gave off the impression that no other physical form could match it. It naturally had the greatest power in this world to match. This armor should have been golden in the past, seemingly cast from phoenix gold. Alas, because of the evil flame, it had turned into a darker shade. The two shoulder plates looked like the wings of a phoenix. When they spread, they could push up the heaven and support all living beings. This armored existence exuded a progenitorial aura to show his supremacy. Everyone took a deep breath. This physical form was hundreds of times stronger than the dark figure earlier. A true supreme now stood before them. He got stronger. The bull's expression slightly changed since it saw the soul state versus this current form. Looks like he recovered some dark power and its Tao foundation after escaping. Li Chia said. He was at his weakest during the soul call process and couldn't handle Li Chia's punch. He then used the time after to recover some strength and foundation. This armor. Supreme thought about a legendary figure, an amazing progenitor. He's a progenitor. Holy Frost sighed and said. Yes, that's Fire Ancestor. Hui Qingxian gave a decisive answer. Both Holy Frost and Supreme didn't dare to make a hasty conclusion despite all the pieces of evidence. After all, it pertained to a peerless progenitor's lifelong reputation. The truth was that they knew exactly who it was, perhaps a while ago. Qingshuan's answer didn't surprise them at all. Albeit, they were still a little shaken. Fire Ancestor was a member of the Decemvirate who suddenly started a call for an expedition. So many emperors and everlastings answered his summon, several progenitors as well. Who would have thought that the leader of that great army would be part of the darkness now? Just who did he meet to eventually make this choice? They started wondering. If they were to meet the same being one day, would they be able to maintain their course? This made them tremble because they weren't sure at all. Who among them could compare to Fire Ancestor in terms of power, talents, and experience? Yet he still faltered all the same. The trio still maintained the stalemate, seemingly torturing the surrounding with their presence. They were capable of deriving and calculating numerous techniques and possibilities in the blink of an eye, not something the spectators could do. "Excuse me then," Sword Saint said in an elegant and direct manner. "The pleasure is mine." Fire Ancestor seemed to be confident in victory. Sword Saint was the first to start. His sword was still in its scabbard, yet a sword Dao emerged, becoming the only thing significant in the world. An invisible sword Dao instantly thrust straight at Fire Ancestor in an assassination style, silent and undetectable. All defenses were paper-thin before this Dao. Fire Ancestor became lofty in retaliation. He still didn't move, yet people felt as if he had left this world for the distant future. What he did was shifting his essence into the future. He was still standing in the same spot, only in the future instead of the present. Whoosh! The sword Dao flew past, leaving behind a long scar. Its power subsided and Fire Ancestor returned to the present. Sword Saint's Dao was indeed mighty, but to travel from the present to the future was no easy task. It crossed through numerous years and time spheres only to fail. The truth was that crossing the temporal barrier was impressive enough. Only someone like Sword Saint would be able to do it with one thrust. Clank! Skysplitter Saber Ancestor made his move the moment Fire Ancestor returned to the same timeline. It was the same style again. He didn't need to unsheath his saber to unleash a slash. This slash aimed to cut off the temporal fabrics around Fire Ancestor in order to cut off his future and retreat path. A second slash came next, this time with the physical scabbard. It compressed the area around Fire Ancestor, resulting in a spatial attack. Fire Ancestor suddenly became ethereal, almost as if he was melting away. Pop! The scabbard penetrated what seems to be an afterimage, akin to smashing the current of a river. It would splash for a bit before continuing on as normal. In the next second, Fire Ancestor returned, not moving an inch from start to finish. Ordinary experts wouldn't be too impressed by this, but the current spectators were powerful enough to be shaken. All three have only performed a few moves, but they have all surpassed the temporal fabrics. This was impossible for everyone else. A top true emperor might be able to do it after expending immense effort. On the other hand, these three could do so effortlessly, like lifting a hand or a leg. Chapter 3086, The first wave of offense from Sword Saint and the Saber Ancestor returned without any success, unable to injure Fire Ancestor. They weren't too surprised either by this, since this wasn't their first fight. They had a clear understanding of their foe's power. Clank! Sword Saint unsheathed his weapon. The blade looked ordinary without any frightening sword intent or blinding glint. Alas, he seemed to be wielding all the sword Dao in this world in his hand, whether it be the heavy sword, quick draw, or myriad sword Dao. As long as they existed, they were there. This ordinary blade could perform the most profound sword Dao and the strongest technique. The Sword Saint and his sword were two but one. He represented the ultimate sword and the paragon Dao. No one was on the same level as him when it came to the sword. Clank! The Saber Ancestor also unsheathed his weapon. A bright glint descended and engulfed everything. His saber intent permeated into every inch of the land and its inhabitants. Skysplitter Saber Ancestor, everyone knew that his blade could divide the firmament into two. In this blink of an eye, everyone got an illusion that a primordial chaos was about to ooze down from the crack. These two were the opposite of each other. Sword Saint's style looked ordinary and calm, while the Ancestor exuded a peerless saber intent. This destructive intent always followed his heart, aiming at the fatal heart of his enemies and instilling fear upon them. The saber was made from the finest divine metals and had experienced countless trials. Its sharpness left no room for doubts. Just by slightly vibrating the blade would result in the surrounding spatial areas being cut into two. A swing would sever time itself. Its user would only see darkness ahead since the future has been eliminated. One sword, one saber, the ultimate combination of weaponry. Holyfrost and the others felt a chill coursing down their spine. Remember, this was the three progenitors' weakened state. Just imagine how invincible they used to be when they were alive. My turn. Fire Ancestor also took action by spreading his fingers. Poof! A phoenix flame gushed out of his palm. Screech! The fiery bird flew straight for Sword Saint. This wasn't just a move in the shape of a phoenix. It actually carried the flame of one. Just one phoenix spark could instantly burn away any laws, even those from progenitors. The bird flapped its wings and erased the karmic ties while flying toward Sword Saint at an insane speed. Not to mention other experts, even someone like Sword Saint would turn to ashes after a direct hit. A slight hit would still result in immense damage. Clank! Sword Saint gathered sword lights and turned them into a beam the size of a needle, aiming straight for the bird. Tsunami Slash! The Saber Ancestor's move was far more flashy. He unleashed a tsunami of saber energy after roaring. Each individual cut carried the chaos affinity because they were tearing apart the physical fabrics of the world, reverting it back to the origin. Killing an emperor wasn't a problem with one slash in the slightest, destroying a system was no problem either. It could even sever the world into different sections. Fire Ancestor's eyes narrowed and twisted his wrist to form a fist. Ra! A fiery dragon leaped into the sky and crushed the sky vault with its tail. This tail sweep could deal with any trouble, flattening the karmic and reincarnation cycles along with all foes. Boom! Sword Saint's technique struck the phoenix while the saber slash slammed on the dragon's tail. The resulting power turned everything back into primordial chaos, akin to ending the current world. Boom! One could see the saint and the saber ancestor being blown away in this chaotic expanse. They were bloodied, clearly the underdogs after this first exchange. They still had some true blood in their body, allowing them to make it this far. The group took a deep breath after seeing this. They knew that a fight between progenitors would normally end after 3 to 5 moves. These top beings always went all out with their top murderous moves, no need for bravado. Fire Ancestor was powerful indeed. 3 immortals have produced many progenitors, but he was among the top 10. Immortal Blast. Fire Ancestor didn't let those 2 rest and gathered starry lights into his eyes while they were still blown flying. Boom! His true flame surged to the sky before suddenly disappearing. His form turned dark and this made the world turn dark as well. All of the various flames in the world have been devoured by him, leaving nothing left for illumination. In the next second, he shot out 2 fiery sparks, as tiny as can be. However, the area seemingly boiled from the high temperature. The group felt as if their Grand Tao was drying from being roasted. These sparks the size of 2 termites left behind tiny scars on the temporal line. This was an unfixable level of destruction. Time would always be missing these parts. The other 2 became serious while facing these 2 shots. Sword Saint roared and raised his sword, creating a Tao resembling a heavenly waterfall to block out the 9 heavens and 10 earths along with the Trinity of Time. He broke away from this world, no longer being a part of the temporal trinity or the karmic cycle. Chapter 3087, Clank. The Saber Ancestor situated his blade vertically in front of him. Waves of light pulsed outward along with hymns. They stacked on top of each other and formed the thickest dimension of blades. This dimension turned into a domain that duplicated itself 1,000 times over. It didn't take long before billions and billions of blades made up the greatest defense. Bulwark Blade. He roared and stabilized the 3,000 worlds, protecting all of the inhabitants with his blades. This was the ultimate defensive technique of the Saber Ancestor, possessing the most profound and toughest Saber Tao, the culmination of his lifelong research and effort. It should be enough to handle any attack while protecting the myriad worlds for ages to come. Pop! Unfortunately, the two sparks still managed to burn out a path. A termite would always find a way to eat through even the toughest wood. Thus, though Sword Saint was outside of this dimension, one of the sparks was still finding its way towards him by reconnecting the karmic cycle along its path. The other one managed to pierce through the defense of the Saber Ancestor. Of course, it became extremely faint the moment it got close enough to its target. Nonetheless, both have made their way and made contact with both Sword Saint and the Saber Ancestor. Poof! The spark struck the Saint's chest and immediately burned a hole through it. Dark flame emanated from this hole while issuing feeble buzzes. Anything it touched immediately turned to ashes, almost like a burning paper. Sword Saint immediately thrust his sword into the fiery wound. The blade became red and molten while smoke oozed out. Once he pulled it out, he had successfully sealed the damage. Meanwhile, the other spark hit the Saber Ancestor's left arm. Poof! The same thing happened. His arm turned to ashes and the fire continued spreading to his shoulder. Clank! He chopped off his left shoulder without batting an eye. The spectators were horrified by this terrible scene. Those two sparks seemed insignificant but could have easily annihilated any system. This was indicative of Fire Ancestor's might. They had no chance of stopping a single spark from him. Sword Saint and the Saber Ancestor impressively survived, albeit grievously injured. I can't believe it. Tai Xianfeng gasped while imagining the outcome of these sparks being let loose on immortal lineage. Continents would melt without a single survivor. That's a member of the Decemvirate for you, Supreme said. Holyfrost also knew this, but watching it in person still frightened her. This gave her a better perspective about the strength of the Decemvirate and the dark existence that Fire Ancestor met. Poof! Fire Ancestor lit himself up again to gather more potential sparks. However, the bright radiance around him was less luminous than before. Immortal Blast clearly took more energy than it looked. Those two little sparks together were made from thousands of different flame types. This made them the most ferocious with the highest heat. Boom! His flame slowly rushed to the sky again and regained its power. He took one step forward, ready to put an end to his foes. Sword Saint and Skysplitter Ancestor can't take him on. One ancestor became aghast. Boom! Suddenly, a bright radiance engulfed Fire Ancestor and locked the various affinities around him. Fire Ancestor staggered backward after being stuck by this light, nearly toppling over in the air. This ambush caught him by surprise, but he quickly stabilized his stance, shifting his attention to stop the light instead. Don't even think about it. An old man appeared in the sky, the originator of the light. The radiance earlier came from the bright moon above his head. Who is he? One ancestor shouted. Is that divine moon progenitor? Tai Xianfeng wasn't too sure. Yes, that's him. Holyfrost wasn't surprised to see him here. They have met him back on the expedition ship when he tried to stop them from advancing. He appeared again in order to save the other two. Another progenitor. The others became amazed. They could tell that he was also dead, hanging on due to an obsession just like the other progenitors. 5 have shown up now in this place, such a magnificent showing. Rumble. Fire Progenitor slowly pushed up the descending radiance with both hands. Boom. He eventually repelled the entire thing, causing Divine Moon Progenitor to stagger several steps backward. Humph. Divine Moon snorted and erupted with radiance again, ready to make a move once more. He seemed even fiercer than the Saber Ancestor. I heard Divine Moon Progenitor followed Fire Ancestor on the expedition. One spectating ancestor said. The others nodded. These two started out as allies, but something happened during the expedition and they have become enemies. Long time no see, old friend. Fire Ancestor stopped attacking and said. I don't have a friend like you. Divine Moon coldly replied. I know that you still hate me, but I still consider you a friend. Fire Ancestor nodded. My friends never killed me. Divine Moon retorted. What difference does it make if you are alive right now? You would still be like the other lords. Fire Ancestor said. So I should be thanking you. Divine Moon sarcastically said. I know your personality, so that's why I fulfilled your wish. Of course, feel free to call me despicable or wretched. I will shoulder it all. Fire Ancestor shook his head. 1. Not clear here who he is referring to. Chapter 3088, No Need for Words. We will rid 3 immortals of a traitor today. Divine Moon Progenitor coldly said. Fine. Fire Ancestor nodded without becoming angry. If you all can kill me, then that will solve my obsession, no need to continue on this torture. Let's do it then, victory or defeat doesn't matter. It's best to stop being in this state, neither human nor ghost. Sword Saint, Skysplitter Saber Ancestor, and Divine Moon Progenitor exchanged glances. They then picked one position and slowly circled around Fire Ancestor. They had to work together in order to stop Fire Ancestor. There's no chance of winning for any of them in a one-on-one scenario. The group watched with bated breath, a battle between 4 progenitors. This should still be brilliant even though all 4 weren't at their peak condition. Fire Ancestor was the most impressive, going 1-on-3. No wonder why he was a member of the Decemvirate. Clank. Sword Saint's sword released its intent. His style wasn't majestic and imposing but rather very low-key. However, just one strand was enough to penetrate the reincarnation and karmic cycles. Clank. On the contrary, the Saber Ancestor's saber intent was monstrous like a primal beast. It billowed and engulfed the entire world, ready to lacerate and create a scene of hell. Buzz. The divine moon above the 3rd progenitors lit up once more. It looked exactly like the moon in the night sky, bright and perfectly round. It represented a supreme grand Tao, as immaculate as can be. The awakening of this moon illuminated all the firmaments. Various visual phenomena manifested around it, gods and various worlds. This moon was all-encompassing, capable of storing the entire world and allowing the various cycles to take place. But upon closer inspection, one would find that the various cycles and the worlds there were frozen. They weren't actually moving in a natural order, seemingly sealed by the divine moon. Poof! Fire Ancestor's evil flame lit up again, far brighter than before. He clearly had recovered some energy lost from using Immortal Blast earlier. The short period of rest did the job, taking him back to 70 to 80% power. Forgive me for what I'm about to do. Fire Ancestor smiled. Despite this being a fight to the death and that he had fallen to the darkness, his actions and words befitted that of a gentleman, quite a strange duality. One could only imagine how amazing and charismatic he used to be when he was alive. No wonder why so many emperors, everlastings, and even progenitors were willing to follow him into the expanse. Buzz. He raised his hand engulfed in fire, turning it into a phoenix claw. A metallic and sharp noise resounded. He slashed straight towards Sword Saint, wanting to dig out his opponent's heart. The move wasn't restricted by space and time, instantly appearing before the Sword Saint's chest. This happened with a single thought. The claw seemed to be unstoppable and undodgeable, even for someone as powerful as Sword Saint. His slashes wouldn't be able to stop the sad fate of having his heart pulled out. The group felt a sharp sting by their heart, feeling as if they were the victims with their bloody heart clawed out. They felt completely powerless regardless of their ultimate techniques and treasures. Nothing mattered before the Phoenix Claw. None could ever hope to defeat this claw, no exception. Whoosh! The claw pierced Sword Saint's skin in no time at all. However, a brilliance instantly engulfed Fire Ancestor. It came from the divine moon above. Each strand of light looked like a water pillar with a diamond-like glow. It immediately sealed time, resulting in mass stagnation in the area. Even a split second became as long as 1,000,000 years. This included the area around Sword Saint. Thus, Fire Ancestor himself couldn't break through this temporal defense right away, unable to kill Sword Saint. Instantaneous manifestation. Hui Qingxian was shocked. This was a lost technique of Divine Moon Progenitor, also his greatest. He had spent many years with Fire Ancestor during their expedition and had a great understanding of the latter's power. Thus, he immediately resorted to his best technique. Unfortunately, using this move meant paying a great price. His hair withered and white, his skin dried up and became wrinkly. He didn't mind wasting the leftover true blood in his corpse in order to perform this move to its limit. Remember, there was no way for them to replenish their true blood. True death would come the moment they run out. Nameless Sacred Sword. Sword Saint also made his move with his blade. Whoosh! The thrust pierced through the fabrics of reality. Distance and time no longer mattered. This sword could still instantly pierce through someone living 1,000,000 years in the future away from 3 immortals. It was formless and soundless, rendering evasion an impossibility. The spectators felt as if the thrust had crossed through all of 3 immortals, pinning it in place. Chapter 3089, The Formless Sword Broke the Myriad Tao. Pluff. Everyone could sense it piercing through Fire Ancestor's body despite its intangible nature, pinning him in place. Pieces of the Phoenix armor broke with blood oozing out. The process was extremely slow, allowing the spectator to have a full view. Just imagine, harming someone of this level was easier said than done. He was also wearing an indestructible Phoenix armor. A sword at the same level as the armor would still find inflicting damages difficult. However, the thrust still managed to do so, indicative of its power and precision, hitting the ancestor's weak spot. His body started falling backward. He would have been blown away if it wasn't for the temporal stagnation caused by the divine moon. Clank! The saber ancestor swung down his blade during this exchange as well. The blade became resplendent and poured out the most mystical light in this world, akin to the explosion of 1,000,000 stars. The explosion turned into a space-refining slash, severing the primordial chaos itself. Everything became clearly separated, all of the affinities such as yin and yang, cause and effect. Flesh and limbs would separate as a result. One could clearly sense their flesh being stripped off the bones in a perfect manner, the work of a master butcher. Pluff! It struck Fire Ancestor's shoulder. One could see the evil flame on the Phoenix armor billowed. The armor itself exuded a bright radiance with laws in order to stop the slash. Alas, this was not enough and the blade still made full contact. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 times faster than a lightning bolt. From the start of the Phoenix Claw to Sword Saint's thrust to Divine Moon Progenitor's seal, ending with the Saber Ancestor's slash. The 4 of them virtually moved in unison, no first or last. On the side of the trio, they came to an agreement the moment Divine Moon Progenitor created his stagnation domain. The 3 instantly chose to use the most effective moves to take down Fire Ancestor. The shocked spectators saw everything clearly. No one could stop the fatal blows from these 3 progenitors. Just surviving further emboldened Fire Ancestor's claim to greatness. Only very few could do the same. Boom! The world nearly exploded afterward. The sacred light from the moon blew up so time started splashing chaotically like a tsunami. The spectators were blinded by this explosion. Darkness came next and no one could see a thing. Once they could open their eyes again, they witnessed the trio being blown away. The battlefield had a gigantic void zone, freed from time and space. Only a gray expanse remained. This wasn't a return to the origin nor mere destruction. It was as if the affected area had never existed in the first place. Blood could be seen everywhere on the trio. They have clearly suffered considerable injuries after that explosion. The spectators turned their attention towards Fire Ancestor. He was holding a cauldron with a flickering evil flame inside. He bested their fatal techniques, albeit with grave injuries. His chest plate was cracked, clearly pierced through by Sword Saint's thrust. The actual damage inside remained unclear. This was the case for his shoulder plate as well, split open by the Saber Ancestor's slash. Nonetheless, the spectating group remained unoptimistic. The trio required their best techniques at the same time to harm Fire Ancestor, who was weaponless. Phoenix Cauldron! Holy Frost Emperor shouted. The group became stirred since Fire Ancestor has finally taken out his weapon. The explosion earlier stemmed from this. It suppressed the three and sent them flying. They have heard about the legends of this cauldron before. Rumor has it that it was created from a mature phoenix. It accompanied Fire Ancestor, helping him achieve supremacy. Some even said that any battle would be over the moment he took it out because no one could stop this unbeatable weapon. Fire Ancestor and Phoenix together, a symbol of invincibility. The trio's eyes narrowed after seeing the cauldron. Gentlemen, you can't win. Fire Ancestor showed no sign of arrogance or complacency, as if he was speaking to friends. If it wasn't for the unexpected development back then, you all wouldn't be here right now. You couldn't escape death either. Skysplitter Saber Ancestor retorted. Fire Ancestor fell into silence. He was completely covered in armor, so one couldn't see his expression right now. However, it should be a complicated one. No one can escape death. He eventually sighed and shook his head. We all did what we thought was right. You have disappointed us. Divine Moon Progenitor said, and your master too. The spectators became drawn into this conversation. Fire Ancestor's identity was very mysterious, even more so for his master. Rumor has it that his master was one of the three immortals. We're just chess pieces, that's all. Fire Ancestor said, I have repaid my debt and merely done what I should, that's all. Don't drag us together with you. Divine Moon interrupted him and said, we have not done anything to be ashamed of. We can stare at heaven and earth along with all living beings with pride. On the other hand, you're a mass murderer, the killer of so many brothers who trusted you, who were ready to throw their lives away for you. Divine Moon seemed to be very close to Fire Ancestor, unlike the other two progenitors. This was understandable. Divine Moon chose to follow Fire Ancestor back then, giving the guy his full support. They must have experienced many trials together. Unfortunately, Fire Ancestor decided to take a different path. Yes. Fire Ancestor nodded and calmly replied, I have let everyone down, but if I have a chance to redo it all, I would still make the same choice. You maintain that you're on the side of justice, but I argue that our perspective is different. Chapter 3090, Fire Ancestor's calm response resulted in silence. The trio had nothing to say. Let's end this, it's time for our obsessions to die and return to the earth, far away from the mortal coil. He eventually said. Die. The Saber Ancestor directly answered by taking one step forward for a horizontal slash. Clank. The blade drew near, wanting to decapitate his foe. The slash was decisive with no take-back. He poured all of his strength into this strike. The saber itself wouldn't return to the sheath before drawing blood. Just imagine a progenitor going all out with one slash. The stars and the myriad ages were severed. One side must die as a result. It carried his indelible and reckless intent. He didn't put on any defensive line at all, focusing all of his strength into this slash. Whoosh! A sword glint crossed through the air. Though the Saber Ancestor attacked first, Sword Saint was even faster. A thrust left behind a permanent scar in the area, crossing through the spatial and temporal fabrics. people could still see the same scar millions of years from now. In fact, careless spectators would be injured just by looking at it. Whoosh! The fatal thrust surpassed everything else in speed and fatality, virtually piercing through Fire Ancestor's forehead in the blink of an eye. A murderous saber slash and an extreme sword thrust, this combination should be enough to sweep through any generation. Buzz! The divine moon's brightness suddenly doubled versus before. Its master, unfortunately, became older with a hunchback now. In order to seal Fire Ancestor, he had added all of his true blood to the moon. The trio wanted to take him down with this move. Buzz! Time suddenly became a quagmire around Fire Ancestor. Each of his actions became extremely difficult. The fact that he could even move was impressive enough. Anyone else would turn into a painting, never be able to move again. This powerful lunar light couldn't stop the ancestor completely, but it did restrict his movements. The incoming sword and saber attacks should be able to connect given his current circumstances. However, Fire Ancestor remained nonchalant during this moment of life and death. Poof! His cauldron's evil flame suddenly rushed out with a metallic glow, filled with supreme power. There was an infusion of something akin to golden mud. What did this mean? It meant that the flame could burn the world into nothingness, then instantly rebuild it, an incredible effect. Boom! The river of time started shaking while the area was ravaged by this flame. The temporal fabrics here evaporated from the temperature. Karma and the various cycles disappeared around Fire Ancestor, allowing him to jump out of this world. Screech! The cauldron spread its wings and turned into a colossal phoenix. Space crumbled around it as a result. Its wings left behind two trails of golden powders with the ability to create life, a duality of destruction and creation. The bird seemed to be coming from the primordial era. It was the origin of everything, including time, space, and other affinities. This meant that a new epoch was starting, one belonging to Fire Ancestor. The old one was naturally buried as a result. Creation Phoenix, the group gasped after seeing this. They have heard stories about this frightening legendary move. After destruction came creation. He personally crafted everything again and became their lord. Boom! After a blinding explosion, everyone saw the trio suffering grievous injuries after being blown away. Skysplitter Saber Ancestor had the worst injury. He got struck by the bird's wing on the chest, so his ribcage was completely caved in, replaced by a bloody hole. His upper half was in shambles. The fact that he could still stand was amazing enough. Sword Saint had thousands of lacerations all over caused by the feathers. It was as if he had been cut by 1,000 swords. Fortunately, his sword Dao put up a good defensive barrier, or he would be a pile of meat right now. Divine Moon Progenitor had the easiest time relative to the other two. However, he coughed out blood continuously, unable to stand up straight just like a flickering candle. He used too much true blood, so his corpse was withering. It was only a matter of time now. The trio had utterly lost despite going all out. Fire Ancestor had enough firepower to sweep through any immortal-level progenitor. Dissipate now. Fire Ancestor once again activated his cauldron, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Rumble. The world let out a sad bellow as a flame looking like an all-devouring beast rushed out of the cauldron. Flame waves ravaged the area like an endless tsunami. Clank. The trio roared and activated their Dao again in order to stop the flame. Alas, their barriers seemed feeble against this raging flame. It's not looking good. The group became aghast and thought that the trio was about to become ashes. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. Joining in would be the same as meaninglessly throwing their lives away. Zheng, zheng, zhang. Suddenly, one could hear the tunes coming from a zither similar to pearls rolling on a jade tray. This sonic attack rushed closer and everyone could sense a refreshing presence almost like the sea breeze, a clear contrast to the fiery tsunami. Boom! The two attacks smashed into each other, creating a terrible black hole in the process. Both the sound waves and the flame got sucked into the black hole and disappeared from sight. Chapter 3091, a figure descended along with the tunes, one peerless woman holding a zither, looking as transcending as can be. She looked ethereal and illusory with her appearance shrouded as if she was hiding in the river of time. People couldn't help wanting to take a look. Despite the vagueness of it all, she still overshadowed all the girls in this world. Even someone as gorgeous as Holy Frost Emperor paled in comparison, mainly due to the woman's ultimate temperament and aura. She seemed to have come out of a painting as if she wasn't a real existence, only a legend. Zither Empress, the bull murmured. Is it really her? Supreme and the others exchanged glances, shocked. Fire Ancestor was mysterious enough for future generations. However, his tales and legends still passed down, especially his expedition. There were records of these historical events. Many wise sages of the past have met him as well. This wasn't the case for Zither Empress. It was as if she came to this world alone and left in the same manner, not leaving behind a system, her legacy, or descendant. Someone like her appeared briefly on the river of time before disappearing. Thus, her origin, skills, lineage, and everything else were a blur. The proof of her existence came from the ancient scrolls of a few Tao systems. Of course, nothing in detail. Nonetheless, this enigmatic progenitor's existence remained a contentious debate. Now, this legend was proven to be true. It's that zither again. Holyfrost saw the zither coming by to stop the soul summoning process a while ago back on the ship. A few ancestors activated their heavenly gaze but couldn't see through the Empress at all. Just a Tao avatar. Li Qiye revealed while looking at her. A Tao avatar? The group became surprised before stealing glances over at the trio and Fire Ancestor. Everyone here was dead. What about her? Was she dead too? This question lingered in their head but none gave them an answer. Whatever happened in the past might have involved even more progenitors. One ancestor wondered. So far, there have been Phenom, Sword Saint, Skysplitter, Divine Moon, and Zither Empress. This made the group shudder. They realized that the scale of this event was massive. Many progenitors being involved meant that many of them might have died, evident by the group seen here. Thus, their own progenitors might either be dead or worse, becoming a fallen one like Fire Ancestor. Progenitors were considered supreme in their own systems. This seemed rather obvious. However, what if their progenitors did something to break this image and reputation? How could their descendants handle this? What about all the other progenitors that have entered the expanse? Supreme asked. For millions of years, virtually all progenitors have gone there. None ever returned. What did they experience there? The same fate as the ones here? This made the group very pessimistic. They were actually thinking that it might be best for some of the progenitors to die. At the very least, they wouldn't become someone like Fire Ancestor. The worst thing was, these possibilities were actually quite plausible. Empress, your Tao avatar is depleted. You can't stop me. Fire Ancestor said. Fire Ancestor, you are dead and should stop. The Empress' voice seemed harmonious with nature. Dead, but my obsession lives on for an eternity. Fire Ancestor said, never give up doing what must be done, that's the Tao heart all cultivators should have. A single erroneous thought leads to a mile of mistakes. The Empress continued, the karma here has been settled, you can't change it. I will still do what I must and leave the outcome to the heaven. Fire Ancestor replied. Nothing will come of it even if you succeed. You're only an evil thought that won't disperse, no longer the real you. She said. There is still a chance if I can get it. His eyes turned towards the sealed palace. This made the spectators look over as well. They didn't know what was hidden in there, but it was precious enough to make Fire Ancestor and the other progenitors risk everything. The teachers didn't leave that thing for you or me. It is meant for the three immortals and its inhabitants. The Empress shook her head. Its very presence will cause trouble for three immortals. He asserted. Those with wisdom see different things. She disagreed. I will cross your evil intent over to the other side today. As you have said, it is time for this to end and for everyone to return to the earth. This isn't our era anymore. You can't take me down. He said, our Tao are different. My darkness is eternal, not even the light can do anything about it. I am me now, not someone else. She fell into silence. Meanwhile, the group started pondering. They could see that Fire Ancestor wasn't the same as before. His power wasn't his own, it came from a mysterious source of darkness and allowed his flame to be indestructible. This was one of the reasons why the trio couldn't take him on. They were dead and relied on their true blood for empowerment. Once this source of power was gone, they would be no different from ordinary corpses. On the other hand, Fire Ancestor could always recover even after being utterly defeated, provided that he wasn't turned to dust in full. He could live for as long as the evil flame was around. This was also why he grew stronger versus his first appearance during the ceremony. The evil flame grew stronger with time and added more dark power to him. The only way to take him down was to annihilate him and the evil flame in one move, leaving nothing left. True. She finally admitted, I can't cross you over as I am now, but someone else can. Who? He asked. This fellow Taoist over there. Her eyes fell upon Wuxia. Fire Ancestor's eyes flashed brightly and looked over at Wuxia. His expression changed after recognizing the guy. The trio of progenitors also stared at Wuxia, the same with his own group. All eyes were on him now. Chapter 3092, Don't look at me like that, everyone, I'm shy. Wuxia chuckled and said. His allies nearly burst out in laughter because of the contrast between the joke and the solemn atmosphere. Jing'er standing behind Qin Xian gave Wuxia the side eye. Meanwhile, the progenitors weren't laughing. Fire Ancestor had seen Wuxia's power before. The trio started staring intensely at him with bright flashes in their eyes, wanting to see his depth. I didn't wish to get involved in the matter of the old generation since an 18-year-old teen like me don't know enough about the world, too inexperienced for my own good. Acting cavalier might result in throwing my life away. Wuxia ignored their invasive stare and said, Your feud has lasted for millions of years and it continues even after death. What if I join in and all of you will start haunting me later? Zither Empress and her peers grimaced after hearing this. They had the urge to kick the guy flying for being so audacious. Wuxia paused for a bit before smiling again, however, I think that the thing in this palace should be kept by the living. As for your feud, do as you please. The progenitors became more intense after hearing about his intention. Fire Ancestor clearly wouldn't let him have this, perhaps the same for the other side. After all, they have lost their lives just to protect it. Why would they let a stranger have it? Fellow Taoist, you wish to implicate yourself into this mess. Fire Ancestor said. Addressing Wuxia as fellow Taoist meant that he recognized the guy's power. Wuxia shrugged in response, nothing like that, I'm just a passerby so I don't care about killing the darkness or ridding three immortals of traitors or whatever. That's your master's job because he's responsible for his disciples' lackings. And yes, your master is not doing great in this matter, not taking you down completely. Master naturally has his reasons with his boundless wisdom. The criticism is unwarranted. Fire Ancestor said. He was still as respectful as before despite falling into the darkness. Interesting. Wuxia smiled, he destroyed you yet you still don't hate him. Quite rare. Supreme and the others took a deep breath after hearing this shocking news. First, leaving aside the identity of this master, just the fact that this person destroyed Fire Ancestor, a member of the Decemvirate, was shocking enough. Even this group of progenitors here couldn't take him down, albeit partly due to the unfavorable circumstances. However, his master still managed to destroy him. This person's power must be at an unfathomable level. Fire Ancestor didn't respond to Wuxia's taunt. Everyone says, pity the love of parents in this world. I would add masters to this line as well. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. He didn't kill you completely back then and didn't take care of these messes, perhaps he still held some optimistic delusions about you in his heart. I do not dare to speculate on master's wishes. However, our Tao and choices are different, no right or wrong here. Fire Ancestor responded. No right or wrong. You chose the wrong path and didn't repent. You're nothing more than a scourge to all living beings. Zither Empress interjected. Perhaps you're right. Fire Ancestor calmly said, in case of success, I would have been the savior of 3 immortals. There are no eggs beneath a broken nest, my method is simply different. On that day, all worlds would have been destroyed but our 3 immortals will still stand. You chose to fall. She said, calamities have always been around yet 3 immortals remain standing after so many epochs. Master has been watching and guarding. I'm afraid you lack information here. Fire Ancestor said, the darkness descent is beyond your imagination, no one and no world will survive. Not a single soul can do a thing about it. Supreme and the others became afraid. It sounded like Fire Ancestor was trying to intimidate them but there was no need for him to do so. He has experienced so many things in life. How could he be so pessimistic about facing the future back then? Just who did he meet? It seemed so hopeless if Fire Ancestor himself felt powerless. Enough talking. The Empress shook her head and turned towards Wuxia, fellow Taoist, please lend us a hand. All living beings will owe you a debt. That's too much. Wuxia chuckled, I don't care for such flowery words. However, it seems like the old geezers will owe me even more, I suppose it's fine to take care of this little problem for them then extract double. Sword Saint and his allies heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fellow Taoist, I might not be able to stop you even if I were alive. However, killing me won't do anything. I'm eternal as long as the spark survives. I'll just be reborn one day. Fire Ancestor wasn't afraid in the slightest. This influx of information naturally startled the listeners. True. Wuxia nodded, you're no longer you, no longer a simple obsession. This power is from the darkness but that's fine. I don't have to destroy you myself, someone else can do it. Clank, clank. He then took out a long iron chain. It didn't look special at first sight outside of having a crimson hue. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it was made from millions of tiny laws weaving together. They were refining the most precious immortal metals. Their value was incalculable. Fire Ancestor staggered backward after seeing the chain, akin to a traveler spotting a venomous serpent. The spectators naturally saw his trepidation. How could this great progenitor fear this crimson chain? Just what was this treasure? I'm sure you're familiar with this thing. Wuxia smiled. It was taken from great desolate heavenly prison, chained around a skeleton. Its prisoner used the greatest true fire to burn it before to no avail. Master's kindness is as immense as a mountain. Fire Ancestor eventually said. So you knew how to open this chain? Wuxia said. Just the Tao heart, but unfortunately, that's too difficult. Fire Ancestor sighed. I do feel bad for the old geezer, going through so much effort and clinging onto a sliver of hope. Wuxia shook his head. It's a shame that our paths are different. Fire Ancestor paused for a bit before nodding with a respectful expression. Only the Tao heart can unlock this iron chain. The two of them knew exactly what was going on here. Chapter 3093, Clank. Li Qiye slightly moved the iron chain. Fire Ancestor had a complicated expression because the iron chain carried special significance to him. "I'm no longer me, that thing is useless now," he eventually said. "Really now?" Li Qiye smiled and calmly said, "You're indeed no longer the Fire Ancestor back then, no longer the hot-blooded youth. However, there is still a part of you in there, otherwise, that guy hidden in uncrossable expanse would be standing here instead of you. The replacement hasn't taken place, so you're still in there." He then pointed at his heart. Fire Ancestor didn't say anything, his eyes still fixated on the iron chain. Meanwhile, everyone watched with bated breath and could see the special connection between the chain and Fire Ancestor. "Okay, let me cross you over so that the old geezer will owe me one." Li Qiye moved the chain again and said. "We'll see if you can do that." Fire Ancestor remained calm, seemingly accepting the situation or whatever his fate may be. "I'm not the one doing it, it's the old geezer." Li Qiye smiled. "All the same. I'll be able to rest if you can do it," Fire Ancestor said. Poof! The flame inside Phoenix Cauldron surged again to the sky. Just one spark was enough to destroy a system. It seemed to be the true fire of the mythical beast, capable of incinerating everything and more. Screech! A phoenix slowly emerged and filled the world with its scorching heat, nearly melting the area in the process. The spectators retreated far away because this heat was still too much for them. True emperors still couldn't withstand it. Clank! Li Qiye threw the chain straight at Fire Ancestor with lightning-fast speed. It seemed to have its own life the moment it left his hands, no longer needing his control. The chain itself was attacking Fire Ancestor now. The millions of laws contained the most profound Tao and represented an unquestionable supreme will, once awakened. Screech! The phoenix sent out an all-burning flame. Even the laws of heaven and earth here instantly melted before its frightening power. Clank! However, one end of the iron chain instantly coiled around the phoenix and the other end, Fire Ancestor. Screech! The phoenix tried to fly up again but couldn't move at all. The iron chain's seal caused its flame to shrink. The temperature gradually decreased. It pulled Fire Ancestor and the phoenix closer, tying them up together. Activate! Fire Ancestor roared and released an evil flame filled with dark power. A dark expanse appeared on his chest. The evil flame alone was blinding enough with unbearable heat. However, this dark expanse added even more force to both him and his flame. Clank! The chain was stretched to its limit by this explosion of power, on the verge of breaking at any moment. Boom! This attempt from Fire Ancestor was apocalyptic, to say the least. The shock waves emanating from it could flatten the entire world. The already crimson chain became as red as can be from the heat, nearly turning into molten metal. The spectators felt their heart hanging on a thread after seeing this. Will the chain break? Holyfrost worriedly said. What item could handle Fire Ancestor's evil flame? Even the toughest immortal metal would eventually turn into liquid. It was only a matter of time. Don't worry, he would have melted it long ago if he could. Li Qiye smiled. Clank! The laws on the chain became bright. Its brilliance looked like a current consisting of 1,000,000 stars. This starry light contained an ancient and peerless force belonging to 3 immortals, virtually unstoppable. Clank! 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 The burning chain immediately tightened, nearly dismembering the ancestor. His power surge instantly subsided, same with the flame engulfing the sky. This looked like a bonfire running out of firewood. Clank! The chain continued to constrict both the ancestor and his power. The spectators couldn't believe it and became speechless at the chain's effectiveness. Fire Ancestor was strong enough to take on 4 progenitors at the same time. However, he couldn't do a thing against this chain. Just who created this amazing artifact? Poof! The evil flame on the ancestor struggled several times to rise again but eventually extinguished fully. Boom! Next, his phoenix armor shattered from the pressure, revealing his body. It wasn't made out of flesh and blood but rather flowing fiery Tao runes. It looked like some evil flame was still left in him. This form of his resembled a massive volcano, always ready to erupt. Clank! 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 The two ends of the iron chain suddenly pinned onto the stone steps in front of the palace. It then dragged Fire Ancestor over as if he was a prisoner. What is it doing? The spectators wondered. Chapter 3094, Clank. The iron chain tightly wrapped around Fire Ancestor with the two ends pinned on the stone steps. Struggling was futile. This chain seemed to be specifically crafted for the sake of imprisoning him. Buzz. The palace suddenly had waves of light emanating from it. They illuminated the sky vault and made the structure look majestic. A figure appeared within the light, not large in size but impressive enough to suppress the firmaments and all existences. He sat there, seemingly for an eternity already. His existence brought endless possibilities as if he was the creator of the world and its laws. The pulse around him made him look like a true immortal belonging only in the legends. After all, only an immortal could have everlasting life. Even the progenitors present lowered their head. This figure has yet to exert his dominating aura and suppression, but everyone could still sense an immense disparity, something akin to an ant looking up to an elephant and feeling inadequate. The young ones here suddenly felt an illusion that they were seeing a true immortal, at least from their perspective. This impression has been imprinted in their mind forever. ZZZ, Fire Ancestor started burning. Ancient runes emerged from the crevices of his being and imprinted themselves into each inch of his flesh. This was a bizarre scene since his form was actually made from evil flame already. Ah! He couldn't help screaming to the horror of the crowd. A being of this level should have indomitable willpower. He has experienced numerous pains before and probably never screamed until now. Pop! As the runes imprinted themselves on him without showing any mercy, cracks started appearing on his flesh. Poof! The flame around him started to change color, from an evil to a purer color. Meanwhile, the figure continued to sit there while illuminating the ancestor. This seemed to be a purification process. Pop! From the cracks came strands of light looking like they originated from the primordial chaos, coming from the start of time. No! Fire Ancestor bellowed. The appearance of this light caused his evil flame to pull back. His flame no longer had an evil affinity. It became purer with a golden hue just like the one seen during the rebirth of a phoenix. Yes, this phoenix flame used to be his original power. It began to grow stronger and larger. That's the real him. Sword Saint quietly said after seeing the return of the phoenix flame. The power of darkness was being banished from his being. The evil flame eventually dissipated, leaving behind only the golden flame. Ah! The completion of this process made the phoenix flame soar towards the horizon. A wondrous phoenix emerged with supreme Tao runes on its back. Each rune was derived from the ultimate Tao. It looked capable of shouldering the myriad Tao. This bird itself was a series of apex merit laws. When the phoenix spread its wings, one could see the old form of Fire Ancestor returning. He looked impeccable with a flawless temperament. This was the true Fire Ancestor, a brilliant talent rare across the ages who possessed matchless charisma. The others were amazed to see his original form. It was an honor to see a member of the Decemvirate. It's a shame that he eventually faltered to the darkness. Pop! His body crumbled to pieces and the ancient runes left his body. They contained the power of a phoenix, each looked like a spark that could melt the earth. This was a primal source of the fire affinity. They eventually gathered together and flowed towards the figure above the palace. The figure raised his hand and took all the runes into his sleeve. They seemed to be very happy, like little birds returning to their nest. The entire event happened smoothly and in tune with the rhythm of heaven and earth. The fragments of Fire Ancestor's body eventually turned into particles and seeped into the earth. Buzz. The light from the palace also disappeared, the same with the figure. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The spectators were naturally awestruck and curious, especially about the figure that had taken Fire Ancestor's runes away. They were also curious about this being's identity, thinking that this might be his master. Just who could train someone to become a member of the Decemvirate? Plus, according to Fire Ancestor himself, his master was far stronger than him. Chapter 3095, Fire Ancestor no longer existed. His final marks in this world have also been erased. The other progenitors had a complicated expression, especially Divine Moon Progenitor. Fire Ancestor used to be a great man worthy of respect. Divine Moon even fought together with him. Who would have thought that they would eventually become enemies, turning their blade on each other? They have been fighting for many years even after death. Their obsession and grudges remained. Today, Fire Ancestor was finally gone and they didn't know what to think. Sword Saint and the Saber Ancestor sighed and sat back down on their stone chair. The Ancestor embraced his saber again and Sword Saint put down his sword on top of the table. The two of them resumed their original position and looked like two statues. How lamentable. Divine Moon Progenitor said before disappearing as well to an unknown location. His obsession was still free to move wherever. Zhang. Empress Zither plucked the strings once before also disappearing from sight. Only the Zither remained floating in the air. With the disappearance of her Tao avatar, the Zither broke through space and went its own way. Who knows where it was going? Perhaps to look for its master. The Empress remained an unsolvable puzzle. No one here knew whether she was dead or alive. The snowy peak seemed peaceful again as the cold breezes returned. Coldness and tranquility made a perfect pair. This place seemed perfect for those looking for reclusion. Supreme and the others stared at the two progenitors, becoming very sentimental. These two obsessions would always stay here in order to defend three immortals. This was truly worthy of respect. A while later, the group tidied up their outfit, some took off their hats. All then bowed towards the two progenitors. Now we can take that treasure, right? The bull's indecent laughter suddenly broke the dignified atmosphere. Li Chia chuckled and walked to the front of the palace, looking at its entrance. Here I come. The bull pushed the gates with its large hooves. Unfortunately, nothing moved. Remember, it had enough force to push mountains out of the way. Shit, it's sealed. It cursed. Obviously. Li Chia gave it a look of disdain. It wouldn't be here right now if anyone can just waltz in. The key is right here. The bull's eyes lit up as it stared at the chest held by Jing'er. It was hidden in the boulder that fell on Sky Pass back then, clearly carrying special significance. This treasure was found by you, Dao brother, so you should be the one to open this door and take the item. You're the only one who can keep it safe as well, the rest of us can't. Hui Qingxian smiled at Li Chia and said. She couldn't be clearer with her intention of handing the item inside over to him. He smiled and opened the chest, taking out 2 scrolls inside before astonished eyes. He had already placed 1 scroll on each of the doors before anyone could react. The scrolls had ancient characters possessing majestic divinity. They looked like 2 grand Dao hanging on the doors with immense weight. Others would never be able to move them. Now, the physical doors gave the impression of being a peerless portal. Of course, some were also surprised to see the 2 scrolls. Everyone assumed that the chest would contain an incredible treasure. They took a closer look at the scrolls and eventually realized that they were truly precious. The 2 scrolls represented 2 supreme grand Dao, more profound than any Tao they have seen before. They tried their best to memorize the runes in order to research them after returning home. It was impossible to understand anything in a short period. Creak. The doors automatically opened. Li Qiye smiled and walked inside. The rest followed right behind after regaining their wits. The main hall wasn't large and had perfect lighting with warm sun rays. This made it a very comfortable place to be. There existed a table with one rock inside, nothing else, to the disappointment of the ancestors. They thought that they would see some immortal artifacts inside, not a single rock. On the other hand, Li Qiye has been fixated on this rock the moment he got in here, the same with the bull and Hui Qingxian. The rock was only the size of an adult fist with a white color and the texture of crystallized salt. It exuded a muddled glow due to the presence of a milky liquid inside. All in all, pedestrians on a street wouldn't give this rock a second glance. It just looked too common. The group thought about it again and felt that this rock should be a big deal. They carefully inspected it and thought that there should be something special. Sure enough, the crystallized shell seemed to be a barrier capable of containing an entire world. The liquid inside should be all the essences necessary, enough to give birth and strength to all creations and laws. The muddled light seemed to be the beginning of all things. It was necessary to be the beginning mark of history. Without this light, there would be no river of time. So what is it? The ancestors became more and more intrigued by this rock. They realized that this was an immortal rock above all else. It's just that they couldn't understand it yet. I think this looks like a fake. The world can't have something like this. The bull murmured. You've seen the real thing, master. Lu Yanbai was naturally lost. If I did, I wouldn't be saying that it looks like a fake right now. The bull laughed and said. Chapter 3096, The rock has been left here for so long, for who knows how many millions of years. The most important question was the age of the rock, not how long it has been here. One would think that it has been here before the formation of three immortals, before the creation of the world, and even before the appearance of all things. I feel that this rock is older than our world. One ancestor murmured after carefully looking at it. Others shared the same fascinating thought. If this rock was indeed this old, it should contain an unreal energy inside. Its identity remained a mystery to the ones here, but they still knew that it was special in some ways. Boom! Suddenly, all of Sky Ruins quaked and interrupted their speculation. The spatial fabrics here seemingly became overfilled and started twisting and expanding. 10 million miles of space expanded in a short time, perhaps even more. Rumble. Explosions accompanied this spatial expansion. It felt as if there was a massive beast awaking. Just one turn of its massive frame could destroy space. Ascension Pond exuded boundless light and fog into the air during the explosions. The area became filled with an ancient aura. Just one strand was enough to crush the firmament or kill emperors and everlasting. Shit, something bad is happening. Many were scared out of their mind. We need to run now, Ascension Pond is about to explode. Another shouted. Numerous cultivators were hanging around Sky Ruins and saw the sudden development. They no longer dared to stick around and immediately ran. Unfortunately, some weren't strong enough and became frozen from the pressure stemming from Ascension Pond. They couldn't get up at all. Boom! The thunderous detonation actually spread to immortal lineage. It was as if a supreme being was awakening in Ascension Pond with enough power to suppress everything. Many realized that they were nothing more than ants despite their cultivation level. Something is coming out. One invincible master's expression changed as he took a deep breath. This is terrible. Another peerless ancestor gazed sternly at Sky Ruins. Meanwhile, the people back in the palace heard rustles. Some roof tiles were falling down. Though the palace was in a different dimension, it was still affected by this invincible power. What power is this? The ancestors inside became afraid. An ancient monster is coming back. Supreme Emperor took a deep breath, aghast. The bull instantly turned back and exuded 2 rays from its round eyes. Its expression became serious right away. Ascension Pond. The overlord there is up and salivating for this thing. It then turned towards the rock. Ascension Pond was extremely mysterious and dangerous. Even someone like Desolate Saint returned empty-handed or perhaps even suffered some setbacks. Who could stop this power from obtaining the rock? Ha ha ha, sir, I'll leave you with the responsibility of defending this divine rock. The bull laughed before running away with its disciple. Get the hell out of there already. It crossed through numerous dimensions and its voice echoed back. Supreme and the others regained their wits and started running too. Be careful, Dao brother. Hui Qingxian cautioned Li Qie before disappearing from sight. Running away without fighting was normally a shameful choice for cultivators. However, because a powerful senior like the bull ran away so shamelessly, these juniors could afford to run as well. Their expression wasn't that awkward and embarrassed when running for their lives. This was especially true for the older ancestors. Li Qie chuckled and grabbed the rock after seeing this. Meanwhile, the bull moved with lightning speed out of Sky Ruins. The rest eventually caught up with it. The moment they got out, the invincible power erupted like the water surging through a broken dam. They looked back and saw the fog of Ascension Pond covering all of Sky Ruins. One could faintly see the light emitted from the pond, similar to a lighthouse guiding the way. Unfortunately, it didn't give the same calming presence as a lighthouse would. People actually feared the light since it resembled a beast opening its eyes. This light was nothing more than the flash of its eyes. The fog surrounding Sky Ruins seemed eager to swallow the entire place whole. Just one inhale from this beast was enough to devour all of 3 immortals. The powerful spectators became petrified while thinking about the potential outcome. Whatever this thing was, it was strong enough to massacre their entire worlds. What kind of monster is this? One ancestor stared at the fog. No one had an answer to this question. Boom! The fog suddenly gathered together into a monstrous palm of incalculable size, surely large enough to crush immortal lineage in one blow. Fortunately, it wasn't aiming at 3 immortals right now. Rumble. The fingers were closing down, resulting in earthquakes in immortal lineage. Its sheer size made even the slightest movement capable of affecting the spatial fabrics. What is it doing? The horrified spectators wondered as the palm surrounded the meteor. Supreme and the others exchanged glances, aware of its goal, clearly wanting the rock inside the palace. Will His Excellency be alright? One ancestor became worried. Chapter 3097, The world-grasping palm could render everything to powder with a slight clench. This applied to all of immortal lineage. Supreme Emperor's group who had just witnessed a fight between progenitors shuddered at this sight. They thought that a progenitor might not be able to escape that palm unscathed. The power there was beyond their imagination and instilled despair into them. As emperors and everlastings, they stood at the top of immortal lineage. Alas, the palm showed them otherwise. Just one touch from it would make them scatter away with the wind. Thus, the entire party became worried about Li Qie with the exception of one being, the bull. You all should be worrying about Ascension Pond, hee. The bull shrugged and had a gloating smile. Boom! No one could see the situation inside the palm but they felt that the large meteor was in pieces now. Suffocation struck them with the closing of the palm, thinking that they were victims just like the meteor. They wanted to scream but no sound would come out of their wide-open mouth. The world became soundless, voices were robbed and courage was taken away. After the palm closed, Li Qie found himself standing in the deepest reaches of Ascension Pond. The pond water engulfed him in a special manner. He didn't perform any art to avoid water, but the water wasn't making him wet at all. In front of him was a crystal Tao platform. Those who have been here before knew that it was used as an altar. One just needed to offer their most precious thing in order to make a successful trade here at the altar. Li Qiye looked at the shiny altar freed from imperfection and smiled, seemingly amused. "Want to rob me?" "Quite bold," he said. The pawn didn't answer, as if he was the only one here. "Aren't you the greatest trader?" Li Qiye leisurely said, "Very well, if you can handle my most precious thing, I will give you the rock. If you can't, I'll be stating my conditions." The crystal altar didn't answer. However, its light slightly flickered, akin to a passing shooting star in the night sky. Li Qiye placed his palm on the altar. Buzz! His chest exuded a faint glow. As time passed, this glow intensified and became increasingly brighter. Space trembled as a result. His light seemed to be opening a new era. After reaching a certain level, space and time became frozen. Everything has been sealed by him. Boom! A majestic force erupted from his chest as a floating heart emerged. All of immortal lineage could feel this. It looked like a resplendent world. No creature could keep their eyes open here, gods or not. The heart shrouded in radiance had a beat in harmony with heaven and earth. Each beat could break through all barriers in existence while opening a new world. This was a primordial beat, a song from the start of time, a rhythm leading to true immortality. Everyone outside of Sky Ruins saw a shocking scene. A sparkling beam soared towards the sky, piercing through all in its path, including the massive palm. Crack! The palm instantly crumbled into pieces and the beam disappeared. Jaws dropped to the ground because this palm should have been untouchable. However, this bright beam managed to piece through it in no time at all. The inhabitants of immortal lineage didn't know who destroyed the great palm, only Supreme's group was privy to this information. This told them that Li Qiye was far more monstrous than that palm. Crack! A hair-thin crack appeared on the crystal altar. It was virtually impossible to see, but yes, there was indeed a crack. "Still can't handle it." Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Earlier, Li Qiye placed his peerless and unbeatable Tao heart on the altar. Ascension Pond was a place where one could offer their most precious item for whatever else they wanted. Alas, the pond had nothing worthy to trade for this Tao heart, resulting in a clear defeat. Everyone would be shocked if they were to find out about this. "Okay, time to talk now," Li Qiye said. Buzz! The light of the altar gathered together like the stars and turned into a cosmic maelstrom. Li Qiye showed zero hesitation and walked into this maelstrom. Once he could see again, he found himself in a mysterious dimension. Wondrous lights flashed in this dimension along with divine images. The place seemed illusory and dreamlike, causing people to think that they were in a dream. Li Qiye took a quick look around and nonchalantly said, "Not a bad place for hiding. Of course, it's probably not a good feeling being a cowardly turtle hiding in its shell." Chapter 3098, Humph. A scowl frightened the heaven and earth along with the celestials, for it was filled with might. The souls of emperors and gods would still scatter away after hearing this scowl. Alas, it had no effect on Li Qiye. Buzz! The stars gathered with haste and formed an ethereal face in the sky. It looked so surreal, one would forget about this face right away, akin to waking up in a dream. They would remember that they have dreamt about something, just nothing in detail. Everything starts with the heart devil, desires, and resentment. Li Qiye smiled after seeing the face. "What is your heart devil?" A voice came from the depth of this space, almost sounding like a lamentation. The voice echoed in one's mind instead of being heard through the ears, akin to speaking to oneself. This discomforting phenomenon could frighten a weak-willed individual. "My heart devil." It is me, since one thought is enough to become a devil. Li Qie smiled, not minding the voice in his head. That's not what I'm talking about. The voice answered. No, it's the same thing. Once I go crazy, even I get scared of myself, so I'm my own heart devil. Li Qie responded. The voice seemingly pondered the comment, or perhaps, it didn't disagree with this logic. However, since Li Qie was his own heart devil, he wasn't afraid of turning into anything nor cared about other temptations and desires. So can we talk now? Li Qie smiled. The existence in this plane didn't respond. He wanted the rock but didn't expect to provoke someone like Li Qie. The guy exceeded his expectation. He hasn't seen a being of this level for a very long time now. There are only a few things I can offer. The existence eventually answered. I disagree with that. Li Qie smirked in response. Let me ask you first, what is your ranking among the 36? There is always a vaster sky and a greater man. The immensity of the grand Tao is beyond your imagination. Sure, your Tao heart is unmatched in history, but loftier existences are around, even more unfathomable. The existence took some time before speaking again in a serious manner. It didn't sound like an excuse. Just imagine, this was a being capable of beating an immortal-level progenitor. His words needed to be taken seriously. How are they compared to the villainous heaven? Li Qie remained calm. Comparable. The voice revealed. Interesting. Li Qie slightly raised his brows. What's outside is truly unfathomable. You have achieved a lot, but it is only the beginning. The voice continued. No, it's still within expectation, just a little exciting and worthy of anticipation, because if this is it, it'll be boring and lonely, to say the least. Li Qie chuckled. It's lonely at the top, or so they say. In Li Qie's mind, his enemy was himself, and this could get quite lonely without suitable opponents. What do you want? The voice got to the point. Not much. Li Qie said, this place isn't bad, so I want to borrow it to refine some weapons, maybe have a little chat about some interesting matters, that's all. There's nothing interesting about this world, only blood and tears. The voice said. That's fine too, it's not a bad topic. After all, I'm not a merciful saint and don't mind talking about bloody stuff. Li Qie smiled. What's your pursuit? The voice asked. Your pursuit is that thing, hence stuck in hibernation here for years. Li Qie didn't answer his question. We're not on the same path. The voice replied. That's the only reason. Not because the spoils aren't evenly distributed. Li Qie implicatively smirked. The being let out another intimidating scowl, clearly filled with dissatisfaction about Li Qie's comment. Li Qie ignored the scowl. Don't assume everyone is as despicable as you. The voice insulted. I'm certainly no gentleman, but do you dare claim that you have never had a similar thought during that period? I know that none of you play nice. Li Qie chuckled. I wouldn't be waiting all this time then, in that case. The voice clearly disliked Li Qie, judging by its tone. Nevertheless, it still answered. Not necessarily, a fat fish is better than a skinny one, and this requires feeding in patience. The latter isn't enough to even be an appetizer. Li Qie said, I'm sure that things like this have happened before, and you yourself harbored this idea once. The existence didn't respond this time. That's why as long as people can think of it, it can be done and is probably done before. Li Qie smiled. The only person worth trusting in this world is the villainous heaven. The villainous heaven? How is it different from us? The existence coldly uttered. Looks like you all are very unhappy with the villainous heaven. Li Qie chuckled. Our actions are all the same. The voice said. You don't think there's a difference between eating a fish and killing a fish? Sure, this isn't a perfect analogy, but it's suitable here. Li Qie said. All the same, both the purposes and actions. The voice coldly uttered. I see, looks like you have some grudges against the villainous heaven. Probably suffered a bit to it, right? Li Qie taunted. Humph. The voice scowled once more. Li Qie's smile grew thicker. After a while, he became serious and said, okay, let's not talk about the villainous heaven, that's old stuff. What about the person you have been looking for? No idea. The existence didn't entertain the new conversation. Afraid, huh? What about the being in uncrossable expanse in comparison? Li Qie's eyes narrowed. Just a child. The voice decisively said without needing to think, clearly have a good idea beforehand. Interesting answer, so that's an apex existence. Li Qie laughed and said. The apex, the one and only. The same applies to you, not on the same level. The voice said. I see. It's because there are no immortals right now. Li Qie didn't become angry after being insulted. It would be over if there are immortals. The voice responded. I would still test my might against them. Of course, if they actually exist, they wouldn't allow for fake ones like you to be around. Li Qie seriously responded. The likes of you can't understand what a true immortal is anyway. The voice said. Really now? I'm definitely interested in a meeting. Li Qie smiled. Unknown whereabouts. The voice gave an abrupt answer. 1. Note that I don't know the pronoun for heaven. The author didn't use one, so I'm using it. It can be he, she /it/ they. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3099, Immortal Lineage trembled in fear after finding out about the battle where Li Qie annihilated Metalkin war gods and his legions. So many experts kept their mouths shut afterward, no daring to comment on fiercest. Of course, they were doing it with their friends and sect members in secret. Everyone learned that a third progenitor has come out. This era would become a prosperous one. Will this be a time similar to Gao Yang's? An expert wondered. Gao Yang's generation was considered to be one of the most brilliant in history. Talents came out in waves and eventually became emperors and everlastings. Due to this wonderful period, Gao Yang was elevated to a new height. Some considered him to be not only a member of the Decemvirate but also among the top 3. Now, the current generation had Luminous Master, Orchid Sage, and Fiercest. A trinity of powers. Yes, this generation will be prosperous but also quite bloody. One ancestor murmured. Common wisdom dictated that a mountain can't have 2 tigers. War was inevitable between these progenitors. That's only if the sides are balanced. War will definitely come and so many systems will be dragged into this mess. Their people will let out cries of anguish. But, if there's a clear winner, we'll have peace. An everlasting side. A war between progenitors would be dreadfully destructive. Millions of casualties would be the best-case scenario. Destruction of systems might be the worst. This had happened before in Immortal Lineage. It was one thing when they exercised restraint. Otherwise, war would rage between many systems. Yes, just like Gao Yang back then. An ancestor added. Everyone heard the story of Gao Yang's sudden appearance. He became invincible after becoming a progenitor and directly defeated another progenitor of that same generation, Cloud-Crossing progenitor. Gao Yang was just too brilliant and powerful. With the defeat of Cloud-Crossing progenitor came the end of the progenitorial war. There can only be one Gao Yang. A different ancestor shook his head and smiled wryly. Most agreed with this, so they thought that the incoming conflict between the progenitors would last for a while. Maybe Fiercest can match Gao Yang. An expert had this opinion. You're underestimating Gao Yang too much. Another cultivator aware of the history behind this disagreed. Gao Yang was insane. He went into any forbidden grounds and swept through anyone. That generation far exceeded ours and he still dominated all the same. Fiercest is not on the same level. Of course, no one would argue for them being evenly matched. Nonetheless, some started analyzing Fiercest's strength. From what we've seen, Fiercest is the strongest, probably 30% stronger than Orchid Sage. One ancestor said. That's within the realm of possibilities. How about versus Luminous Master? Many agreed with this point. Luminous Master should be stronger because Fiercest is the latest to make his debut. He probably doesn't have as strong of a foundation because Luminous Master has reached this level a while ago. One ancestor said. I'm not so sure about that. Fiercest has been unstoppable and I haven't seen him use a weapon yet. In my opinion, he has yet to go all out. His real strength is probably beyond our imagination, that's why Orchid Sage is so respectful towards him. An Everlasting had a bolder conjecture while tilting his head in contemplation. Thus, after numerous discussions, some believed Fiercest was strongest while others put their money on Luminous Master. The latter definitely had an advantage for reaching this level first. He had more time to accumulate resources and enlightenment versus the other two. Rumble. Not long after the recent shocking events, explosions came from uncrossable expanse again as if a monster was leaving the ocean. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. Boom! Everyone saw a massive wave forming in uncrossable expanse. The formation of this wave was due to a moving continent piercing through space. It seemed to have crushed numerous dimensions deeper in the expanse and instantly got out. Rumble. Space trembled continuously, unable to withstand the weight of this new landmass. Another thing is coming out of there. Everyone started clamoring in immortal lineage. What now? Some naturally became afraid. First was the meteor, then the ships filled with reanimated undead. Now, a continent. What was it bringing to immortal lineage, hope or despair? Loud rumbles accompanied this continent wherever it went because of its immense weight. It's massive. People gasped at this sight. It didn't look too fast to the naked eyes, but it was naturally traveling at an insane speed. Is it going to hit Sky Pass? An expert became worried. Sky Pass might not be able to withstand the impact. Even if it could, heavy damages were inevitable. Fortunately, this continent also only skirted by Sky Pass, a daunting spectacle without any real danger. The soldiers in Sky Pass heaved a sigh of relief since they weren't ready for the impact. The cultivators in Immortal Lineage felt the same way. The destruction of the frontier meant the other systems were next. What's on that continent? This question popped up as the continent flew toward Sky Ruins. Curiosity still got the best of them. Some decided to give chase. No, don't do it. Have you forgotten about the dead creatures on the ships? Many were worried. Alas, a few ancestors confident in their abilities still wanted to climb up there to take a closer look. Fortunately, they got up there and didn't meet anything dangerous. They saw magnificent waterfalls and rivers with numerous tributaries, verdant mountains, and blue clouds. This was akin to entering an entirely new system since they were met by a pristine and majestic atmosphere. An excavated land. One ancestor became impressed by the scenery ahead. Systems were refined by progenitors. Many chose to bring a piece of landmass down from space in order to use it as the base of their system. Chapter 3100, A Continent from the Expanse Devoid of Danger. This naturally attracted many cultivators. It didn't take long before they ran there in waves and found pristine nature waiting for them, a paradise with surging rivers, verdant peaks, and endless plains of green. Not a single native could be seen. The newcomers realized that this was an unexcavated land. No one else has been here before. So what is this place? The experts wondered. Ordinary cultivators didn't think too much of this event, but the ancestors and everlastings worried about the significance of this continent. It wouldn't just float out the mysterious uncrossable expanse for no reason. This was exactly the same case as the expedition ship. However, they just haven't figured out the reason yet. Maybe that vast ocean has many unexplored continents. One ancestor murmured, "I'm thinking that some progenitors saw these paradises and decided to stop there." Many ancestors agreed with this statement. Their progenitors might have started new factions there. There's good stuff here. Other explorers found things while the ancestors were chatting. What is it? An expert asked right away. Traverse ancestor found an incredible spring on top of an 80-feet peak. Its water is so sweet and can open all the veins and muscles. He himself confirmed that it is comparable to some types of sacred dew. This news came along and it wasn't the only one. An elder from Beerider found a golden pearl under a lake capable of purifying evil. Cloud Creek schoolmaster found a really rare 3-jade mushroom in a cave. A vagabond dug out a violet lotus grass on the plain. It's incredible as a longevity medicine. News like this came from all over the place. Those who came have benefited from the trip. The news traveled back to immortal lineage and attracted more cultivators. Sure enough, as more people came, more great items were found: treasure trees, spirit medicines, mystical rocks. They were no different than a swarm of locusts, instantly stripping the land of anything valuable. After all, there was no danger here. This made everyone excited and they traveled a long way to the floating continent for the treasure hunt. Heaven must be blessing us. One of them excitedly said, "Yes, this is a gift to immortal lineage, a treasure land from uncrossable expanse." Of course, the ancestors present definitely disagreed with this comment. They believed that there was another reason for its coming. Rumble. Numerous bronze carriages loudly crossed through the horizon and interrupted the enthusiastic treasure hunters. They came with lightning speed and landed on the continent, startling everyone in the process. The number was too few to be considered an army. However, this group had the toughness of a great wall, suffocating all spectators. They felt as if they had been surrounded and left with no escape path. Luminous Master's troops. Everyone shuddered after recognizing them. Luminous Master is coming. Someone saw a familiar face in this group, Flying Sword Marvel. The Master didn't have an entire legion like Metalkin War God. However, his cavalry was still unstoppable and earned the prestige of being one of the strongest groups in immortal lineage. After all, how could a cavalry taught by a progenitor be weak? Their appearance took everyone by surprise because Luminous Master rarely showed himself after becoming an imperial-level progenitor, the same with his cavalry. Rumor has it that he has been spending his time learning the Tao while his cavalry acted as his protectors in order to avoid any needless complication. So is he coming? One person whispered. Meanwhile, the crowd made a path for the cavalry to get through. Even ancestors didn't stand in the way. No one in immortal lineage would be dumb enough to hinder Luminous Master's path. Who would want to provoke a progenitor and his great system, Immortal Bronze Mountain? The cavalry didn't stop and continued forward. They obviously had a clear goal from the start. What are they doing? This piqued everyone's curiosity. A few experts decided to follow behind the cavalry in order to find an answer. However, they soon noticed that the cavalry has sealed off the area of their destination. No one was allowed to get close. They had no choice but to leave, annoyed. It would be foolish to take even half a step inside and invite the wrath of a progenitor. Creak, a horse carriage appeared on the horizon, made from wood without unnecessary adornment. The curtain was hanging down so no one could see the person inside. Only 10 guards accompanied the carriage, but they were all powerful true gods. Each capable of ruling over an entire domain. They looked like mighty pillars supporting the carriage. True Emperor Bachi. Some noticed the leading vanguard, a man wearing a hemp rope with an unrestrained expression. However, his actions and movements were brimming with power and momentum. He hid his aura and presence in order to keep a low profile. Nonetheless, this wasn't enough to hide his brilliance from the spectators. That's Luminous Master's disciple, so is he in the carriage then? This question popped up. Bachi True Emperor was a reclusive man personally taught by Luminous Master. Some believe that he had 10 palaces. Who else in the world but Luminous Master would be worthy of this emperor's protection? The person in the carriage remained low-key as well, their aura hidden. Yet, this didn't stop the crowd from bowing to show their respect. 1. The word here has too many meanings. Need more context: a Chinese foot, 1/3 of a meter, a ruler, a tape measure, one of the 3 acupoints for measuring pulse in Chinese medicine. Chapter 3101. The carriage immediately entered the designated area and didn't show up again. This made people curious: was it really Luminous Master in there? Unfortunately, no one could give them an answer. None from Immortal Bronze Mountain divulged anything to the crowd. Of course, they weren't obligated to do so either. They didn't need to explain to anyone why they sealed off an area. None would dare to question them in the first place. Luminous Master and his system have reached a level high enough to be this domineering. Fellow Taoist, please leave this continent or face the consequence. A while later, an expert from Immortal Bronze Mountain finally announced. Leave the continent? Many became surprised. Why should we? On what basis are they making us leave? One guy became unhappy. Because they're under the banner of Luminous Master and members of Immortal Bronze, that's enough. His friend immediately whispered. The unhappy fellow and his group had no choice but to swallow this indignation. Yes, just the prestige of Luminous Master alone demanded cooperation and submission. Why is Luminous Master doing this? This isn't his style. The powerful Everlasting started wondering after hearing the announcement. Fellow Taoists, please leave. Immortal Bronze is carrying out official business. A formal seal was erected on the barrier not long after the announcement. The treasure hunters had no choice but to leave, losing their chance to get rich as a result. Some of the ancestors also left on their own accord, albeit begrudgingly. They knew that something big was going on because Luminous Master wasn't an overbearing person. Creek, another group came from above, only consisting of a few hundred members on a large carriage pulled by 8 dragons with an impressive bloodline. Auspicious clouds hovered above while a grand path stretched beneath the wheels. A divine bridge was slowly being formed on the carriage's path. It was made from the most precious heavy star wood. Draconic laws draped down on all 4 directions along with primordial chaos. Behind the carriage were mythical birds, white tigers, black tortoises, all-powerful demons. Zhelong is actually here. Not a single soul could stay calm at this sight. A while ago, a few proud ancestors chose to stay on the continent, confident in their strength. They immediately left after seeing this group. Something shocking is unraveling here, maybe an ultimate artifact. One ancestor gasped. So that's Zhelong. Zhelong's reputation wasn't inferior to Luminous Master. This was another top being looming above all in immortal lineage. Why? He was a Fardao Everlasting. A being capable of challenging progenitors. In fact, across the years, many progenitors would still address him as Senior. He became Luminous Master's Tao protector early on. This actually propelled Luminous Master's fame. After all, a person viewed highly by Zhelong should be special. Sure enough, time proved this since Luminous Master went on to become the most talented genius in immortal lineage than a progenitor. Orchid Sage wasn't as lucky to have such a capable Tao protector. Many considered Luminous Master to have the strongest supporting camp out of the current 3 progenitors. A surviving Fardao Everlasting, so strong. The other Everlastings watched the carriage slowly entering the continent with respect. Isn't everlasting Jiang still around? A junior said softly. In the contemporary, whenever people talked about everlastings, the first name that would usually come up was everlasting Jiang. He was part of the 10 Radiants and had defeated a myriad-level progenitor before, True Fire. Everlasting Jiang's fame was akin to the brightest star up above illuminating the night sky. Everlasting Jiang hasn't appeared in a long time, even Longevity Hall doesn't know if he's still around. I've heard rumors about him dying during his final cultivation attempt. An Everlasting solemnly said. Everlasting Jiang was also a Fardao Everlasting just like Zhelong. The latter had higher seniority but the former was superior in terms of talents. Unfortunately, most believe that Everlasting Jiang was no longer in this world. Thus, in this current generation, Zhelong was treated just like a progenitor, if not better. That's why the unhappy cultivators chose to leave, realizing that Immortal Bronze Mountain was not messing around this time. It didn't matter whether Luminous Master was here or not. Just Zhelong alone was enough to intimidate everyone. Furthermore, his very presence indicated the gravity of the situation. Provoking Immortal Bronze Mountain in this crucial moment was suicidal. No one knew why Zhelong was here. Was whatever inside worth him taking a trip here? All eyes became fixated on the continent, eagerly waiting for the next development. Rumble. Suddenly, they heard loud footsteps. Space was nearly crushed. Everyone could tell that a massive monster was moving over yonder. Sure enough, a while later, these large creatures became visible. Each of their steps crossed through 100,000 miles due to their sheer size. They looked as if they were walking slowly but their speed was quite impressive. These monsters looked like massive elephants. However, they didn't have a long nose. A thick layer of armor covered their shoulders. So how large were they? If they were standing in an ocean, the water would only reach their knees. Vigors, the spectators took a deep breath while watching the beasts. Vigors were rare ancient beasts with incredible strength, capable of lifting up heaven and earth. Perhaps only Zhelong would have these creatures in the contemporary. The crowd exchanged glances. They seemed to have a pretty good idea of what Immortal Bronze wanted to do and why Zhelong was here in person. Once they got close enough to the continent, they stopped and turned around. Clank! 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 Ancestors from Immortal Bronze were seen on top of their armored shoulders. One, Hibernation Dragon, not sure if it's a title or a name. Sleeping Dragon like Zhuge Liang is a better title but it's not the same character so I can't use it too. 10 Radiants used to be Radiant Decemvirate. The problem is that Decemvirate is also used for progenitors, so I'm changing it to 10 Radiants. Chapter 3102, These ancestors all held long and thick chains while standing on the vigors. They were made from dozens of crimson links. Each link was wide to the point where dozens of men could wrap around one, hand in hand. Thus, when these mighty ancestors were controlling them, others could also feel their incredible weight. This was akin to holding a mountain range. They were made from precious divine metals, extremely tough. The front end of the iron chain had an anchor as big as a peak. They could easily pierce through anything. Start! One of them shouted. Clank! The rest took action at the same time, instantly throwing the anchor forward. The clanking echoed in a deafening manner due to their sheer size. This was truly a magnificent scene with the sky vault being pierced. Something akin to an iron curtain blotted out everything above, rendering others breathless. The anchors smashed into the continent. Mountains, valleys, and lakes were instantly pierced and destroyed. Mud and debris went flying as the continent suffered heavy damages. Immortal Bronze Mountain is so damn strong. The spectators shuddered. These anchors might not have been powerful enough to destroy a system right away but still could destroy a dozen sects in the blink of an eye. It's a top system right now, probably among the top 3. One ancestor said seriously. Immortal Bronze Mountain was special. It was considered a system and the home of the immortal bronze race. However, it wasn't really a system in the traditional sense. Its great continent might not actually have a Tao source, hence the problem in viewing it as a system. The bronzes themselves didn't consider their land as a system. Ultimately, system or not, it was immensely strong due to having a brilliant progenitor. By this point, everyone could see that immortal Bronze Mountain must have this continent to send someone like Zhelong here. Once the dust settled, the spectators could see the mess on the continent caused by the anchors and chains. Some have reached the deepest part of the land. The strongest ancestors managed to pierce through to the other side for a better grip. What a shame. Many let out a disappointed sigh. The continent had rich cultivation materials and huge mines. Most were gone now. Clank. The iron chains tightened, their other side was then attached to the shoulder of the Vigors. What are they doing? Some watched and speculated. Of course, the majority already knew. I can't believe it. One expert said, they want to drag this continent back. Is this doable? Only progenitors usually do this. Idiot, is Luminous Master not a progenitor? His senior glared at him. Immortal Bronze Mountain indeed had the ability to do something like this. Does he want to create his own system then? This question popped up next. Remember, the three current progenitors have yet to create their own system. In history, not all progenitors did so. Some waited until the right moment or power level before doing so because it required considerable effort. It's only a matter of time. One ancestor nodded. Most agreed with this because Luminous Master has been around long enough at this level to start thinking about it. Of course, if Luminous Master were to create his own system, it meant that he would no longer be a part of Immortal Bronze Mountain in the future. For example, Orchid Sage was in the same situation. Though he had left strong grass, others still viewed him as a disciple of his system. The only way to change this was for him to create his own. I thought Luminous Master would wait until reaching the immortal level before doing this. It's earlier than expected. An ancestor quietly said. Well, maybe he's already at the immortal level. We just don't know about it. A different one said. As an imperial level progenitor, Luminous Master was already qualified to create his own system. However, it would be limited at the same imperial level. As long as he was alive, the system would also grow with him. Once he reached the immortal level, his system would also have the opportunity to improve. Will Sky Pass let them go through? Someone glanced back at immortal lineage. Pulling this continent back to their world required traveling through Sky Pass. It's not a problem in the past, but it's a different story now. Tai Yinshi alone can't make a decision about this. One Everlasting pondered. Everyone agreed with him. Normally, Sky Pass wouldn't mind giving Luminous Master some face if he wanted to create a system. The problem was that this continent came from uncrossable expanse. There were too many unknowns. Start. One ancestor from Immortal Bronze roared after the anchors have firmly latched. Rumble. The chains were stretched to the limit, on the verge of breaking. Boom. The Vigors took one step forward and crushed the space beneath. They mustered all of their strength in order to pull the continent. The entire landmass quaked and shook for a bit, but in the end, it still didn't move in the slightest. It's just so heavy. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing the Vigors failing to pull it forward. Rays descended from above. More ancestors from Immortal Bronze decided to join the fray. Their majestic aura was enough to suppress the 9 heavens, indicative of their might. They held on to the thick chains after arriving. Chapter 3103, These ancestors readied themselves to lend the Vigors a hand, holding the chains tightly. This looked like a game of tug-of-war to the spectators. Their auras naturally frightened everyone. Immortal Bronze Mountain was impressive indeed. Very few systems in immortal lineage could come up with this level of force. Go! One of them shouted to initiate another attempt. Boom! 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 The old men released their vitality in the form of beams shooting in the sky. At the same time, the vigors roared and started moving their hooves at full force, working alongside the ancestors. The entire continent quaked again and still didn't move an inch, betraying everyone's expectation. Activate! The ancestors roared and used all of their power, the same with the vigors. Clank! 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 The iron chains were stretched to their limit by the unreasonable power exerted by the pullers. Some started deforming as well. Unfortunately, their effort was in vain. I'm impossible. The spectators couldn't believe it. These ancestors could pluck the stars from above. Moving mountains and oceans wasn't a problem for them. A heavy continent still had a ceiling. So many ancestors working with the vigor should have had zero problems pulling a regular landmass back to immortal lineage. This wasn't the case here. This makes zero sense. Another commented. It's not an ordinary continent, more like a supreme paradise or sacred ground, that's why it's so heavy. One ancestor immediately realized. The big shots nearby exchanged glances and agreed. After all, they were witnessing this event in person. A regular continent would have been bested by now. Alas, this one has shown its immeasurable weight. Maybe this has nothing to do with the weight of the continent but rather, a type of power, a seal, perhaps. That's why it isn't moving. One Everlasting's eyes flashed as he tried to use his divine intent to scout the place. There's a reason why Luminous Master chose this continent, it must be precious in some way. Everyone figured this out. Luminous Master had plenty of choices to pick from in the vast space, a star or some abandoned land. However, he picked this one from uncrossable expanse. People have yet to realize its potential. Keep on going. The ancestors didn't give up. Boom! Red radiance illuminated all of Sky Ruins. Ra! The vigors also exuded the same bloody glow. Both the ancestors and the vigors have resorted to using their life force, tapping into their true potential. This burning of vitality naturally shocked the spectators. The floating continent shook again. It was still as futile as ever. Clank. The clanking noises weren't as loud as before. The individual links have started deforming. The chains wouldn't last much longer. Meanwhile, the structure of the continent was having a hard time as well. Cracks appeared as mountains crumbled. One corner even fully broke off from the mainland. Some of the anchors lost their grip and sprung backward towards the ancestors and the vigors. Boom! Chaos ensued. Some of the beasts lost stability and started rolling forward while the horrified ancestors soared to the air in order to dodge. It took a long time before they resumed their original position while cutting a sorry figure. The continent was a mess now versus before, but it still didn't move. The ancestors didn't know what to do and had no choice but to give up on this method. Sky Ruins became quiet again since Immortal Bronze Mountain didn't have a next move. Zhelong and Luminous Master didn't show up despite this failure. They have been silent like a rock falling into the ocean ever since they stepped on the continent. The cavalry still didn't leave and didn't allow anyone else to enter. No one knew what the progenitor and Zhelong wanted to do. There is a great profundity in this continent. One ancestor finally commented after observing the deathly silence, Zhelong and Luminous Master are still researching. I think something amazing is in there. I think you're right, he might not only be trying to create a system with it. An Everlasting said. It could be a great treasure or some incredible Tao inside, the crowd didn't know the details. Nonetheless, it must be at the immortal level to attract these top existences. This realization made the big shots and many systems become overwhelmed with greed. A thing that could attract these two would be insane. No one would want to miss the opportunity of finding out the thing hidden inside the continent. The problem was, immortal bronze still didn't let anyone inside. Maybe it's worth taking a look. One ancestor became tempted. Though Luminous Master and Zhelong weren't ones to be trifled with, the existence of an immortal level item was too much. Some might be willing to take the risk. Sure enough, a mighty everlasting took action. Going directly against immortal bronze was unwise, so he chose to use a heaven-defying art to sneak there. Another resourceful system utilized a secret Dao, allowing them to scout the continent from a distance. Chapter 3104. Though some top experts have managed to sneak inside, none had figured out anything. After all, the seal was quite strong, and due to Zhelong's presence, these experts didn't dare to get too close. Peace followed for a bit during the day, but it didn't last long. Boom! A pulse from the depth of sky ruins rushed to the sky, bright enough to force all to close their eyes. It turned the night into the day and got everyone's attention. What's that over there? The mass stared at the direction of the explosion. Ascension Pond, right? Many became startled. The world didn't have peace recently, with strange things floating out of uncrossable expanse, while sky ruins kept on having bizarre phenomena. An air of unrest permeated immortal lineage. The golden palm from Ascension Pond, and now this divine pulse. These were definitely ominous signs. I don't think so, it should be an unexplored area. One ancestor got a better look and said. Alas, the light was too bright and he couldn't see it fully despite using his heavenly gaze. The weaker cultivators would go momentarily blind the moment they stare at the pulse source. Fortunately, it was far away enough, or many would be permanently blind right now. Those even closer would be turned to ashes. Boom! A second explosion detonated. The pulse surged with greater intensity and power. It was as if something was being crushed up above, allowing for a portal to open. Look, over there. A keen-eyed ancestor saw a hole as blue as the sky opening. It looked like an azure expanse or an eye. This unexpected development naturally surprised the crowd. As the hole was opening, strands of heavenly power came out from within. They were extremely far from Sky Pass, but everyone there became frozen. This was akin to the high heaven scouting the mortal realm. Everyone had the urge to prostrate from this instinctive fear existing since their youth. Not to mention ordinary experts, even the everlastings felt this fear. Ultimately, all cultivators were afraid of the legendary high heaven. What's happening? An attack against the heaven? One ancestor took a deep breath and said. His peers all stared at him since this was a taboo topic. People as strong as progenitors would refrain from ever bringing it up. Look, there's someone there. A mighty true god's eyes became resplendent, allowing him to see a figure in the pulse. Other big shots followed suit, and sure enough, they saw a figure in the center of the pulse. Alas, the blinding light shrouded this figure. They could only see it holding something. Who is that? One shouted. He's trying to attack the heaven. Another speculated. Others couldn't help but look up at the deep blue hole. Could this be a portal to the high heaven? He looks like fiercest. An everlasting utilized his heavenly gaze to its limit by shooting out an extremely sharp ray crossing through space. He finally got a good look at the figure and what he was holding. You're right, that's fiercest. Others capable of seeing this carefully took a look after hearing this everlasting and came up with a conclusion. Li Qiye stood in the blinding radiance, unaffected. Everyone else watched with bated breath, not knowing his intention. Crack. Some heard a shatter as if something was cracking. The powerful spectators saw the thing in his hand flashing with lightning bolts. These bolts were different from ordinary ones. They contained the power of a heavenly tribulation and the judgment of a heavenly punishment. This seemed to be the will of high heaven. Those who could truly fathom the bolts shuddered with fear. The will of high heaven seemed to be pressing down and immobilizing them. Have you ever seen anything like this? One big shot asked. No one knew that Fiercest was up to or the thing in his hand, just that this should be something terrifying. Boom! 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 The lightning bolts became crazy and started to escape. Some of them began striking him. He had no problem holding on in the beginning, but as time went on, the lightning bolts increased in power. The judgment of high heaven began to spill blood. The bolts crazily whipped him and blood splashed everywhere. What is the young noble doing? Holy Frost Emperor took a deep breath. She knew that she would have zero chance of surviving these bolts. However, Li Qia maintained his grasp on the item and let the bolts freely strike him. He's creating a weapon. The bull understood Li Qia the best and said after a careful analysis. You can do it like this? Violet Dragon Empress has never seen such a strange crafting manner before. This level of weapon is beyond your imagination, above progenitorial paragon artifacts. It is world-destroying, to say the least. The knowledgeable bull revealed. It's that strong. His group gasped in response. Ordinary fire had no chance of crafting this weapon. The bull continued, he wants to borrow the power of the high heaven, and I'm not sure if borrow is the right word here. Everyone naturally understood the significance of the high heaven's power. Just watch, it's about to get more fun, a spectacle of the ages. Progenitors can't do this, but he can. The bull finally concluded. Chapter 3105, Boom. 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 The waves of bolts continued to assault Li Qia. They emanated from the thing he was holding. It seemed to contain endless lightning as if it was the very source of this affinity. This was his newest weapon. The material came from the meteor found by the Jilin clan. His blood continued to splash in numerous spots, but he stood there with a tight grip. He had refined the weapon numerous times before, beaten to the point of maturity. However, it seemed to be outside of his control this time after the opening of the blue hole. The heavenly power coming from there was affecting his weapon, almost like a summoning call. It violently shook, wanting to break free from his hand and fly straight towards the hole. This was hard to believe. For example, someone mighty like a progenitor would have full control over something they created. The creator of the weapon was usually their true master. This didn't seem to be the case here. Something in that hole had a fatal temptation for this weapon. Alas, there was no escaping Li Qia's grip. The origin of the material was one thing, but he could still control his own creation. The only reason why he was letting this happen was to bait some fish, and this weapon was the perfect lure. It started with individual strands, but now, more and more came out and eventually formed something akin to a waterfall. Beautiful flowers of blood gushed from him to the horror of the capable spectators. However, his body was extremely tough. All of the wounds closed in such a short time. The only unchanging thing was his grip on the weapon. Rumble. Explosions still came from the blue hole. The sound was muffled, yet the effect was akin to the sky falling down and crushing everything beneath. Everyone felt an instinctive fear, almost like children being scared by thunder at night. Boom! They felt as if something had pierced through a barrier, that there was another world outside of three immortals. Something outside clearly wanted to break into three immortals. Rumble. More explosions added to their nervousness. Some spectators had goosebumps all over. A maelstrom appeared next to the hole with the shape of a funnel, pointy at the bottom and wide at the top. It moved like a tornado, slowly inching towards Li Qia's weapon. It seemed to have its own sentience and acted with prudence. As it touched his weapon, the latter produced even more lightning bolts, seemingly going crazy with greed. The waterfall of bolts hitting Li Qia immediately changed direction and aimed for the maelstrom instead. Rumble. The combination of the maelstrom and the bolts created an insanely powerful lightning current. The maelstrom served as a funnel, gathering more and more energy. This combination created a very strange scene. Numerous stars seemed to come into being in the blink of an eye. The cycles of creation were rapidly spinning within this maelstrom. Boom! Eventually, the maelstrom went insane and unleashed the empowered lightning current towards Wuxia. Many saw his body being instantly destroyed. No physical form could ever withstand this force. All of 3 immortals were affected by the attacking maelstrom. It could crush the 3 worlds into pieces. Everyone gasped at this sight. How could Wuxia survive being stuck in that lightning maelstrom? This looks suicidal. Many big shots thought. Just think about it, he invited the wrath of the high heaven straight on his body. Suicide was the right word to describe this. He played with fire and won't be able to survive. An ancestor murmured, frightened by Wuxia's insane choice. They stared at the maelstrom, wondering about Wuxia's fate. Wait, look over there. Although the maelstrom remained the spotlight, one particular ancestor noticed something over at the continent. He saw Flying Sword Marvel and a small group climbing up the highest peak. They were carrying a massive crossbow that would require many men to pull the string. It was made with precious silvermoon metal, giving it a cold luster. It also had the aura of a progenitor. Even a fool knew of this weapon's level. Flying Sword Marvel placed an arrow on the crossbow, white from top to bottom and looked like a tooth. Dragontooth Heavenbane Crossbow. One ancestor recognized the crossbow and took a deep breath. Why does she have this? It is used by a progenitor to hunt ancient beasts. However, her target was obvious to the spectators, Wuxia. Fiercest is trapped by the maelstrom, he can't dodge. One big shot quietly said. Flying Sword Marvel clearly wanted to deliver a fatal blow during Wuxia's most vulnerable moment. The crowd knew of her animosity towards him. She was turned into a bloody mist once by him too. This vengeful act wasn't unexpected. Should we help the young noble? Holy Frost asked. Why should we? This will just give him an excuse to kill. The bull laughed and told her. Chapter 3106, Flying Sword Marvel had amply prepared on top of the peak. Her and the small group pulled back the string and poured energy into it, ready to exert the crossbow's true potential. The arrow had been set up, ready to shoot whenever. However, she stood there waiting instead of delivering the fatal blow. She wanted to wait until he was at his weakest moment. Women were the most vengeful of all beings, the same applied to Flying Sword Marvel. Being reduced to bloody bits was something she couldn't forget. Retribution must be had. Though Creek King had warned her to not provoke Fiercest again or no one would be able to save her, she still refused to accept this. She used plenty of resources to borrow this crossbow while biding her time. Fortune favored her. Sure enough, Fiercest was acting suicidal right now and invited a heavenly tribulation. How could she miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take him down? Therefore, she lied to Creek King and led a small group here. Boom! Meanwhile, the blue hole in the sky was being torn apart by the power of the maelstrom. It really seemed like the wrath of the high heaven. All existences were mere ants beneath its will and could be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Wuxia was engulfed by this maelstrom. Everyone was certain that he would die. Buzz. The pulse coming from sky ruins suddenly extinguished like a lamp going out amidst the dark night. This made the maelstrom and the lightning current look even brighter than before. However, the blue hole also disappeared after the pulse was gone, seemingly closed again. The maelstrom lost its root and started becoming unstable. Rumble. Both sky ruins and immortal lineage became affected by this change. Earthquakes were violent enough to make people dizzy. If this went on, the maelstrom might pull these areas inside and crush them into nothingness. The unstable maelstrom was then pulled by the lightning current into the weapon. Say, if Li Qia's weapon was a basket to carry fish, then the lightning current would be the bait and the unfortunate victim was the maelstrom. Rumble. Something above seemed to be slamming into the sky vault repeatedly but couldn't break through. It was as if the high heaven was furious to have its power stolen. Unfortunately, the hole has been sealed once more. 3 immortals was no longer in reach. Insanity. Even a fool knew what Li Qia had done. Taking the power of a heavenly tribulation. An everlasting turned pale. No one really thought about doing something like this, not even a progenitor. This was a taboo matter and just one mistake could result in death. In fact, the entire world could be dragged into this mess. Thus, the most brilliant progenitors in history never treated this matter with slight. Now, Li Qia had just stolen some power from the high heaven and added it to his weapon. Only a madman would do something like this. A pale ancestor murmured. To do something so reckless for the sake of crafting a weapon? Who else was crazier or more domineering than Li Qia? Fiercest, yes, this title is so true. He deserves the est superlative. One big shot sighed and said. The truth was that many found the title, fiercest, to be overly haughty when they first heard it. This was no longer the case now. I think craziest is a better title for him. Probably more crazy than anyone else in history. One ancestor smiled wryly and shook his head. Those nearby nodded in agreement, liking craziest over fiercest. They started praying for this madman to act more normally. Otherwise, his insanity might bury all of immortal lineage. Boom! Boom! The weapon has finally finished taking in the maelstrom. It even made a noise that could only be construed as burping. The spectators felt that the entire thing was only a play earlier between Li Qia and his weapon, with the bolts hitting him and all. The goal was to bait the power of the high heaven. That would be ridiculous but not exactly out of the realm of possibilities. Maybe Li Qia wanted this the moment the blue hole in the sky opened. They saw him bloodied from top to bottom with thousands of holes as if he was the target of an archery battalion. He coughed out blood and seemed unable to stand straight. Most were actually focusing on his weapon. It was just in a fledgling state yet possessed enough power to easily destroy 3 immortals. A dragon among ultimate artifacts. This was the consensus. At the same time, Li Qia staggered back and forth, perhaps from his grievous injuries. Whoosh! A white ray crossed through the air first and the sound came after. In fact, people actually saw blood before the whoosh. Flying Sword Marvel shot out her arrow during Li Qia's weakest moment. Even the Everlastings couldn't see the trajectory of the arrow before it pierced through Li Qia. Time came to a stop for everyone else as he fell straight down like a meteor. Damn! Some shouted. A few people actually wanted to warn Li Qia but it was too late. The arrow was unreasonably fast, perhaps the fastest some have ever seen in their life. No! Lu Yanbai shouted in horror. The others' expressions changed as well. Only the bull thought nothing of it. Chapter 3107, The scene of Li Qia being shot to death robbed the world of sounds. Everyone stood there, petrified, since a brilliant progenitor had just been ambushed. A few glanced over at Flying Sword Marvel. Perhaps she could be the only half-step everlasting to ever kill a progenitor in history. What a shame. An invincible progenitor can't die in this manner. One expert murmured. How frustrating was it to accomplish so much then go down like this? The heaven is jealous of geniuses. He was too gifted. One ancestor mourned. Some big shots stared at the marvel with disdain. After all, she came from an orthodox sect but still resorted to this type of despicable method. This would ruin the reputation of her system. Too careless, simply too careless, and arrogant too. This is to be expected. He should have been ready for anything before performing this monumental task. That's just how dangerous cultivation is, one can go down on this path at any time. Another commented. Yes, Fiercest was too young and not prudent enough. One more expert said. On the other hand, Flying Sword Marvel didn't care about any of this. She was overwhelmed with excitement and satisfaction while watching the falling corpse. It doesn't matter who you are, opposing me will end with death. She proudly said after an act of successful revenge. No one said anything back despite not liking her action. You think too highly of yourself. Suddenly, a casual voice sounded, an insect with a sharp stinger is still only an insect. Wanting to kill a progenitor with just a progenitorial weapon? Ridiculous. A figure floated not far above the marvel right now. It's Fiercest. Many shouted. I knew he wouldn't die so easily. Some became excited, even those who didn't like him. For everyone here, a progenitor dying in battle to a stronger opponent was regrettable. But one dying to a weaker foe via ambush? That's just embarrassing. Li Qiye was bloodied with the arrow still stuck inside him. However, his expression remained as normal as can be. Impossible. She jolted from fear, pale while staggering backward. He finally pulled out the arrow and blood gushed out. The wound closed right away afterward. It would be a miracle of the ages if a single dragon-tooth arrow kills me. Li Qiye threw the arrow and said. He then stared at her and asked, How do you want to die? By this point, she felt as if she had become nothing more than a walking corpse in his eyes. It's just a matter of how. The spectators knew that it was over for the marvel since Li Qiye survived. It didn't matter that she was Luminous Master's sister-in-law. No one will be able to protect her. They thought, aware of Fiercest's overbearing style. Go. She still wished to struggle despite knowing the futility of it all and commanded. After all, no one wanted to wash their neck and obediently face the blade. Kill him. Her group was absolutely loyal and rushed forward. He didn't bother looking at them. This group consisted of capable elites, at least in the eyes of others. For him, they were no different than ants. Pop. He flicked his index finger and all of them turned into blood, no chance to scream. He slowly floated down to the peak next. What do you want? She bellowed as her legs trembled with fear. Due to her status and cultivation, she normally never gave a damn about anyone, able to do whatever she wanted. Now, she was scared out of her mind and got the urge to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Arrogance and pride didn't matter before death. I'm thinking about the most painful death. Normally, I don't care for torture, but this is about sending a message, that a few things are far more terrifying than death. Li Qiye smiled. His casual smile scared all the spectators. Their legs started trembling as well. His smile looked just like the smile of a devil, the most terrifying smile in the world accompanied by a stench of blood. It could become someone else's nightmare. They knew that if he so desired it, her death would be utterly miserable. Her beauty and talents no longer mattered. You, my brother-in-law is Luminous Master. She shouted. Pop. He sent her flying with a slap. It pulverized her once enchanting face. The fleshy pulps made others avert their gaze. Of course, he could have killed her with one slap if he wanted to. She struggled to get up and ran deeper into the continent because her saviors were there. Li Qiye wasn't in a hurry and started following her at a slow pace. Don't follow me. She looked back and became terrified. She continued screaming while running with all of her strength. He didn't seem to mind and maintained the same distance regardless of her speed. Many exchanged glances. This seemed to be a game of cat and mouse to Li Qiye. This sensation of fear and embarrassment was more excruciating than death to her. Alas, she had no other choice, hoping to make it far enough to find some protectors. A troubling wind is blowing, one ancestor murmured while watching her get closer to the sealed area. A battle between two progenitors soon. Others said. Could Luminous Master just watch as his sister-in-law begged for help? There was no way he would let Fiercest kill her. On the other hand, no one could stop Fiercest from killing his target. Therefore, a battle was inevitable. A storm is brewing. An Everlasting said, this will be the most brilliant fight of this generation. A fight between progenitors. Two emotions struck the crowd, excitement and anxiety. The level of destruction should be immense. One wrong development would result in unimaginable consequences. Will Luminous Master actually save her? A spectator asked. First, the Marvel brought this upon herself. This would only be a matter of pride or a constraint due to family ties. Chapter 3108, Flying Sword Marvel had made it to the area barricaded by Immortal Bronze Mountain by this point while Li Qie strolled behind her. He didn't mind the army of Bronze Immortal Mountain ahead at all. Please halt, sir. The cavalry of Bronze Immortal moved forward to block his path, acting like an impregnable wall of bronze. The spectators watched with bated breath from the distance. A fight between Li Qie and Luminous Master might happen soon once both sides chose not to acquiesce. Wishing for death. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and uttered these three words in such a nonchalant manner. Remember, this cavalry was directly beneath Luminous Master. It might not be the strongest one under him but still quite mighty. Alas, Li Qie clearly didn't give a damn about them or Luminous Master. He meant what he said and would definitely carry it out. The troops exchanged glances and one of them cupped his fist. Sir, we are carrying out our duty, please excuse us, scram or die. Li Qie had an insipid expression. Sir, their expression soured due to the blatant disrespect. Unfortunately, the speaker couldn't finish before Li Qie started raising his hand. No, start the formation. The leading commander shouted in response and the cavalry assumed their position. Clank! 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 Swords and spears pointed at the sky. A massive slash with a long trail directly aimed for Li Qie's hand. This reaction was nothing short of impeccable. The cavalry's strike was swift and powerful, tearing up the sky. Boom! Unfortunately, this couldn't do anything against the smashing palm. It had the same force as a falling sky and smashed all the nearby soldiers. The ground sank down as a result, imprinted with a hole in the shape of a palm. Those who tried to stop him earlier have become a meat paste. Blood seeped into the ground and stained it red. The soil seemingly became more fertile. The stench of blood wafted through the air, some to shudder. This was the obvious outcome, yet to actually witness it was something else entirely. After all, this wasn't an ordinary cavalry. It had swept through the realm before under the leadership of Luminous Master. Now, Li Qie effortlessly removed them as if he had just swatted some flies. Fiercest just kill so fast after a few words of disagreement. One ancestor commented. Those who were seeing him in action for the first time finally realized why Fiercest was such a suitable title for him. Li Qie didn't bother glancing at the aftermath of his attack and moved forward. Senior, please calm down. Someone eventually stopped him. True Emperor Bachi. A spectator recognized this person. The Emperor can't stop him either. An Everlasting shook his head. Li Qie had killed 8 masters working together previously. Even if true Emperor Bachi was stronger than expected as a 12-palace emperor, he still stood no chance. Senior. Do I look that old? Li Qie smiled at the guy. Of course not. The emperor bowed and respectfully said, you are a progenitor, the same seniority as my master, so you are my senior. I'm only 18, don't make me look old. Li Qiye said. The crowd exchanged glances. The tense atmosphere earlier seemingly dissipated in no time at all. Young noble, please calm down. The emperor obeyed and bowed again, changing his address. Calm down. I'm not angry at all, just a few ants can't bother me. Li Qiye chuckled. The emperor didn't really know how to respond. Out of consideration for your cleverness, stand aside and I'll spare you. Li Qiye waved his hand. The crowd could only smile wryly in response. That's fiercest for you, always domineering. It would be stranger if he didn't act in this manner. True Emperor Bachi was exceedingly powerful, just not when his opponent was fiercest. How many people in the world could treat him in this manner? Probably only fiercest. Of course, no one would deny Li Qiye's ability to kill the emperor even though the latter was Luminous Master's disciple. This wouldn't deter Li Qiye at all. The emperor smiled wryly and bowed once more. Young noble, please be benevolent this time around. If you insist on interfering, then muster your true abilities to handle one move from me. Survive and I'll leave. Li Qiye smiled. The emperor didn't say anything and stood there pondering. Meanwhile, the spectators who haven't seen Li Qiye in action rolled their eyes. Defeating a powerful emperor in one move seemed too much regardless of his previous battle record. It's about to start again. An ancestor who had actually witnessed Li Qiye in action became emotional. Please give me some pointers, young noble. The emperor hesitated for a moment before accepting the defeat. In his mind, he naturally didn't want to be on the side of the marvel. To put it bluntly, he couldn't give two shits about her since she brought this upon herself. Alas, he couldn't just watch the pursuer break into their rank. Plus, she was still his master's sister-in-law. He remained respectful towards Li Qiye and showed no animosity as he prepared to take one move. Clank! A sword appeared in his hand, surging with imperial aura. Holding it was akin to holding the world. The name of this sword is Bachi, given to me by my master. I'm incapable and can only utilize 60 to 70% of its power, please forgive my inadequacy. He said. Go. Li Qiye smiled. True Emperor Bachi was actually very powerful and famous. However, his master usually overshadowed him so he became forgotten. In fact, he shouldn't be that much weaker than Metalkin War God and the others. Moreover, Luminous Master had personally created a progenitorial weapon for him, that showed just how much his master valued him. Excuse me then. The emperor remained polite as if he was a junior asking for pointers. His actions so far clearly matched the style of a true master, worthy of being Luminous Master's disciple. Clank! He raised his sword up, paralleling his eyebrows. His target was Li Qiye's forehead. I can't come up with another name for this. There's no context or anything. Chapter 3109, a parallel was created between his brows and the sword. Everyone felt as if the tip had already struck their forehead, drilling a hole inside to end their life. They felt how fatal it was even before the actual delivery. The target was already dead before the thrust, completely impossible to dodge. Not only did the emperor have a humble appearance, even his sword hid its sharpness and glint. Both gave off the feeling of returning to simplicity and the source, enough to cause others to shudder. A sword returning to simplicity was something to behold, its existence only had one sole purpose, to kill. The emperor finally made a move, neither fast nor slow and devoid of thunderous explosions and aura, just a thrust straight at Li Qiye's forehead, simple to the point of being boring and tasteless like water. The only goal was to kill. A few spectators thousands and thousands of miles away fell down with a small wound on their forehead. They were too immersed in this move and ended up becoming its victims. Impressive indeed, this murderous thrust. An everlasting couldn't help but praise. The other everlastings also thought about whether they could survive this move. Clank. The crowd felt cold after hearing a continuous sword hymn. Time came to a stop. They saw Li Qiye stopping the fatal thrust with his index fingertip. Though it was only a slight touch, it felt as if the entire world was pressed down on the sword with an immeasurable weight. The emperor found it hard to just hold the sword despite mustering all of his strength into his grip. His face turned red as a result. Boom! Li Qiye then flicked his finger in a casual manner, yet it sent out enough force to send 3,000 worlds flying, the same with the emperor. Boom! 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 The guy smashed through several mountains, causing debris and mud to splash everywhere. He got up from the pile and vomited several mouthfuls of blood, grievously injured. Those experiencing Li Qiye for the first time couldn't keep their mouth closed from awe. Even the ones used to it still became shocked. True Emperor Bachi obviously stood no chance against Li Qiye. However, to lose to a single finger flick? They became afraid and felt their heart beating faster in fear. I'll spare you. Li Qiye looked at the blood-stained emperor and moved forward. Meanwhile, Flying Sword Marvel has been watching the whole thing. She started running deeper while shouting, "Save me!" Creak, a carriage drew closer from the distance. It's Luminous Master's carriage, is he in there? A spectator shouted. The ancestors became serious. All eyes were on this carriage, wanting to know who was currently inside. Sis, save me. Flying Sword Marvel hurriedly rushed over, thinking that her rescuer had arrived. However, the person inside didn't come out, the door remained closed. Sister. The Marvel shouted again after seeing this. It's Creek King. People exchanged glances. A few were disappointed to find out that Luminous Master wasn't here. However, if his wife was here, he should come soon as well. This made them excited again. Li Qiye was getting close now with a smile on his face. Sis, please save me. The Marvel panicked more and more. Alas, no response came from the carriage. Sis, save me, we're from the same clan. The Marvel got on her knees and sobbed. Everyone started wondering about what Creek King would do. Many knew that they were from the same clan and were quite close. Would Creek King just watch? Sister. The Marvel was crying her heart out. Finally, a sigh came from the carriage. Creek King finally responded, "Look at what you have done, sister." The Marvel became ecstatic, thinking that it was going to be okay. On the other side, Li Qiye stopped and simply watched these two. The crowd thought that this was to be expected. Even the wise Creek King still needed to save her clan sister. Her hands were tied. I'm afraid I can't help you this time. Creek King spoke again, surprising everyone in the process. What? Many thought they have misheard. The Marvel's smile became frozen, shocked. She then wailed again, "Sister, we grew up together, I always viewed you as my role model, I know, but your mistake is too grave. You didn't think about the sect either. You're no longer a child and need to take responsibility for your own actions." Creek King answered. Sis. I won't do it again so. The Marvel shouted. Remember, you are a disciple of Purification Creek. Stop acting so shamefully like a coward. Die with dignity. Creek King interrupted her. Sister, you can't do this, just save me this once. The Marvel's soul nearly left her body and hastily begged once more. No response came this time from the carriage. The area became silent outside of her cries. The audience definitely didn't expect this and knew that it was over for the Marvel since Creek King refrained from joining in. Chapter 31:10, Sister, the Marvel sorrowfully called out, but Creek King inside the carriage remained unmoved. It was as clear as day that Creek King wouldn't interfere right now. The Marvel could only rely on herself. She finally realized that Creek King wouldn't help her this time even if she cried her throat out. She wiped away her tears and quietly stood up, no longer begging for help because it was useless. The only thing she could do right now was face death. A somber atmosphere took over the crowd, a few pitied her. This prestigious and proud beauty had fallen to this level. Of course, some believed that she deserved it for courting death. Having a progenitor for a brother-in-law isn't enough. One youth sentimentally reflected. A senior immediately glared at him and said, "Deal with your own mess instead of relying on your seniors, don't get your sect involved." The scared youth naturally shut his mouth afterward. All seniors would follow this mindset. Provoking someone like Fiercest was akin to dragging their entire sects down the mud. Who would want to implicate everything over a junior's personal feud and vendetta? To do something so foolish would turn any senior into a sinner. They wouldn't be able to meet their ancestors with pride. The marvel had wiped away her tears and tidied her clothes. A while ago, she looked like a dog that had lost its master, looking as sorry as can be. Her glory and svelte as a genius of purification Creek were nowhere to be found. Now, she had accepted her fate and decided to die a more dignified death after listening to her clan sister. She didn't want to shame her sect any longer. She was Flying Sword Marvel, a proud beauty, who must go out with a bang. Dying a humiliating dog death was unacceptable. She didn't ask for mercy since it was useless. If death was inevitable, then why not go in a way to not have any regrets? Li Qiye stood there calmly, waiting for her to do her things. The crowd did the same, understanding why the girl became more unyielding instead of sobbing like before. "How do you want to die?" Li Qiye asked after she was done. "I won't forgive you even as a ghost." She stared straight at him. The fear earlier was gone, replaced by acceptance. "Unfortunately, it won't be your turn. If people become ghosts after death, then those who want to kill me will take up all of immortal lineage. You'll be in the back of the line." Li Qiye chuckled. "Die." The marvel attacked right away. Her form turned into a resplendent sword with surging energy. Clank! It split into countless divine swords all attacking him. They slashed apart the myriad laws, space crumbled as a result. The power of this strike was impressive indeed. She had reverted back to being the talented genius, her sword Dao was worthy of pride. The impressive attack certainly moved the crowd. It reminded them that she was far stronger than most. Very few peers could rival her. Alas, her mighty sword Dao couldn't revert the tides. Boom! Li Qiye released a palm strike that destroyed all the incoming swords, turning them into little pieces. Flying Sword Marvel faced the full brunt of the attack and withered before exploding into bloody mist. The crowd didn't say anything. This was the expected outcome since Li Qiye was at the progenitorial level, a battle between a firefly and the sun. Their feud dispersed with her death. Creek King was quite wise for not getting involved. Perhaps Luminous Master could contend against Fiercest. However, doing so would drag Purification Creek and Immortal Bronze Mountain into this mess. The fires of war might spread across all of immortal lineage too. The death of Flying Sword Marvel spared everyone from this. Thus, no one would criticize her choice of not helping. Someone in her position must be mindful of the overarching scenario. Plus, Flying Sword Marvel brought this upon herself. It wasn't an unfair death. Only a wise woman like Creek King is a good match for a progenitor. A big shot quietly praised. The others nearby nodded in agreement. Luminous Master didn't marry her for her beauty and power, her wisdom was the bigger draw, perhaps. Li Qiye patted his hands after killing the marvel as if he had just killed an ant. "I fully apologize for what transpired here. It was my fault for not being able to educate her better." Creek King eventually broke the silence. Her voice seemed sincere with no hint of anger. This earned her some points from the crowd. She didn't try to avoid responsibility in the slightest. It's no big deal. I won't bother taking it out on your purification creek. Li Qiye smiled and turned his sight towards the continent. This naturally relieved the crowd. A battle between progenitors probably wouldn't happen then. Thank you, young noble Li. She thanked him in good faith. Don't be so fast to thank me, do so after you save everyone here. Li Qiye said. What do you mean, young noble? She didn't expect this response. The crowd felt the same way. The conversation went as if the feud between them was gone after the Marvel's death. Because I've taken a liking to this land. That's why all of you here need to scram. Li Qiye nonchalantly declared to the astonishment of the crowd. Chapter 31:11, Creek King, the army of immortal bronze, and luminous masters Dao protector Zhelong were present. Li Qiye still told all of them to scram. This was the same as telling luminous master to scram as well. Who else in immortal lineage would dare to do so right now? No one with the exception of Fiercest. At first, many thought that they have misheard, but this was certainly not the case. Those around him had the same shocked reaction. This is too much, right? One person regained his wits and said. Creek King wasn't at the progenitorial level, but a Fardao everlasting like Zhelong shouldn't be weaker than Luminous Master or Orchid Sage. In the crowd's opinion, someone like Zhelong should be in the top 5 in immortal lineage, perhaps the top 3. Thus, most considered Li Qiye to be overly arrogant and domineering right now. After all, he was showing zero respect to 2 of his peers in public. Fiercest doesn't understand modesty. A few experts became dissatisfied. Modesty? The guy has zero ideas about politeness. A big shot shook his head. Have you ever seen him treat anyone as anything but ants? Emperors, everlacings, now a Fardao too. I've seen plenty of egotistical people that consider everyone else beneath them, just not to the level of Fiercest. A sect master let out a forced smile. Of course, no one would dare to loudly criticize him since he was too strong. This level of rampant arrogance was tolerable. Luminous Master and Zhelong should be unbeatable together, they can take down all of 3 immortals. Does Fiercest really think he can fight them alone? An ancestor analyzed. Creek King is too nice, I would have been furious. Another said with indignation. Meanwhile, Creek King was pondering in her carriage. It took her a while before answering, young noble Li, the profundity here is virtually boundless, why not share it? Creek King clearly gave a concession, wanting to share the continent with Li Qiye. Some found this surprising, but the ancestors understood the reason why. A progenitorial battle was too unsafe. She didn't want to underestimate him due to the potential risks. Share. Why should I when I have the bigger fist? Li Qiye smiled in response. Everyone felt as if he had just punched them despite the casualness of the remark. It was barbaric and overbearing, but sure enough, this was an unchanging creed in the world of cultivation. Might makes right. Reason stands with whoever has the bigger fist. Wasn't this the same case for Creek King's group earlier? They took over the continent and chased off everyone else. Li Qiye simply did the same again. Of course, he was far more blatant while they tried to be relatively polite. There's no trying to understand Fiercest. One everlasting shook his head. No one refuted the truth behind his comment, but in history, those in charge would never directly state this. He could have refined his statement and added some fake righteousness to it like other people. However, he chose to be blunt. If another had said the same line to Creek King, the crowd would laugh at him for overestimating himself. As for Fiercest, a few thought that he was being too overbearing, but none dared to laugh. He really had the power to fight Luminous Master or anyone else for that matter. Young noble Li, this place has special significance to my husband and immortal bronze cauldron. If you are willing to work with us, anything is negotiable. she eventually said, trying to negotiate in good faith. There's nothing to negotiate. Li Qie shook his head, clearly not interested. Young noble Li, we don't want much, only one thing in there, that's all. We're also willing to trade anything for it. She didn't give up. The crowd thought that she was being very generous to state these unfavorable conditions. Remember, they were here first. You can't give me what I want. Li Qie refused with haste. She fell into silence. Fiercest is pushing them too far. One spectator said. I don't see you standing up for anyone else when Immortal Bronze Cauldron chased them away from the continent. An older expert gave the guy the side eye. This spectator turned red and couldn't muster up a response. The young ones didn't like Li Qie's aggressive style, but the older ancestors thought that this was karma. They kept these conversations as quiet and private as possible. No one really wanted to invite the wrath from either side. Young noble Li, we have no choice but to resort to tough measures. Creek King said. Wanting to negotiate and making concessions didn't mean that she was afraid of him. Nothing's tough about this, you're thinking too highly of yourself. This will be nothing more than throwing an egg at a rock. Though I have a good impression of you, I will still kill you if you continue to stand in my way. Li Qie chuckled and said. The negotiation seemed to be failing, so the crowd braced themselves for a potential storm. Fellow Taoist, your demand is imperious, to say the least. An old voice finally came from the depth of the continent. It was as if it came from the firmaments above. Though people couldn't see the person, they still couldn't help feeling reverence towards the guy. Zhelong. They all knew who it was. A Fardao everlasting was worthy of respect regardless of the era. The true gods, in particular, respected him even more. His power was definitely unquestionable, so all eyes were on Li Qie. Could a fight break out between these two first before Luminous Master gets here? Chapter 31:12, If you don't like what I'm doing, come and seek death. I don't mind another massacre. Li Qie smiled at Zhelong. The air suddenly became tense after this statement. People exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Fiercest always conducted himself in a straightforward and aggressive manner, as if he didn't have a single bone of tactfulness and cordiality in him. Can't Fiercest be a little more likable? Being polite allows for more options. Now, everyone feels as if they're forced to save face and have to do this the hard way. An expert said. Everyone has skin and face, especially the top masters who especially cared about the latter. In fact, some wouldn't mind dying just to save some face. Thus, what Li Qie had essentially done was rendering it impossible for the other side to back off and breaking all pretense of civility. For example, both true Emperor Bachi and Creek King spoke with grace and propriety after carefully choosing their words. On the other hand, Li Qie was overly blunt, to say the least, easily offending others. This fella, did he come from the wild with no sect to teach him? One sect master smiled wryly. Idiot. An ancestor disagreed, it's because he doesn't bother with trite formality. Do you ever show respect to an ant? But he's talking to Zhelong and facing Luminous Master. Another expert said. Well, Fiercest has never given a damn about anyone since his debut, not a single person. The ancestor stared at Li Qie with a profound gaze. The crowd thought about it, and this was indeed the case. He has always been domineering and haughty ever since his first appearance. The succeeding waves will overwhelm the first. Zhelong said sentimentally, our bones are old now, no longer as fierce as before. He paused for a bit and continued, however, I'm still ready for a fight if you insist on provoking us, fellow Taoist. The politeness remained, but one could see a hint of aggressiveness. It felt as if one could see Zhelong in his prime once more. A fight it is then. Li Qie smiled. This had confirmed a battle for the crowd. They didn't expect for Wuxia to fight Zhelong first before Luminous Master. As a Fardao everlasting, Zhelong might actually be stronger than Luminous Master. This place is special to me. Zhelong said, thus, we won't hesitate from using any means necessary in this battle, please excuse us, fellow Daoist. Nothing's wrong with that, if I were to lose, it means that I'm not skillful enough. Go ahead and use everything in your arsenal before it's too late. Wuxia didn't mind at all. I see. I haven't seen this level of confidence in a long time. Good. Zhelong laughed in response. His laughter made the stars above tremble, the sun and moon became afraid and dimmed down. Everyone else turned pale as a result. Everyone could tell the fury contained in this laughter and sympathized with Zhelong. As such an important character, the world always treated him with respect. But now, Wuxia didn't think much of him. In fact, Zhelong was doing a great job at keeping calm. I will also overestimate myself and join in, please excuse me, young noble Li. Creek King spoke. That's fine, I already said that I would sweep through this place if you all don't leave. I don't mind how many of you come together. Wuxia smiled. Thank you, young noble. Creek King remained polite to her opponent. Zhelong didn't say anything either, clearly giving tacit approval. Many took a deep breath. This meant that Zhelong, Creek King, and the rest of Immortal Bronze Mountain had no plan of fighting Wuxia in a one-on-one situation. At the progenitorial level, they normally enjoyed fighting on an even footing instead of getting help. Plus, weaker cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything. They would only be in the way at best. That's why it was surprising for Zhelong to accept help from Creek King. She was definitely strong, but that's relative to the other experts in the world. She certainly wasn't at the progenitorial level like Zhelong. Even if she went all out, she wouldn't be able to help Zhelong at all. The two of you sound quite confident right now. I'm sure an intelligent woman like you will not do something foolish. Wuxia became amused. Your vision is far superior compared to us. I only have a little technique, nothing that impressive. She said. It was difficult to dislike Creek King. Just listening to her talk was an enjoyable matter. My progenitor was trapped in a forbidden ground and eventually comprehended something new with the help of Jiaoheng. This Tao is different from his original, so he didn't cultivate it, same with his descendants. I, on the other hand, have tried to learn it despite being so incapable. This was the first time anyone had heard of this particular story. The common tale told that Jiaoheng sold White Ash progenitor to a devil. This didn't seem to match her story. Or did Jiaoheng help the progenitor after selling him off? Or maybe it was part of their ruse to trick this so-called devil. The intricacies of this story remained a mystery to everyone. However, it was certainly more complex than it seemed. So I'll be used as a touchstone. Wuxia smiled. Of course not, I'm simply overestimating myself. She said humbly. Very well. Wuxia didn't mind at all, I want to see what Jiaoheng and your progenitor have created. After all, he is the heaven's favorite, far above all other geniuses in the world. The crowd didn't expect to hear such praises from Wuxia. He seemed to hold Jiaoheng in high esteem. Jiaoheng has been gone for a long time now, but fiercists still liked the guy so much. This felt quite strange to the listeners. Isn't Jiaoheng that one dishonest merchant? One of them didn't agree with Wuxia's assessment. The merchant that created the monstrous arrogance enterprise had a bad reputation. Back during his era, many Dao systems suffered from his ploys. That's why everyone in the contemporary world didn't hold a good opinion of him and found Wuxia's praise confusing. I'll be starting. Creek King interrupted their train of thoughts. This made everyone watch with full attention, waiting to see her ultimate move. Her strength was at the level where someone like Metalkin War God would think twice before provoking her. It had nothing to do with her being Luminous Master's wife. Chapter 31:13, I'm starting. Zhelong's ancient voice pierced through the myriad realms as the first to initiate the battle. Just his voice alone was enough to deter anyone. They knew that he was serious and treated Li Qie as a mighty foe. Poof! A heatwave emerged along with a three-legged golden crow before anyone could react. It looked magnificent, seemingly cast from gold from top to bottom. It was resplendent just like the sun itself. Its flashing legs could crush the ground with one stomp. Poof! It spread its wings and added more flames to the sky. Zzz, the forests on the continent immediately turned to ashes, the water in the rivers evaporated. This is Zhelong's avatar, I believe he has 7 before showing his true form. One ancestor became startled. His avatars have threatened the ages because they consisted of the strongest divine beasts. Thus, he normally didn't need to do anything, just his avatars were enough to take down the mightiest foes. He didn't start with his true form because he wished to gauge Li Qie's true strength. He chose to be cautious because one mistake could end with death against someone so strong. Screech! The bird opened its mouth and spewed out endless sunfire towards Li Qie. This refined sunfire was immensely terrifying. Smoke started appearing everywhere since the ground was melting. However, Li Qie had a faint glow around him, rendering him invulnerable to the fire. He stood there nonchalantly and the waves of flame couldn't break his light, let alone touch him. Boom! The bird became furious. Its light erupted to the point where no one could open their eyes, not even with their heavenly gaze. Its wings became massive enough to blot out the 9 firmaments. Numerous suns began to float behind the bird, a total of 10. Zzz, the continents started burning and drying up even before the sun sent down their flames. All the trees couldn't survive. Boom! The gathering of the fire finally erupted. Flames poured down and drowned out this area. No existences were lucky enough to survive if caught. The spectators shuddered at this sight since just one drop of flame would be enough to kill them. The ground finally melted in full, turning into gushing lava. The place became hellish as a result. Such a monstrous flame. Numerous big shots became afraid. Li Qie reacted by opening his mouth and actually devouring the incoming fiery tsunami. The crow was obviously infuriated by Li Qie's attempt. It sent out more and more, doubting his ability to absorb so much refined sunfire. Rumble. Unfortunately, his mouth seemed to be a bottomless abyss. This didn't seem to be enough to fill him up. This is possible. Jaws dropped to the ground after seeing this. This sunfire could incinerate the firmament, yet Li Qie treated it as a delicacy. The two sides went at it for a long while, the crow exuding boundless flame while Li Qie didn't waste a single spark. If this continues, it would have released enough fire to drown all of immortal lineage. A spectator eventually said. The golden crow found it hard to keep this going, running out of refined sunfire. My turn. Li Qie took note of this and said. His mouth became blinding as if 1,000 suns were about to come out. Boom! He shot out a solar pulse. All other lights felt like darkness in comparison. The only light left in the world right now was this pulsing ray. The crow immediately shifted its wings to the front in order to stop the pulse while erecting a barrier of fire as well. Boom! These 2 defensive lines were useless before the pulse. It instantly penetrated the defense and the bird's body. Oh! The massive bird instantly turned to ashes from the heat, scattering to the wind. The pulse coming from Li Qie's mouth slowly disintegrated after a successful takedown. The crowd couldn't believe it and fell into a stupor. They knew that a 3-legged golden crow was a sun god. Its refined sunfire was beyond imagination. This divine beast had reached the limit of the fire Tao, but now, it was destroyed by its own flame. This was akin to a fire god dying to fire, utterly unbelievable. Alas, they all saw it with their own eyes. Li Qiye took down the bird by just opening his mouth, nothing more. A few everlastings became afraid. They wouldn't be able to stop that crow avatar just now. That thing was enough to destroy their systems. This only made Li Qiye look even more frightening. Incredible, the future generation will surpass us. There's no need to worry about being defeated with a grand Dao like that. Zhelong himself sighed and said. You're getting old. Li Qiye smiled. Indeed, but I'm not afraid just yet. Let's go again. Zhelong laughed in response. Chapter 31:14. Meanwhile, Creek King remained inactive as if she didn't see the fight at all. Perhaps she was biding her time until the best possible opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This wouldn't be considered an ambush either because she had already expressed her intention prior instead of attacking from the shadows. At the same time, Li Qiye seemed to be in no hurry to attack her. Sooner or later, the result would still be the same in his eyes. The crowd was still shaken to see him destroying the three-legged golden crow so easily. His power continued to surpass expectations. Of course, Zhelong wasn't going all out either since he didn't resort to his true form. Nonetheless, something told them that Zhelong was a heavy underdog. This intuition was hard to believe because Zhelong was a famous Fardao everlasting. On the other hand, Li Qiye was a late newcomer. He shouldn't have an advantage in any category. Fellow Daoist, for this next round, any wound will potentially become fatal. Be careful now. Zhelong spoke, wielding the proper manner of a dignified senior. I'm eagerly waiting. Li Qiye smiled. Boom. Another divine beast arrived and made the ground tremble, seemingly unable to withstand its weight. This was a Qilin standing not far away from Li Qiye. It emitted a sparkling radiance, seemingly made from a perfectly polished crystal. Its radiance looked like particles flying around the sky, seemingly a manifestation of time. Strange, looks like the flow of time. One ancestor murmured while looking at the crystal Qilin. Everyone else took a closer look and came to the same conclusion. They found that the light and the particles were flowing towards one particular direction. This might be the flow of time turning into various streams and strands inside the Qilin's body. When it took one step forward, the ground immediately suffered extreme weathering akin to the passing of millions of years. Yes, this is the temporal affinity. The ancestor shuddered. In the next moment, the Qilin moved its other foot forward and touched the ground. The seeds buried deep below suddenly bloomed with an unbelievable speed. A lush lotus grew and raised the Qilin into the air. It should have required thousands of years to bloom to this level. One death, one life. Many experts exchanged glances. Each foot of the Qilin seemed to represent two completely different powers, life and death. No, it's still just one. An everlasting disagreed and revealed, it's the power of time from this avatar of Zhelong named Crystal Qilin. It's not the best but definitely among the top 3. Many shuddered and held their breath after hearing this, eagerly awaiting the power of this top avatar from Zhelong. The crystal Qilin slowly walked towards Li Qiye, creating a duality of life and death in its wake. Flowers and foliage blossomed in one go then withered the next second, quite a magical scene. It's beautiful beyond words. This is time. Li Qiye praised while looking at the Qilin. Yes, nothing else is more beautiful than time or makes people long for it more. Zhelong sentimentally said. The young ones didn't think about time as much. Only the existences that have lived for years like Zhelong understood the preciousness of time. This is not time control yet, but you are not letting down the title of Fardao to be able to understand its profundity to this level. Li Qiye nodded approvingly. Fellow Daoist, you're too kind. I'm actually embarrassed that this is all I have learned after 5 full generations. My foolish aptitude can't compare to the great sages. Zhelong humbly revealed. The crowd couldn't believe it. The mighty Zhelong took 5 generations but only learned a bit about the temporal affinity. Just how difficult was it then? Of course, most believed that he was only being humble with his words. How could a Fardao be foolish in any way? Let me see your temporal power then. Li Qiye seemed interested for once. Be careful, fellow Taoist. Zhelong spoke seriously because a wound caused by temporal power would be difficult to reverse. This particular exchange was very important to Zhelong. If his qilin couldn't injure Li Qiye, he would need to increase his assessment of the guy's power even further. Meanwhile, the crowd could see that Li Qiye appreciated the qilin while Zhelong respected having such a powerful foe. The qilin moved forward, looking quite beautiful. In terms of appearance, people felt as if it wouldn't be that much offensive potential. It looked cute more than anything. Plus, it was walking towards Li Qiye like a docile pet, devoid of any aggression. Nonetheless, the crowd took it very seriously, especially the mighty Everlastings. The latter had a good understanding of the temporal affinity's potential. This was one of the most terrible forces in existence, extremely hard to defend against. The qilin didn't attack after arriving. It simply circled around him like a cute beast wanting to make him its master. Appearance can be deceiving. The qilin was actually leaving behind temporal strands with the rotations. Most importantly, space ceased to exist in the vicinity. This meant that no longer where one tried to run off to, they wouldn't be able to escape their own timeline, forever trapped by the qilin. Thus, the only thing around Li Qiye right now was the fabrics of time, the fabrics of space were no longer present. More and more temporal strands were being piled up in this unique dimension. Nothing's happening to him. A few disciples murmured. Idiot, this is because Li Qiye is too strong. Any of you kids would have been turned to ashes after one rotation. Look at the spatial fabrics. A senior immediately scolded them. These disciples took a closer look and sure enough, chaos began to fill the area due to the spatial damage. The qilin wasn't disrupting space but simply withering it. The area experienced millions of years and became aged. Space started flowing away. Time can wither down anything. One expert trembled after seeing the spatial degradation. The temporal affinity, perhaps this force was strong enough to make even the high heaven older. Chapter 31:15, As the qilin moved faster, so did the temporal flow. Everything around Li Qiye became bright. More temporal affinities piled around him and he started to change. His robe began to disintegrate, seemingly from the passage of time. Wrinkles appeared on his face, the regular aging process of a mortal. His body became older as well, his hair grew white. He should be around 70 to 80-year-old now in mortal age. The crowd took a deep breath. They all knew that Li Qiye had the power of a progenitor. Most importantly, he was extremely young and full of vitality. His lifespan should be evaluated at around several 100,000 years, his vitality as vast as an ocean. It wasn't easy for someone like him to grow old. Moreover, due to his cultivation level, his physical constitution was insane. Not even a progenitorial weapon might be able to hurt him. Thus, this aging phenomenon meant that he was losing considerable vitality, the same with his lifespan. So this is the power of time. One everlasting shuddered. If old men like them were in his shoes, they would be nothing more than bones right now. First, they weren't as strong as Li Qiye. Second, they didn't have the same vitality stemming from youthfulness. This was an invisible way to kill, no need for techniques and merit laws. A Fardao can do something like this. The Everlastings realized the gap between them and the Fardao realm. Just Zhelong's avatar alone could easily annihilate them. A little worth seeing indeed, time is one of my favorite domains. The old Li Qiye smiled, seemingly in no hurry. Buzz. He posed with both hands behind his back before activating something. A light instantly engulfed him while issuing loud rumbles. A sea of blood was churning deep inside his body and releasing vitality strands, adding vitality to every inch of him. People could feel this life force, akin to standing in a primal forest filled with life. He had enough vitality to support the lifeforms on 3,000 worlds at this moment. Buzz. He turned young again, hair becoming black and skin becoming smooth once more. He used a mighty life force to overcome the withering of time just now. That's a progenitor for you, anyone else would be dead. All were impressed with this show. Injuries caused by time were extremely hard to reverse. Only a progenitor like Li Qie could do so. Meanwhile, the Qilin has been rotating the entire time. It became a maelstrom made of crystal, fully trapping him. Zzz, the influx of temporal power was weakening aging Li Qie's radiance. Nonetheless, the latter remained effective as a shield. In the next second, the time strands accumulated around him started surging like a river. Remember, the Qilin has done numerous circles around him, resulting in a timeline spanning for millions of years. It finally let this timeline go free. The result was obviously terrifying. This meant that someone with the longest lifespan and most majestic vitality still wouldn't be able to handle the millions of years passing by. Pop! The radiance around him instantly crumbled and time assaulted him, causing his back to bend. He reverted back to the appearance of an old mortal. Damn! Numerous masters felt their legs trembling. Being bathed by that timeline would instantly turn them to dust. Their Tao systems would separate and eventually collapse. Not a single soul could survive for this long. Even the mountains and oceans would change. Rumble. However, boundless life continued to rush out from deep inside him. His vitality billowed like an ocean of blood and changed him back to his young self. It became a competition between two affinities, life and time. The spectators gasped while imagining the power necessary to gestate so much life force. This rendered Li Qie virtually unkillable. He could stand still and let them assault him non-stop. 1,000,000 slashes probably weren't enough to take him down. He seemed like the legendary laurel tree, eternal and impossible to take down. One could try for 10,000 years and still fail to chop it down. It would just grow back again. Suddenly, a flute could be heard from inside Creek King's carriage. She finally decided to join the battle. Woo dash, the first sound made numerous spectators in the distance fall down, deep asleep. The fallen ones included a few everlastings. Leave. The powerful everlastings instantly retreated with insane speed back to Sky Pass after this first note. It didn't take long before virtually all spectators were unconscious on the ground. Some everlastings and emperors couldn't handle it. Those who were far enough away or fast enough to escape felt a chill coursing down their spine after seeing this. Chapter 31:16, The flute rendered all opposition meaningless, causing them to sleep on the ground. Fully covering one's ears was useless. Even a deaf person was no exception. The sound of this flute wasn't actually an audible one. It aimed directly at the brain and soul. Thus, even a deaf person could hear it and be affected. Upon hearing this sound in their mind, their heart would soften as if something was rekindling their most beautiful memory. They could have a heart as cold as stone surrounded by numerous layers of emotionlessness. They could have buried all of their memories, never letting them see the sun again. However, the flute sound bypassed all of this. A heinous devil and brutal butcher would still have a special memory or a moment of weakness. Such memories were precious and worthy of remembrance. It could be their life's greatest or most beautiful moment, rendering them unable to let go of this comforting and warm feeling. They would rather be forever lost in this moment instead of waking up. The flute allowed them to live in this moment, the apex of their life. That's why thousands of people fell into a deep slumber after hearing one sound. What type of Tao is this? Meanwhile, even back in Sky Pass, some were still affected by this faint nose, nearly dropping on the ground. They knew that this flute harbored zero evil affinity. This wasn't a heretical Tao but rather, as righteous and orthodoxical as can be. The unknown Tao created by White Ash Progenitor with the help of Jiaoheng. People recalled her statement earlier. This Tao created by the duo has never been cultivated successfully in Purification Creek until now. Just one flute from this terrifying Grand Tao was enough to subdue her opponents. However, this was its first appearance in the world, so no one knew its name. Gentle Home, this Tao's name is Gentle Home. An old ancestor had deep ties with Purification Creek and knew the name of this Tao. Gentle Home. Many murmured this name, thinking that it was quite fitting for the effect of this Tao. Creek King's actual Tao wasn't aimed at the spectators. However, the majority still faltered. Her main target naturally suffered the brunt of it. Li Qia's figure was shaking back and forth, seemingly unable to stand straight. Look, he's listening to the flute. A big shot became startled. Li Qia seemed drunk right now, slowly becoming intoxicated with gentle tunes. Maybe he can't withstand it. Another said after seeing the progenitor tumbling back and forth. Even progenitors can't handle this musical attack. An ancestor took a deep breath and wondered. An old everlasting put on a serious expression and said, all living beings have a moment that they cherish, no exception, not even someone as powerful as Fiercest. It's about whether he is willing to recall it or not. People exchanged glances then stared at Fiercest. He was clearly willing to recall this memory. They began to ponder the implications of being so powerful. The top experts have experienced plenty of things and should have a higher standard for what can be construed as their best memories. An invincible being wasn't devoid of emotions, contrary to the popular phrase. It's just that at their height, the world seemed crueler and they shouldered greater responsibilities. Thus, those good memories during the early days weren't coming back. Thus, it seemed obvious that he was amidst remembrance due to his instability. Beautiful, really beautiful. He sighed and enjoyed the flute like a drunkard, on the verge of falling down at any moment. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as he closed his eyes in enjoyment. He seemed to be like the others, falling into a dream state. He's falling down. Someone shouted, thinking that no one in the world could resist this flute. Boom! The earth quaked and the sky turned dark with the appearance of another gigantic beast. Everyone saw a creature with one leg blotting out the sun. It had enough presence to shoulder the firmaments. Boom! Boom! Lightning currents flowed on its body. A kuei. An ancestor shouted in astonishment. This avatar might be stronger than the crystal Qilin, one of the strongest. An everlasting revealed. The kuei wasted no time in sending terrifying lightning bolts, enough to drown Li Qia. They turned into chains and fully immobilized him. Clank! It gathered more energy to create a lightning spear capable of piercing all beings. Boom! The spear swung him up high before pinning him onto the ground. Damn! Many shouted after seeing this. However, the kuei moved with a speed too fast for anyone to react. It slammed its foot down on him with ample force to crush any emperor or everlasting. They would never be able to get up again. Boom! The ground sank down as a result and Li Qia disappeared into the massive crater. The world became quiet, the spectators speechless. The flute stopped as a result, but its victims still remained unconscious. The question became whether Fiercest was alive or not beneath the kuei. Creek King didn't say anything either and patiently waited. This was also the case for Zhelong. He showed no sign of complacency or arrogance after taking Li Qia down. Chapter 31:17 The kuei's foot could imprison the gods and devils for an eternity. However, even an unbeatable progenitor like Li Qia too. The spectators shuddered for two reasons, Zhelong's power and the more important reason, Creek King's terrifying abilities. Her gentle home was simply too effective with no need for fighting or techniques. It was beautiful, too beautiful. People couldn't help but fall into the trap. Those on the ground were still sleeping right now. They could also see that Zhelong's Kuei avatar alone wasn't enough. It might be able to injure him, but completely suppressing him was a different story. The real ace card here was still the flute from Creek King. Zhelong took advantage of this to deliver a potentially fatal blow. Is he dead? No one could see through the crater beneath. This wouldn't even be a question if it was anyone else, but Fiercest deserved the benefit of the doubt. Most believed he wouldn't die so easily. He has to be. One expert found it illogical for anyone to survive that. He was lost in a dream and couldn't resist. Struck by the lightning spear first, then stomped into the ground into a meat paste. This was logical as well. It wouldn't make sense for someone to survive the combination attacks, progenitor or otherwise. Creek King's Tao is so scary. The spectators maintained a far distance since thousands of people were still sleeping. Among them were sect masters, kings, ancestors, and even a few everlastings. Many stared at the carriage with respect in their eyes. They thought that she was the perfect match for Creek King. Rumble. The ground started shaking violently with increasing intensity. The Kuei's foot started moving as if something beneath was resisting it. Fiercest is still alive. A spectator shouted right away. Boom! Boom! The Kuei channeled all of the lightning flowing on its body downward like a waterfall, fully activating its power. Bam! The foot pressed down again, increasing the size of the crater. This sudden eruption of force still didn't amount to anything. Cracks appeared along with loud detonations on the ground. The area was on the verge of collapsing, then the entire continent. The Kuei eventually got lifted off the ground by an unimaginable force. See, he's still alive, I told you. One expert shouted. Countless spectators took a deep breath after this sight. How is he still alive? Is he indestructible? Another murmured with fear. The Kuei got lifted high enough to reveal the crater beneath. Boulders were falling down as more cracks appeared. Everyone saw lightning currents flowing around a tiny figure beneath. That's him. They finally got a clear look at this figure. Fiercest was still surrounded by lightning chains that wanted to devour him. However, he didn't give a damn, not even about the lightning spear piercing through his body. Moreover, he seemed to still be in deep slumber with his eyes closed. He simply used one hand to lift the Kuei while floating upward. The Kuei was mustering all of its might but couldn't push down at all. He had no difficulty raising the divine creature as if it was as light as a feather. The sudden reversal naturally shocked the crowd. He's not human. One spectator got chills all over. The others felt fear, speechless. Li Qiye's power had surpassed their highest expectations. What a beautiful feeling. His voice contained satisfaction, akin to someone waking up from a wondrous dream. He slowly opened his eyes, looking quite pleased and not minding the Kuei above him. I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time, and the dream is truly worth remembering. Thank you. Li Qiye glanced over at the carriage. Creek King paused for a bit before finding her words. It has nothing to do with me since you already had the beautiful experiences but chose to bury them deep in your memory. I simply dragged some of it out. If you didn't wish to remember, my tune wouldn't have done anything. She knew that Li Qiye didn't lose to her Tao, but he purposely chose to fall under its effect. Chapter 31:18, The past wafts away like mist. Li Qiye sighed and continued, I don't remember many things and try not to remember others. You need warmth while embarking on the wintry Tao. Creek King said, the higher, the colder, you need to turn around in order to remember the important things. True. But that's all they are, just the past. Now is the time to fight. Li Qiye smiled. Boom. All the lightning chains around him immediately crumbled. He reached up and grabbed the Kuei's massive leg. Oh. The Kuei tried to get out but struggling was useless, unable to break free from his firm grip. Rumble. Li Qiye slammed the Kuei on the ground repeatedly before the awed spectators. The mountains nearby got smashed to pieces by this continuous violent storm. The Kuei became bloodied, groaning quietly and was on the verge of death. This divine beast had no chance of stopping him, looking just like a fish on the chopping board. Crack. He then tore the Kuei's leg off, causing blood to gush out. This scene of carnage naturally frightened the spectators. Those unused to it started vomiting. Here's a present in return. He threw the leg at Creek King while smiling. Boom. The lightning bolts around him suddenly became far brighter. A while ago, these lightning bolts drowned Li Qiye, but now, they were far stronger and gathered into a pulsing ray that shot towards Creek King with overwhelming might. Rumble. This tsunami of lightning could destroy everything. Numerous mountains in its path became dust. Crack. The destructive force actually destroyed the carriage even before the ray itself. Remember, this carriage belonged to Luminous Master and had an insane defense. However, the lightning pulse was something else and easily dismantled it. It continued to surround Creek King, seemingly as hungry as a primordial beast. It's not looking good for Creek King. An expert shouted. Many felt that she might not be able to withstand it regardless of how strong she was. Death seemed to be the most likely outcome. Fiercest is just too strong. Someone said. He showed no mercy against a beauty, still as brutal as before. Poof! Golden light descended from above and turned into a curtain blocking in front of Creek King. This magnificent and beautiful curtain released golden particles. Each seemed to be alive, jumping and playing before taking roots on the ground. Boom! The contact between the light curtain and the lightning pulse resulted in both dispersing away. However, the golden radiance remained. The world seemed to be livelier with these jumping particles. A figure appeared and slowly walked out of the radiance as if he came from a higher world. Boom! Everyone felt an explosive Tao resonation within them. Rumble! The myriad Tao in harmonization was a scene to behold. A progenitorial aura struck the area like a tsunami, wiping away the dark clouds above along with all darkness. A youth stood there, not as tall and sturdy as his aura would suggest. However, his shadow stretched for an eternity on the ground, making him look majestic. The spectators thought that he was as tall as heaven itself. People couldn't help looking up to see him. He was the source of the golden particles, the origin of life in this world. Luminous Master. Numerous spectators yelled. We finally see him. The youths couldn't contain their excitement. He was a legend in immortal lineage. The young generation, in particular, viewed him as their role model, all aspiring to reach his height. Luminous Master stood there, not trying to exude his aura. However, just one remnant strand could still crush the sky vault. Many bowed to show their respect, finally able to see their idol in person. Handsome would be a strong word to describe him. However, his facial lines exuded determination and power. He had a bright glow around him and seemed more charismatic than anyone else. Dear, go back first. His voice was soft and magnetic. So many women in the audience swooned over his voice. Of course, they knew that only Creek King was worthy of someone like him. Be careful, young Nobly might be too strong for you. Creek King nodded before disappearing from sight. Everyone thought that this was really a pair made in heaven and became envious. Luminous Master stepped forward, his eyes also contained flowing light of a golden hue. Tao brotherly, I have heard stories of your exploit, it is my pleasure. He spoke without any animosity. I have also heard of you many times. Li Qie smiled. Brother Orchid said that you are unbeatable. He has nothing but respect for you. Luminous Master continued with a dignified expression. You're stronger than him, but he has boundless potential. Li Qie, on the other hand, looked quite leisurely. I respect Brother Orchid the most because he lives his life freely yet still possesses such incredible mastery of the Tao. His wisdom and intelligence are superior to mine. Luminous Master praised. This conversation surprised the crowd. All along, they assumed Orchid Sage and Luminous Master were rivals. Now, they seemed like two friends. Chapter 31:19. They also didn't expect for Luminous Master to admit inferior versus Orchid Sage's innate talents. In their mind, Luminous Master was superior, whether it be his cultivation or talents. It didn't sound like empty words of humility either. It seemed that they have been underestimating Orchid Sage all this time, at least relative to his peers. This might be a result of him always keeping a low profile. Well, very few people can be called a sage. The world just didn't know. An ancestor calmed down and stated. Many agreed with this statement. A person with this title should have impeccable talents. Alas, Luminous Master has been far more famous in this generation on top of having stronger cultivation. That's why many assume that the Master also had better innate talents. Dao brother, you are the strongest person I have seen. Luminous Master said seriously. That's normal. Li Qie smiled with no intention of acting humbly. I'm very curious about your origin and have been looking into it to no avail. Truly confusing. The Master asked. So it turned out that the Master had been paying attention to Li Qie long ago. He even tried to calculate Li Qie's origin but came up with no result. This surprised him to no end because he had some attainments on the path of prophecy and calculation. I'm just a passerby, nothing to be curious about. That's all you need to know. Li Qie smiled. I see. Luminous Master had this guess already. This finally confirmed it. The listeners noticed the two of them speaking like old friends without any anger, let alone animosity. This type of polite conversation probably meant that a fight wasn't going to happen. All previous feuds were going to be erased. This is a treasure ground that has deep ties with our immortal Bronze Mountain. Luminous Master turned his gaze towards the land. More than that, it is a great fortune. Li Qie smiled. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn and everyone felt the atmosphere growing tense. Perhaps a fight would actually break out after all if the negotiation failed. A great fortune indeed. Our race can be traced back to the ancient era, we're probably one of the oldest races in immortal lineage. Luminous Master nodded. Why did he bring up his race? The crowd wondered about the shift. They certainly agreed with the content. Immortal Bronze was extremely old and had plenty of tales about it. Some believed that they might be even older than the stone carvers. The wise sages of our race have tried to figure out our origin by traveling across the realms in immortal lineage. Alas, not much was found. Luminous Master continued. I know, Immortal Bronze is old indeed and does have some fateful ties with me. Li Qie chuckled. He wasn't trying to build a connection with Immortal Bronze Mountain but was only stating a fact. Of course, no one else knew the stories behind it. I have been paying attention to this continent the moment it came out from uncrossable expanse. It might give us an answer regarding our origin. Luminous Master said. In the beginning, everyone thought that Luminous Master was trying to refine his own Tao system. This didn't seem to be the case now. Perhaps, but not that likely. There is one item here that can help you break the bottleneck though to become an immortal level progenitor. Li Qie nodded. This casual revelation made everyone gasp and stare at each other. It was one thing for the continent to be connected with Immortal Bronze. But now, there was a supreme artifact here capable of helping Luminous Master become an immortal-level progenitor. It didn't take long before some people started feeling regrets, especially the ancestors who got on it earlier. If they knew that there was such an amazing artifact here, they wouldn't have wasted time on the spirit materials. They certainly benefited from the trip and harvested many grass and herbs. However, these things were not worth mentioning versus an artifact of this level, nothing more than weeds. They should have tried to reach the depth of this land instead of wasting time. No wonder why Immortal Bronze Mountain must have this continent. That's why Zhelong is here too. One ancestor said, thinking that he should have known from the start. How could a big shot like Zhelong come here for no reason? Incredible, Dao brother. Senior Zhelong and I calculated and noticed this possibility. We weren't certain, so we came to take a look. You seem to be sure of its existence, looks like you're one step ahead of us. I'm ashamed of being inferior. Luminous Master spoke with sincerity. It's no big deal, I just know more. Li Qie said. This knowledge wasn't due to divine calculation. Because of his ties with Immortal Bronze, he had access to certain secrets. Well, a fight is definitely inevitable. One Everlasting concluded. The two were on good terms right now, but there was a priceless artifact involved. Both Fiercest and Luminous Master would never give it up for any reason. After all, becoming an immortal-level progenitor meant reaching an entirely new realm, a true supreme existence. Sure, both imperial-level and immortal-level progenitors shared the same title, but there existed an immense power gap between the two. The crowd thought that these two were overwhelmed with greed right now for this artifact. The supreme artifact inside is precious indeed. Luminous Master gazed deeper into the continent. He seemed to have calculated the location of this item. That's why the experts from Immortal Bronze immediately headed there upon arrival. This comment confirmed his determination to get the item to the crowd. They became nervous since a storm was coming. 1. The initial title is Talented/Gifted Sage, but I omitted Talented for brevity. Chapter 31:20, Luminous Master withdrew his gaze and had a natural expression. He said, though the continent has deep ties with our system, it's not that we must have it. Of course, if you are willing to make concessions, we will give you whatever you need as long as it is within our capability. Many nodded approvingly after listening to this reasonable and logical response. Of course, some Everlastings thought that this so-called negotiation was only happening because of a perceived understanding of the two sides' power. If it was any other cultivator or sect, Immortal Bronze Mountain wouldn't even let them talk, let alone Luminous Master negotiating himself. They would just kick the other party out of the continent. Plus, most people wouldn't dare to compete against Luminous Master in the first place. This wasn't the case for Fiercest. He wasn't afraid of Luminous Master and Zhelong in the slightest. Therefore, Immortal Bronze would be courting death if they wanted to use force against him. No need. Li Qie shook his head and refused the peace offering right away. The crowd wasn't surprised in the slightest since Li Qie hasn't given anyone face ever since his debut. He did everything in accordance with his whim. Your true power is beyond our imagination. Luminous Master didn't become angry. I don't need this continent then. Our origin can be slowly figured out, and as for the immortal artifact, Luminous Master paused for a bit here. The crowd became anxious, waiting to hear a response. After all, an item capable of boosting someone to the immortal level was too tempting. Luminous Master should be strong enough to not give up this item, at least in the eyes of the spectators. An item that can make me reach the immortal level, but in history, how many immortal level progenitors needed external help to get there? Luminous Master let out a free smile, full of charisma and confidence. He wasn't a handsome man, but his charm exceeded all the good-looking fellas. I'm sure I can reach the immortal level without it, so I don't need it either. He concluded. The crowd simply couldn't believe it. How could someone resist wanting this great artifact? Moreover, they could see that it wasn't out of fear. He simply chose this option, thinking that it was the best one. That's why he's a progenitor. Someone praised. Li Qiye also approved and clapped. Well said, the Grand Tao isn't easy. Relying on this artifact will shorten your path. You'll have potential problems later on too. I'm sure you're not here for it. Luminous Master asked, not feeling smug at all from the praise. On the contrary, I'm just an ordinary person who can't resist the item. It has uses for me. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Some believed that Luminous Master had won in this first round, at least in terms of mindset. Luminous Master was flexible and patient while Fiercest desired this artifact at all costs. The latter lost in terms of heart and magnanimity. I understand. You must have your reasons for wanting it. Luminous Master nodded. I know you won't be leaving though. Li Qiye smiled. You got me. Luminous Master happily responded, looks like you know my reason for being here then. Just about. Li Qiye replied. I'm here today not to talk about the feud nor to compete for that artifact, these things are inconsequential, no need to waste time with them. Luminous Master sincerely said. The crowd didn't expect this because Li Qiye had just fought against his wife and Tao protector. There should at least be some hostile feelings present. And not for the artifact either. I wish to fight you, Tao brother. Luminous Master finally revealed his intention. And that's why you're here. Li Qiye wasn't surprised. Luminous finally confused the weaker participants among the crowd. There was no need for this if he was willing to give up this continent and the artifact. Why would he fight Fiercest now? However, the top masters stared at his expression and immediately understood. How can the sparrow and swallow know the will of the great swan? Ordinary people wouldn't get his domineering style. Yes, just for a fight, please give me pointers. Luminous Master put on a respectful expression. But there's no motivation now. Li Qiye actually seemed disinterested to the astonishment of the crowd. To be viewed so highly by Luminous Master should be the ultimate honor, but Fiercest didn't care at all. Don't tell me Fiercest is afraid. One youth said. No way. An expert shook his head, afraid is a strong word, but since Luminous Master isn't contesting the continent, who would be stupid enough to fight? Fiercest already got what he wants. Many agreed with this comment. There was no need for Fiercest to fight. Please give me pointers. You won't be able to make everyone drown in despair without fighting. Luminous Master didn't give up. Your battle spirit is surging. Li Qiye smiled. The spectators didn't see this at all. Luminous Master looked amicable and natural enough right now with no aura visible. It's hard to find an opponent. Brother Sage kept on praising you, so I wish to overestimate myself in order to witness the apex of the Tao. Luminous Master said. It's cold and lonely up high. Li Qiye could sympathize with this progenitor and nodded. The powerful ancestors and everlastings understood the comment. In history, Luminous Master wouldn't be considered the greatest progenitor or anything. But in terms of this generation, he could be considered peerless. His only rival in the past was Orchid Sage, but unfortunately, the sage rather traveled the world instead of being competitive. The master met powerful foes during his youth, but as he grew stronger, these foes became insignificant. He was certainly unbeatable now up in his lonely peak. He looked around and found 0 suitable opponents. Chapter 31-21, Invincibility Bred Loneliness. Most wouldn't be able to say this without getting laughed at, but not Luminous Master. He has been unstoppable since his debut. So many have lost to him, including the most talented ones in this generation. Even the mighty everlastings from the previous generations failed to win. All in all, calling him the number one in this generation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thus, others couldn't understand his loneliness, his desire to find a worthy foe or even a stronger combatant. To have a powerful rival wasn't a threat in his mind. In fact, this could motivate him to move forward and work even harder. This goal would make his future more remarkable. That's the reason why he wanted nothing more than to fight Li Qiye right now, a foe from the generation as him. The continent and immortal artifact weren't as important. Li Qiye smiled while staring at Luminous Master's eyes. He couldn't be more familiar with this gaze. It had nothing to do with a love for battle, only a desire for a worthy foe. The immortal emperors he trained back then also had the same expression. I guess I can entertain you. What should I do in order to stimulate your potential to the fullest? Li Qiye smiled. All out. Luminous Master pondered for a bit before seriously answering. It'll be a quick fight then. When I go all out, maybe you will turn into ashes. Li Qiye smiled. Luminous Master had thought of this possibility before but was still shaken. Li Qiye's casual demeanor showed that the guy had full confidence in defeating him. Existences at their level had no need for blind arrogance nor humility. Li Qiye was simply stating facts. Moreover, Luminous Master was strong enough to gauge Li Qiye's true power. A foe that could kill him. Just the thought made him excited. Very few could calmly face death. The ones that truly didn't care were either twisted in some ways or had no other choice. Luminous Master was neither, so his expression became austere. Meanwhile, some members of the audience became unhappy, especially Luminous Master's fans. So haughty already before the start of the fight. One of them said. The majority of Everlastings believed that Li Qiye definitely had the power of a progenitor. However, his confidence right now made them question themselves. Is he really that strong? No way. They exchanged glances. Because Luminous Master's strength was well documented, these top experts found it hard to imagine Fiercest easily killing him. An ephemeral radiance is still bright all the same. Luminous Master eventually made up his mind and stared at Li Qiye. A rock lasting for 1,000,000 years will be nothing more than a rock, utterly meaningless. Well said, a rock can't comprehend the beauty of a bright ray. So be it, let's fight. Li Qiye nodded. Thank you, Dao brother. Luminous Master cupped his fist, looking excited. The world suddenly became filled with his battle spirit. It was as if it didn't emanate from him but from heaven and earth. His battle spirit was different from Metalkin War God. The latter always put his battle spirit on display as if wanting to tell the world that he was craving for a fight and that provoking him would end with a clan massacre. In reality, Luminous Master's battle spirit far surpassed the War God. However, he had enough control over it to keep it as calm as the water in a well even during battles. He was fearless during the most perilous situation or when facing the toughest opponents, always ready to fight to the end. This disparity made him a greater cultivator than the War God. Dao brother, I will go all out. His bright expression made others think that he was brimming with life. This wasn't to say that he was dispirited a while ago. He simply transformed from a supreme existence to a hot-blooded 20-year-old youth, a return to his early years. The period of frivolous arrogance and confidence is the best time in someone's life. Li Qiye commented with a smile, very well, I will show you the apex of the Tao. The apex of the Tao. Luminous Master was shaken by this domineering comment. Li Qiye sounded confident as if he was invincible across the ages. A fight between progenitors is happening soon, don't miss it. The spectators shouted excitedly. Both the young and old couldn't contain their excitement. A battle of this level was a dream come true for many cultivators, a life worth living. As for the Everlastings and true emperors, witnessing this was extremely beneficial for their Tao search. Who would want to miss something like this? Therefore, everyone paid full attention, not wanting to miss a single detail. Of course, they were smart enough to back off from Sky Ruins and moved back to Sky Pass. The destruction from this fight would be unreal. Maybe Everlastings could die from the shockwaves. Thus, moving back to Sky Pass was the safest choice. Many systems started building temporary Dao platforms in Sky Pass so that their disciples can have a better look. Ordinary disciples normally wouldn't be able to see a single thing. These two progenitors were too far away on top of being too fast. They needed heavenly mirrors in order to learn anything. Li Qie started floating into sky ruins with Luminous Master right behind him. They didn't wish to involve the innocent, so fighting in deep space was the best choice. Neither side exuded their invincible aura just yet during the start of this fight. Take out your weapon. You're not my match fighting barehanded. Li Qie smiled. Clank. Luminous Master took out a great hatchet and placed it on his shoulder. Just the sound alone showed just how heavy it was. Well, it would have been obvious regardless, since the hilt was as big as a mountain range, the head was as large as a continent. He was as big as an ant compared to his weapon. Chapter 31-22, calling this hatchet gigantic wasn't enough. It was massive, enormous, and colossal. Its master looked smaller than an ant in comparison. Some spectators were actually worried about him being crushed into a meat paste by his own weapon. Fortunately, he held it on his shoulder without any issue, still looking relaxed. Remember, he didn't have a stout, muscular build. Thus, this weapon should look out of place with him. Strangely enough, people actually found the two to be a natural pair, perfect for each other. The first impression they got was one word: invincibility. Yes, it seemed that only this great weapon could be a match for Luminous Master's domination. Skysplitter is its name, left behind by Bronze Progenitor, capable of splitting the sky and separating the earth. Luminous Master calmly said. Skysplitter. Everyone found this name to be suitable. It was as if the hatchet was created specifically to fit this name. However, the older experts became startled. It's not just a name, this hatchet can really split the sky apart. Bronze Progenitor was born in an ancient era, too old to be assigned a particular date. He was at the immortal level. Rumor has it that he might have been a member of the Decemvirate if he had been born later. This hatchet was left behind by him. It's unknown whether he was its creator. Good weapon. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Earning such praise from Li Qie naturally wasn't easy. He wouldn't react to just any ancestral weapons. Please take out your weapon, Dao brother. Luminous Master remained respectful. Don't have any suitable one, let me see. Li Qie scratched his head before searching. Isn't he too careless? One dissatisfied spectator said. They were fans of Luminous Master and thought that Li Qie was putting up an act in an attempt to be cool. Does he want to fight barehanded against that hatchet? One expert felt the same way. Of course, a few ancestors didn't think so. Li Qie hasn't used a weapon ever since his debut. The only exception was the Sword of Repentance. Clank. Li Qie finally revealed his weapon, a spear. Not using a weapon is a little disrespectful. Li Qie smiled and took a look at his weapon. This should be okay. The crowd was surprised to hear Li Qie insinuating that he would be fine fighting without a weapon against Luminous Master and his ancestral hatchet. Such confidence was unbelievable, to say the least. Just facing Luminous Master alone was tough enough without taking Skysplitter into account. Many began staring at his spear. It was black from top to bottom with miasma circling around, clearly born from the darkness. Even a fool could tell that this thing was dangerous. This spear is from a forbidden ground. Luminous Master became surprised as well. You know your stuff. It was born in fiendish ground, an extremely dangerous weapon. Li Qie nodded and smiled. Fiendish ground. Those who knew this place became frightened. Yes, it has to be a monster among weapons. An Everlasting murmured. Fiendish ground was dangerous enough to startle people upon hearing its name. Thank you for being considerate. Let's start then. Luminous Master knew that Li Qie was being respectful by taking out this weapon. The guy was clearly confident in beating him without one. Nonetheless, he still took out something quite impressive. Go. Li Qie smiled. The ghastly miasma floating around the spear looked like specters wanting to rush out. This particular spear was taken from Solar Daoist with the name of Terra Damnation. Excuse me then. Luminous Master took a deep breath and held his hatchet with both hands. Luminous Master began exuding his progenitorial aura like the rising tides. This process lacked loud explosions and lights. However, even those back in Sky Pass became frozen because of his aura. Their throat became gripped by an invisible hand. They felt as if they were fish on a chopping board. They had no chance to resist. In fact, they couldn't even kneel down to worship him right now. Boom! The aura finally erupted in full force. He turned into the rulers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the sun and moon supporting 3,000 worlds. The celestials floated around him even in sky ruins. His position became the source of many galaxies. All existences needed to prostrate before him. They would lack the courage to even look straight at him. This was Luminous Master, a being capable of destroying a world or excavating boundless space. Luminous Master. A few people suddenly became emotional after looking at him, crying hot tears of joy. Die! He let out a roar that can intimidate the gods or break the courage of a true dragon. Boom! The hatchet simply slashed vertically forward. The high heaven split apart. Lightning bolts rushed out like a galaxy from above in a fascinating manner. The spectators naturally became frightened. They felt as if their body, system, and world had been torn asunder. The only thing they could do was watch. This made them realize how unbeatable the attack was. Meanwhile, Li Qie remained nonchalant and raised his spear. Boom! A world of darkness appeared with numerous fiends and ghosts, ready to devour the world of the living. The spectators became shocked once more, shuddering with fear. Boom! The hatchet immediately cut this dark realm into 2 halves, killing millions of fiends in the process and bringing light back to the world. Clank! Skysplitter struck Eternal Damnation directly and sparks went flying. Each spark could crush an entire planet or melt part of the galaxy. The resulting detonation looked like the most beautiful fireworks in history. This was the most magnificent scene some have ever witnessed in their life. After the smoke and fire dispersed, they saw the spear successfully stopping the hatchet. Chapter 31-23, Skysplitter's power far exceeded regular ancestral weapons. This applied even at the immortal level. Its power in addition to the full swing from Luminous Master resulted in a cut true to its name, splitting the sky. It was enough to split a mighty system into 2 halves. In case of a direct impact, Skysplitter should have been sharp enough to nick another ancestral weapon. However, Eternal Damnation managed to stop it without suffering any damage. One could see how tough this spear was. Just what materials was it made of? Viewed in a vacuum, one would guess that the spear was actually superior to the hatchet. People took a deep breath after seeing this. They didn't know the origin of this spear since it wasn't as famous as Skysplitter. At the same time, they thought about how Fiercest just picked out a random weapon. How deep was his actual arsenal? On the contrary, the actual experts placed their focus on Fiercest instead of the spear. They noticed that Li Qie didn't move at all from the impact despite the destructive swing. He just stood there and leisurely blocked it. Go! Li Qie whirled his spear and pressed down on the hatchet first before thrusting it at Luminous Master. This move seemed to be without thought but still contained a mighty force. Boom! The celestial bodies surrounding Luminous Master instantly crumbled as a result of the thrust. Dazzling radiance suddenly appeared all over the sky in the form of waves. Time is flowing backward. One everlasting shouted after seeing this. Li Qie didn't perform a merit law for a temporal reversal. Just his spear alone made the temporal domain flow backward, resulting in bright flashes wherever the spear went. Activate. Luminous Master retaliated by raising his hatchet to the sky for another vertical swing towards the spear. Boom! More temporal particles crumbled from their attacks. This ended with Luminous Master being sent flying, breaking through the temporal walls. The chaotic flow poured down like a surging river wherever he went. The crowd had a hard time reacting to this scene outside of leaving their mouth wide open. Some felt suffocated, akin to having a stroke and nearly falling to the ground. A fight between progenitors was too devastating. Systems would have been destroyed if it was taking place in immortal lineage. The most shocking thing was Luminous Master being sent flying after one thrust. So many viewed him as their role model, thinking that he had achieved the most in the current generation, an unsurpassable peak. However, he had lost his first exchange. His fans themselves felt that they were the ones being sent flying. Can Fiercest already be an immortal-level progenitor? One spectator murmured in awe. This shouldn't be possible since it would be too cruel to the spectators. It has been a while since I felt this good. Luminous Master stood up among the ruins. Though his golden radiance was unstably flashing, he looked to be in great spirit. Anyone else's mental state would be affected negatively. After all, from becoming invincible their whole life to being beaten in the first move. Luminous Master, on the other hand, became more invested in the fight. His battle spirit surged. He wouldn't regret dying in battle right now after finding such a powerful foe. Not bad, your cultivation is decent enough to put up a fight. Li Qie nodded. People would have chastised him a while ago for making these arrogant comments. Alas, they didn't say anything now since he looked unbeatable at this moment. Your power is immense, I've never seen anything like it. It would be disrespectful if I don't use my grand Tao and an overestimation of myself. Luminous Master said. The world praises you for your brilliance, let's have a look at your grand Tao then. Li Qie laughed. It doesn't compare to the wise sages of the past, but I'll gladly show it to you. Luminous Master smiled. The crowd regained their wits and became excited again. He's about to use his grand Tao. All eyes were wide open in anticipation. Luminous Master's grand Tao was brilliant. He reached it and jumped out of the grand Tao belonging to Immortal Bronze Mountain. He was eligible to create his own system but didn't do so yet. He became invincible after proving his Tao, so the world rarely saw it again. That's why everyone became so excited. Buzz. He recalled his auras, both his progenitorial presence and divine lights. The stars and 3,000 worlds also disappeared, the same with his laws. He seemed to be degenerating from a progenitor to a mortal. All cultivators were mortals once. They gained strength through training and cultivation. Now, cultivation atrophy was happening to Luminous Master. People would question if he was still the same person if it wasn't for his determined expression and profound eyes. Though he looked like a mortal youth, his temperament and gaze remained unchanging, still that of a progenitor. His figure slowly disintegrated like snowflakes in the sun, eventually turning into water and seeping into the soil. He was a part of this world now, the individual seemed to no longer exist. However, everyone felt something extremely magical. He seemed to be omnipresent instead of being gone. A falling leaf. Luminous Master. A strand of light. Also Luminous Master. The same with a speck of dust. People looked around and felt his presence all around. Chapter 31-24, No one could spot the real Luminous Master as if he had vanished into thin air. The area became silent, the atmosphere was replaced by a suffocating feeling. They felt as if they were living under his shadow. Whenever they looked up, they could feel a massive figure looking down. This type of invisible pressure could drive someone crazy or force them to submit. Luminous Master had returned to the origin and withdrew all of his progenitorial aura and divine might. Alas, this new state of his made it harder on the spectators. The world and all living inhabitants were living beneath his reign. Luminous origination. This is his grand Tao, all laws returning to their origin. One everlasting said. Those who have experienced this grand Tao before still felt fear. They knew just how mighty this progenitor was. Among the spectators were actually invincible everlastings that have lost to this grand Tao before. They still remembered this grand Tao's aura so well. Of course, they should be proud because after becoming a progenitor, he rarely needed to use his grand Tao in a fight. The fact that they were lucky enough to lose to this grand Tao was a testament to their strength. It had escaped the boundary of immortal Bronze Mountain and could open a new Tao source for another system. Pop! A ray of golden light emerged out of nowhere with enough power to shoulder the various worlds. One person walked out from this ray, Luminous Master, albeit different than normal. Previously, he was definitely a supreme progenitor. Now, the one walking out of the ray looked young and vigorous. He carried a simple temperament that could last an eternity. As he walked out of this ray, all of his time reverted back to when he was 18. Regardless of whether he came from the past or the future, he would still have this youthful form. Excuse me, Tao brother. He appeared before Li Qie and instantly unleashed a vertical palm strike, direct and simple. It felt like the attack of a mortal martial artist during a spar, lacking loud explosions and crackling. Nonetheless, this casual strike encompassed everything, three immortals and all of its inhabitants. Everyone felt themselves flying into the air, they and the world were being lifted up by Luminous Master. His hand and everything else became the ultimate weapon. Just imagine the force behind this swing, it had the weight of all of three immortals. That should be enough to crush the strongest masters into meat paste, or even specks of dust. Li Qie retaliated by swinging his spear with both hands in order to stop the incoming hand. Boom! The impact resulted in a massive earthquake everywhere. The spear slightly bent as a result while Li Qie tumbled backward. Just imagine, Skysplitter failed to damage Eternal Damnation earlier but Luminous Master had successfully done so. After all, the entities encompassed within that strike earlier were insanely heavy. Luminous Master unleashed a flurry of punches next, acting as an unstoppable tornado. It was as if all of three immortals were slamming into Li Qie. Bam! 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 Eternal Damnation was being bent to the limit from the barrage. The spear was bent repeatedly and would morph back to its initial appearance. However, due to Luminous Master's non-stop flurry, the bending position couldn't spring back fast enough. It might actually break if this continued. The impact point has been accumulating power all of this time. Once it reached the limit, it exploded and headed straight at Li Qie. Boom! He got smashed into the empty expanse, crushing through one dimension after another. When he came out of one dimension to be in another, people saw his body being surrounded by primordial chaos. Stars were destroyed in the process too in a dazzling manner. The blow was strong enough to not only crush space but also revert it back to its origin. So strong. One spectator shouted after seeing this, thinking that just one smash would have been enough to kill him, let alone a non-stop barrage. His fans became excited enough to turn red. Yes, that's how you do it. Teach him a lesson. Luminous Master is unbeatable. One of them raised their fist into the air and applauded. That's right. You're unbeatable. The other fans joined in, teach this arrogant man a lesson. Luminous Master will always be triumphant. They were immersed in his invincible style and crazily chanted. Luminous Master, forever triumphant. These chants echoed across Sky Pass. The experts from the previous generation and the ancestors smiled wryly after hearing this. Some could sympathize because Luminous Master has been dominating in recent years. Li Qie flew for a long time and Luminous Master took advantage of this. He caught up and swung his hand again towards Li Qie's head without showing any mercy. Li Qie had no defense while the master was extremely fast. "It's not looking good." Many blurted out. A successful strike would certainly end with death. Clank. A heavy sword hymn resounded as if numerous sword embryos were forming in the 3,000 worlds. A heavy sword Dao emerged and surrounded Li Qie like a defensive earth barrier. Boom! 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 Luminous Master didn't relent and struck the Dao several times. However, this Dao was immensely thick and tough. It flashed with a bronze shimmer, seemingly eternal. Luminous Master's flurry failed to break through. Earth's immensity. Li Qie roared and activated his sword Dao, finally launching an offensive. Chapter 31-25, Li Qie walked on his sword Dao and turned into a sword immortal. The Dao has been accumulating even before he had a sword in his hand. It felt as old as heaven and earth. Clank. All swords started resonating as a result. The experts felt their own swords waking up, seemingly possessing spirituality. Rumble. The sword users suddenly fell to the ground. This wasn't due to an external force, their swords simply became too heavy and dragged them downward. This scared the hell out of everyone. Sword users naturally understood their sword the best out of anyone on top of possessing perfect mastery. So why did their swords become so heavy? It was as if it was no longer theirs. Clank. Li Qie finally raised both hands and swung down. This slash relied on pure weight, nothing else. Crack. The immensity of the sword crushed space and time along with the karmic and reincarnation cycles. Three Immortals' world was certainly heavy. Alas, it felt as light as a feather compared to this slash. This sword Dao surpassed everything in terms of weight. Even the most massive world started from a single point. This sword Dao was as heavy as that start and more. Luminous Master was surprised to see this incredible Dao. He roared and grasped the yin and yang, then life and death, throwing all of these affinities forward. A might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The existences in 3 immortals couldn't breathe. Boom! The slash cut through the various affinities and struck the progenitor, resulting in a destructive explosion. Blood splashed in space, looking beautiful yet sad. He got sent flying for who knows how long. An indelible scar remained in space. Luminous Master protected himself with the affinities but still suffered grievous injuries. Others would have died on the spot. The spectators naturally trembled as a result. Some became paralyzed on the ground. The weaker ones pissed in their pants after seeing this insane power. Everyone was glad that this fight was taking place in sky ruins. Numerous systems would have been destroyed otherwise. Damn! One pale ancestor regained his wits and said. Who could actually stop that slash earlier? Not even Luminous Master and his Grand Dao. His fans became deathly white, no longer having the courage to cheer. It was hard to describe the slash with anything other than unbeatable. Luminous Master eventually returned. He coughed out blood but still looked calm. The weight of that slash is peerless, what technique is this? He praised. Finality sword, one of 9 Dao. Li Qie smiled and said. Finality sword, everything ends with the sword. True indeed, that slash was incredible. Luminous Master said while staring at Li Qie, I'm not a match for you in terms of Grand Dao. Your power far exceeds mine. Many stood there in a daze after hearing him as chills ran down their spine. This was especially true for those who believed in Luminous Master and his fans. They felt quite uncomfortable and distressed, even sorrowful. They knew that Luminous Master had accepted defeat to fiercest. They considered him to be the peerless genius in this generation, the very unreachable apex. Thus, the reality was too difficult to accept. On the contrary, Luminous Master took it quite well and wasn't affected like the spectators. After all, becoming a progenitor meant experiencing numerous trials. Losing was part of being a warrior. Plus, being defeated in a fair duel to someone stronger. There's nothing shameful about it. It's no big deal. Li Qie smiled. This nonchalant attitude of his was too much to take. Defeating a progenitor like Luminous Master was unimaginable for most people, a matchless honor and an achievement worthy of pride. However, Li Qie didn't care at all, as if it was just another day to him. If a progenitor was an easy defeat, then what about the rest of the world? From this, it made them wonder who would be a worthy foe for Li Qie. This loss is an honor, I only regret that I still have one unused move. Luminous Master said. His fans suddenly found hope again after hearing this. Luminous Master still got something else up his sleeve. One expert became excited. Sounds like you're very confident with this move. Li Qie became interested. No, I don't have confidence in this move. But, I'm confident about you. Luminous Master said. Oh. Interesting. Li Qie replied. This move is my finest creation, but it's too dangerous. I believe that no one could survive it until today. Luminous Master revealed with a serious expression. The spectators took a deep breath. Someone like Luminous Master wouldn't make baseless comments. This move should be monstrous indeed. I would like to experience and see how magnificent it is. Li Qie smiled. This move is not only dangerous to the opponent but to me as well. Luminous Master pondered. The spectators exchanged glances in astonishment. It sounded like the creator of the move himself would be in danger, not having complete control over it. A forbidden art that will hurt both sides. One Everlasting speculated. This wasn't unprecedented in history. Progenitors have created moves like this in order to defeat enemies stronger than them. The price was high, potentially fatal. What a shame. Li Qie said. But since you are willing to see it, I should have the courage too. Luminous Master's eyes flashed as his battle spirit rekindled. If you dare to use it, I'm willing to be your target. Li Qie declared. Very well, it's not easy to find a tough opponent, especially someone like you who can also serve as a teacher. I can't ask for more. Luminous Master laughed and made up his mind. 1. First scene in chapter 2351. Chapter 3126. Luminous Master was in high spirits, seemingly experiencing the proudest moment of his life. Some could understand why he looked like that, akin to a mortal scholar placing number 1 on the official test. Losing shouldn't have been an exciting moment. Others would be dejected right now, but the opposite was true for the Master. As a progenitor, he had experienced numerous happy events before, but none made him feel this way. However, only the Everlastings or top cultivators present understood why. Finding a foe that could also serve as a teacher wasn't easy for an invincible progenitor like him. On the other hand, losing was no big deal at all. Furthermore, to have an ultimate art yet no worthy foe. That's a terrible feeling, similar to a master sculptor creating the finest piece yet he was forced to hide it and be the only person who could see it. Today, the sculptor could finally show it to a friend who could appreciate it, a truly joyous moment in life. A fight to the utmost of the Tao, what more can one ask for in life? The spirited Master said. Everything is possible through the Tao, go for it. Li Qie smiled. I named it Luminous Spark, where there is life, there will be light. The Master said. Luminous Spark. Li Qie murmured, carefully sensing the guy's Tao rhythm. The name actually didn't impress the surprised crowd at all. Luminous Master considered this to be his ultimate move and virtually unstoppable. In their opinion, it should have some domineering title. Just spark alone seemed insufficient and rather common, not fitting with its prestige. Meanwhile, a few powerful ancestors and everlastings held their breath to also sense his Tao rhythm. Only those at a certain level could sense this uniqueness, a power at a higher level. Ordinary cultivators couldn't touch this realm. In the rare chance of reaching it, they would already be near death. What is this? The big shots noticed this strange Tao rhythm emanating from him. It seemed like gentle ripples in a lake permeating across the world. This magical feeling didn't seem dangerous at all. In fact, these big shots thought that this power level was incompatible to Luminous Master's might. This progenitor might not be a match for fiercest, but he could still easily suppress the firmaments or cause incredible devastation. Now, this Tao rhythm seemed as gentle as can be. Wait, I can't move. One ancestor shouted in astonishment. This made everyone else notice that they couldn't move either. What is going on? Even the powerful everlastings were immobilized. They utilized their strongest merit laws in order to escape to no avail. Normally, this type of imprisonment was oppressive and obvious. In this case, the power at work was intangible. People didn't even notice that they were imprisoned until it was too late. The ripples worked in a gentle and mysterious manner. Moreover, it was capable of trapping everlastings and everyone else. Why do I feel like I'm a scandal right now? One everlasting said. The thing burning is your hope. Luminous Master said softly but still made everyone shudder and become extremely afraid. Quite magical. As long as there is hope, there is desire, and that's the fuel for binding. Li Qiye was also immobilized. He's not the one trapping us. We're trapping ourselves. One ancestor understood Li Qiye's point and took a deep breath. Some big shots, upon hearing this, immediately tried various methods to break it. Unfortunately, these methods seemed useless. Why? Because there was no opponent to resist. Everything came from oneself. For example, a muscular warrior could lift anything but not himself. That's the scariest thing about this Tao. Burn away without regrets, the same with my desires. Thank you for fighting me, Tao brother. Luminous Master sighed. Poof. He seemed to be incinerated to nothingness, only leaving behind a flashing radiance. Buzz. Li Qiye instantly lit up, entering a powerful defensive state. Luminous Master no longer existed by this point, only a flickering light around the size of a soybean and on the verge of extinguishing in any second. Despite its feeble nature, it still strangely looked eternal while burning away all desires in this world. Heart, hope, and desire, all existed together and were being burned. Spare us. One everlasting felt the threat and shouted. Poof. Others heard a fire-starting sound and saw themselves being lit on fire. Not good. They activated their strong merit laws but couldn't do anything to stop or avoid the burning process. Why is it like this? Some were scared out of their mind after failing to extinguish the fire. Each inch of their flesh was burning, eventually spreading to their muscles and bones, Tao Foundation, then true fate while they could only watch. Power and invincible treasures were useless here. Even the imperious ancestors started panicking as pieces of ashes fell off their body. Our various desires and emotions are burning: ambition, survival instinct, love, hate, kindness, even a little bit is enough to fuel this fire. Your heart needs to be as cold as ashes, devoid of hope and desires. Otherwise, it'll burn you to nothingness. One Eternal realized the flame's property. The experts realized that it had nothing to do with power and laws or even the Grand Tao. One needed to be a rock or be emotionless. Otherwise, death seemed inevitable. No, this can't be true. Some started yelling while watching their body being burned away. Chapter 31:27, No. Screams bellowed across the realms, filled with despair and unwillingness. It was one thing to be crushed by an ultimate technique or killed by an unbeatable treasure. At least they lost against absolute force. However, there was no chance to even resist this flame. They felt like fish on the chopping board, powerless and hopeless. Even the powerful ancestors and peerless everlastings were subjected to this torment. This scene was magnificent. Virtually every cultivator was experiencing this. No one could move an inch while dying to their own desires. It sounded unbelievable, but all of this was unfolding in real time. A hush fell upon the land as if all of its inhabitants had been burnt to ashes. This lasted for a long, long time before being interrupted by a loud exhale. All of the dead finally leaned forward slightly. This sensation was bizarre. They thought they were dead earlier, but now, it seemed like a dream. I'm okay. They instantly looked down and saw that their body was still intact. We're alive. Someone yelled excitedly. To come back to life was an incredible feeling, inferior to none. They realized that they weren't ashes now. However, then what was that experience before? They clearly felt it deep to their bones. It's because Luminous Master is merciful. One everlasting quietly said, he didn't ignite us, we were only experiencing an illusion beneath his power. The crowd took a deep breath in response. This meant that Luminous Master could have repeated the same thing on a whim, except for real. Peerless everlastings and emperors would still die without being able to fight back. Their lives were completely in someone else's grasp. This was a scary thought. They turned their attention towards the battle, and Luminous Master was still in the form of a tiny light. Luminous Spark. The spectators quietly repeated this name, something that they would never forget. This rather common name was more domineering and impressive than anything else in their mind. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly dazed all of them. Fiercest is still burning. They saw a pulsing light coming from Fiercest deep in sky ruins. Each inch of his body was on fire just like everyone else earlier. He was using a supreme technique and various merit laws, but they didn't stop the flame. Even a monster like Fiercest couldn't stop this technique, let alone them. It's unavoidable if one has hope and desires. One ancestor sentimentally said. Luminous Master only served as a catalyst. Hopes and desires were the things fueling the flame. They were the ones killing themselves, not Luminous Master. Someone as strong as Fiercest should have an ambitious desire and pursuit. Thus, this technique became even more effective. What a terrifying move. People finally realized why Luminous Master was so confident in this technique. It had jumped out of the boundary of power and grand Tao. This was a historically great invention. Moreover, they also knew why he hesitated. In order to use this technique, he needed to lit himself up as well. Poof! The fire on Fiercest eventually reached its limit, culminating in him fully turning to ashes. He's dead. One spectator concluded. Fiercest is dead, an ancestor couldn't believe it. This technique is insane. Even Fiercest couldn't handle it. Some of the crowd gasped, thinking that this was the greatest technique they had ever seen. Boom! Bright radiance suddenly came from his ashes and multiple palaces flew out. Look, his palaces, he's still alive. Someone commented. How can this be? He was reduced to ashes. Even the ancestors were astounded. All of them have experienced this technique and failed to overcome it, albeit in an illusory state. Boom! The palaces suppressed the firmaments, stopping all techniques and forbidden arts. What the hell, are you guys seeing this? One spectator screamed. 13 palaces. Jaws dropped to the ground in disbelief. 13 palaces really exist. A supreme everlasting became frozen. First a terrifying technique, now a miracle like having 13 palaces. The crowd couldn't take much more. Everyone knew that 12 palaces were the limit regardless of how strong a cultivator might be. So many brilliant progenitors have appeared in history: Gao Yang, Desolate Saint, 5-element progenitor. These peerless beings only had 12 palaces. Now, Fiercest had broken this conventional wisdom and a limit in cultivation. Alas, this was not a dream. 13 palaces, as real as can be, were floating in the sky right now. Chapter 31:28, The 13 Palaces horrified the world, causing people to become empty-headed. So many said to never think about obtaining the 13th one. Sure enough, this was indeed the case. None has ever surpassed the hard limit of 12 palaces, not the top emperors or the brilliant progenitors. This was true at least in the historical records. Today, an existence with 13 had broken everyone's understanding regarding the palaces. 13, the crowd remained stunned, unable to accept this fact. This is impossible, one person said despite witnessing it in person. The floating palaces were just too much to take. Numerous figures have attempted to break this limit to no avail. Thus, what Fiercest has done was simply unbelievable. No one knew how he achieved this miraculous feat. Fiercest, is he also the number one in history? And Everlasting felt nothing but respect. From now on, he would have a long section written about him on the River of Time. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him Prime, meaning that he was the greatest of all time. Fiercest should be a member of the Decemvirate. One true emperor said softly. No, this achievement is enough to earn him the number one spot. A time-worn Supreme Everlasting said. Some actually became emotional and contemplated. They eventually nodded and conceded, thinking that this evaluation was about right. The Decemvirate was a list of the most peerless cultivators and biggest contributors in 3 immortals. Only the best of the best made it here. For example, Gao Yang, Desolate Saint, and Fire Ancestor. Today, no one would really object listing Fiercest among them. A few actually believed that he deserved the number one spot for having something as unprecedented as 13 palaces. Boom! The palaces lit up and turned into a matchless sky filled with primordial chaos. Time reversed for the sake of creation. The palaces could do whatever they wanted, allowing Li Qie to be the lord of all. Many felt as if he had transcended everything, even standing above the high heaven. They watched this vast expanse in awe. The incinerated Fiercest began reforming his body, but this process was completely different than others. Time was reversing, allowing him to have a clean start without any problem. Fiercest appeared before the crowd again. The flame on him was no longer there. Not even a strand of hair was missing. Meanwhile, the 13 palaces floated above his head, looking quite peaceful. No one dared to breathe loudly, thinking that they might bother him. He stood there without exerting divinity or aura. He had no defensive barriers either, looking like a regular mortal that could be found anywhere. Of course, one couldn't use the word regular or common to describe him when the floating palaces were up there. This alone made him extraordinary, a supreme existence commanding respect and fear. He was the master of 3 immortals and the universe right now. Fiercest didn't need to say anything. Everyone already knew that Luminous Master had lost. However, losing to Fiercest and his 13 palaces was an honor, nothing to be ashamed of. Just being able to fight him was indicative of one's might. Fiercest has become a sort of test for all cultivators, similar to a tribulation. Reaching this level alone proved one's worth. Boom! The palaces started flying outward with enough force to pierce even the eternal high heaven. They surrounded the flashing golden radiance that was Luminous Master. Poof! The light stabilized and everyone could hear a fiery ignition. Luminous Master appeared again, surrounded by progenitorial laws and flames. He was clearly burning himself too, more than half of his body had turned to ashes by this point. This double-edged technique was outside of his control now. He could no longer extinguish this flame, and it wouldn't take long before death. Many shuddered at this sight. A brilliant progenitor was going to die to his own technique, quite a sad ending. Sadness took over some members of the crowd because Luminous Master was worthy of respect. 13 palaces, the progenitor had an astonished expression. This was obviously his first time seeing 13 palaces. I have no regrets in life after seeing this miracle. Losing to you is an honor, same with dying to these palaces. He seemed cool and collected without fear despite knocking on death's door. How many people could face death in this manner? Strangely enough, a few twisted minds in the crowd actually became envious of him. After all, everyone would eventually die. Being killed by these palaces would be a heroic and impressive way to go. 1. The GOAT, just like Kobe Bryant. I know, some of you will be commenting furiously about Michael Jordan and LeBron. Chapter 31-29, Various emotions struck the silent spectators. Luminous Master had plenty of future potentials. So many respected and viewed him as a role model in immortal lineage. Alas, he was about to die in battle today. Nonetheless, this was as good as it could get, dying to fiercest. Any last words? Li Qiye smiled and stared at him. The tense crowd held their breath and stared at him, waiting to listen. Death was inevitable. It's just that Luminous Master was still too young. He had plenty of things left to do in life. The initially calm Luminous Master knew that he didn't have much time left, so he sighed with a sad expression. He turned towards the direction of Creek King, the kingdom-toppling beauty with few peers. I have no regrets in life. Being lucky enough to marry you is the greatest happiness and honor. He looked at his wife and said softly with love-filled eyes. Becoming your wife is the proudest thing I've done in life. Creek King's eyes were also filled with love as she gently responded. The two of them stared at each other and time came to a halt. Meanwhile, the crowd became sentimental and said. This couple was a match made in heaven, perfect for each other and made everyone else envious. What more could a man ask for after marrying someone like Creek King? The same applied to any woman and Luminous Master. This tender moment seemed to be lasting for an eternity. No one dared to make a sound and interrupt the love between these two. They didn't need words to express their feeling, just one glance was enough. A long time later, Luminous Master eventually withdrew his gaze and looked over at Zhelong. Thank you, Senior, for protecting me all this time. I apologize for letting you down. He said. No, you are my most excellent student, my pride. Zhelong said. I apologize for letting all of you down as well. Luminous Master then told the members of Immortal Bronze Mountain. They kneeled and bowed towards their worthy leader. Words weren't necessary for them to show him the greatest reverence. The ancestors and everlastings felt sad too. They have been watching this young progenitor all this time. As I am near death, may I make a request, Dao brother? Luminous Master solemnly asked Li Qiye. The flame was about to burn his entire being. Only ashes would be left soon enough. What is it? Li Qiye smiled. I'm not afraid of death, but I do wish to go out in a certain way if you are willing. Help me by using the power of the 13 palaces to destroy me. Luminous Master said. The crowd stared at Li Qiye, aware that Luminous Master wished to go out in a different manner. Dying to his own flame seemed tasteless versus an honorable death to the 13 palaces. It's too early to talk about dying. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head. Luminous Master froze for a moment before smiling wryly. I know how terrible my creation is, only death awaits me once ignited. Not even an immortal can save me. I might not be an immortal and there might not be one in this world, but I do have 13 palaces. Li Qiye calmly said. You can save me? Luminous Master became surprised, the same with all the spectators. First, putting aside his ability to do so, Luminous Master was still his enemy. There was no need for Fiercest to save him when he's dying to his own forbidden technique. They probably wouldn't save him if they were in Fiercest's shoes. I've killed plenty, so saving one is no big deal. Plus, there are a lot of people in the world but only a few are interesting. Li Qiye leisurely responded. Many took a deep breath and found Li Qiye worthy of respect. He was powerful but also had plenty of haters. However, even this group found him slightly more tolerable. Boom! The 13 palaces suddenly oozed out a light bright enough to illuminate the entire world. This dazzling radiance enveloped the progenitor and stabilized the flame burning him. Zzz, the palaces then exuded light particles that successfully extinguished the flames. He's actually doing it. It's working. Thunderous applause resounded. Luminous Master couldn't believe it, just like everyone else. His devouring flame was subsiding. Boom! The palaces then poured down primordial chaos and forcefully reversed time while adding life affinity. This chaotic expanse began reconstructing Luminous Master's body. This gave a clear answer as to whether Li Qiye could save the Master or not, so everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Incredible, 13 palaces are special indeed. One Everlasting commented. Those at their level knew just how impossible it was to stop that flame. Treasures and merit laws were useless. However, Fiercest extinguished the flame on top of helping Luminous Master create a new body. One and only in history, a miracle of the ages. I think we shouldn't be surprised that it can create more miracles. Another ancestor said. Others nodded in agreement. 13 palaces should be far more magical and profound compared to 12 palaces. Thus, they became curious, what else could these palaces do? 1. The word for immortal here is actually Grand Firmament Golden Immortal. You can say that this is a classical cultivation level for original CN mythos, the one in divine investiture or journey to the west. This doesn't exist in ED. Maybe the mortal realm has myths about it, but ED never really started at the mortal realm, only the cultivation world. The author has done this several times in the past. The Chinese readers that know the myth wouldn't really have a problem with it. Nowadays, it is used colloquially to describe something impossible. For example, in a modern urban novel, not even a Grand Firmament Golden Immortal can save you. That's a typical usage. It's just a little weird to see it in ED, and it becomes even weirder for English readers lacking the context. So I'm reducing it to immortal. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.